Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 301 Tianming's Upheaval. The speed of the Xiangzhou was extremely fast, and all the way through the Star Gates, it didn't take long to return to the territory of the Three-Eyed Clan. Afterwards, Xiangzhou traveled through the large array of space shuttles again and again, quickly shuttled through the space, and returned to the Tianxing Galaxy in about 10 days. Looking at the familiar stars outside the window, Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang all had relaxed expressions. "I'm back." Jian Ruyu sighed. "Yeah, I didn't expect to walk away for 200 years. Yun Xi also said. "You know, they have been practicing for less than 1,000 years. I spent so much time outside, I feel like I have been away from my hometown for a long time. I don't know how Bianzong is doing?" Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile. The eyes of the others also flickered. Jian Ruyu was thinking about Wenjian Villa and Chenjianzong, and Yun Xi was thinking about Wanhuazong. Peak Master Ling Luo looked calm. After all, although she had been in Tianming for a long time, her home was Yuxing. At this time, a voice sounded from the side, "Brother-in-law, this is your hometown? It seems that the spirit energy is very poor." Yu Yuanwu stood aside, looking out at the stars through the window. After entering the territory of the Three-Eyed Clan, Yu Lingluo released Yu Yuanwu and threatened him not to pass their news back to the Yu family, otherwise he would make him look good. Yu Yuanwu himself clicked his head quickly. Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Well, I just became a fairy star at dawn. I know about this. I heard that brother-in-law is the one who has attracted great rewards for your talent. To be honest, I still can't believe that such a proud brother-in-law can appear in Tianming." Yu Yuanwu sighed emotionally. Lu Yi just smiled slightly. After all, strictly speaking, he is also a time traveler. Although he was born and raised in Tianming, he came from another world after all. Xiangzhou rode across the starry sky and approached Tianming at an extremely fast speed while everyone was communicating. Qingzhou in the eastern region. Because of the tide of spiritual power brought by Lu Yi's breakthrough, the entire Tianming was sublimated into a fairy star, and the Baiyun sect obtained the most spiritual energy, plus Lu Yi planted the immortal tree and fairy grass on Lingluo Peak. At this moment, the entire Qingzhou is the area with the strongest aura in Tianming, and the Baiyun sect, not to mention the aura in it, turns into clouds and mist, and the aura of fairy spirits surges, creating a scene of a blessed land of immortals. With the changes in the concentration of aura, the forces of the entire Tianming naturally experienced many changes. A large number of holy places of Xianzong and Dejiao began to migrate, moving their ancestral lands to the vicinity of Qingzhou. Even the holy lands of Xianzong and other domains are no exception. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in Qingzhou is too high, and the concentration of such spiritual energy has already exceeded the concentration of spiritual energy in their original ancestral land. The immortals who returned to Tianming because of the tide of aura naturally yearned for the aura of the immortals, so they made a direct decision and moved the entire holy land of the Immortal Sect to Qingzhou and several nearby states. One can imagine the turmoil brought about by the migration of so many behemoths. Facing these powerful holy lands of Xianzong, the small sect of the eastern region had no choice but to make way. Such a sacred place for cultivation is simply not something that ordinary small sects can possess. Even sects with the realm of Mahayana have to stay away. And between the Dejiao and the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect, in order to grab some of the best areas, there was even a big fight, and even the Immortals went to the starry sky for a few times. No one knows the final result of the fight, but the Divine Sword Sect, Tianlong Holy Land, and Leiyin Holy Land, which were originally the eastern region's Xianzong Holy Land, successfully occupied several areas of Qingzhou. And a great sect like the Taiwang Sword Sect has also gained the glory of the Divine Sword Sect. It has guarded an area not far from the territory of the Divine Sword Sect, not far from Qingzhou. Although the entire Tianming cultivation world was extremely turbulent. However, no one dared to touch the Baiun sect, Wanhua sect, and Wenjian villa located in Qingzhou. Even if the position occupied by Bianzong is a real paradise, even immortals are extremely envious. But they all knew who was standing behind Bianzong, and Liu Yi relied on his own power to transform Tianming from a mortal star into a fairy star. Who would dare to provoke such a monster? Not to mention Liu Yi, but also Peak Master Ling Luo, the second young lady of the Yu family, who is of high status, and no one dares to be distracted. Similarly, Wanhua sect and Wenjian villa are both sects where Liu Yi's Taoist couple belonged, so naturally no one dared to make a decision. However, not long after the Xianzong Holy Land had just occupied the territory, Wanhuazong and Wenjian villa both announced that they would move the sect to the vicinity of Bianzong. The three sects announced to merge into one Baiun Xianzong. Naturally, no one objected to this move. Occupying such a blessed land of the immortal family, coupled with a genius and evildoer like Liu Yi behind him, the Baiun sect naturally has the conditions to become an immortal sect, but it lacks the accumulation of time and lacks foundation. However, with Liu Yi's name, all the geniuses and monsters in Tianming are rushing towards Baiun Xianzong like crazy. Coupled with the unique cultivation conditions, it won't take long for the overall strength of Bianzong to undergo a huge transformation. On this day, a crimson light flew into Tianming from outside the sky. All the immortals who were practicing in closed-door training in the ancestral land opened their eyes and looked towards the direction of the sky, showing a look of surprise. All the immortals immediately went out and came to the sky, looking in the direction of the red light. In the sky, Bianjian and Wei Kong were both there. Besides them, there were a few friends they had made outside. In addition to the immortals from the Excalibur sect, there were also Long Yuan from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land and a few friends, Lei Yin. All the immortals from the Holy Land, Yushan Palace, and other major immortal sect holy lands were present. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the crimson light approaching Qingzhou, their eyes flickered with surprise. This spiritual pressure, what level of fairy weapon is it? Bianjian's voice was filled with shock. The others also looked shocked. Even though they are all celestial beings, and there are even a few immortals at the level of true immortals, they all feel fear from the depths of their souls in the face of such spiritual pressure. The eyes of a white-haired young man in Yushan Palace flashed an incomparably dignified look. It's definitely a top grade, even a top grade fairy weapon. This. The immortals looked at each other in blank dismay. At this time, Wei Kong on the side looked at the familiar Xiang boat that was getting closer and closer, his eyes widened, showing a look of surprise. I know this sky boat, I have seen it before. Hearing this, everyone looked at Wei Kong. Wei Kong, have you seen it? What kind of big man's car? A blonde old man looked at Wei Kong. Wei Kong said pleasantly, it belongs to Master Liu Yi. Master Liu Yi's Xiang boat. According to Master Liu Yi, this is a top-grade fairy weapon. Liu Yi. Friend Liu Yi. The faces of the immortals changed one after another, with curiosity, surprise, and awe. After all, the name Liu Yi is now a legend throughout Tianming. Even the immortals who came out of Tianming, when they mentioned the name Liu Yi, they all had different emotions. The personal disciple of the second lady of the Yu family, transformed Tianming into a fairy star with his own power, and played a huge role in the invasion of the Raksha clan. It's like a fairy tale. However, this is all done by one person. It is conceivable how much pressure such a character brings to people. At this moment, many immortals who came back from outside had never seen Liu Yi, and they were all a little embarrassed at the moment. Immortals like Bianjian and Wang Jianyuan who have made good friends with Liu Yi are indeed surprised and smiling. Ha ha ha, it turns out that fellow deist Liu Yi is back. The old man was taken aback. Let's go and meet fellow deist Liu Yi together. And Liu Yi and the others on the Xiang boat also felt a lot of immortal aura at this moment. Liu Yi glanced at the direction of the aura in the distance. This aura has nearly 100 immortals, right? When did we have so many immortals in Tianming? He frowned slightly. Could it be that you are here to ask for trouble? Donggong Minjiu and the others on the side also frowned. Yu Yuanwu was thoughtful. If there is an immortal star without an owner, it will indeed be peeped by some immortals. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Yu Yuanwu, and said lazily, "It's okay, I felt a few familiar breaths, it should be Tianming's immortal. I am afraid that because Tianming transformed into a fairy star, the person who left Tianming before immortals have also returned from outside." Lu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, but felt a little more relaxed. After all, my master is already at the level of Xianxian, and the cultivation is also related to the spiritual power of the fairy scriptures, and the perception ability is stronger than him. Since she said so, it should be true. Soon, as Xiangzhu approached, Lu Yi also felt the breath of Bianjian and others, and he relaxed completely. It turned out to be them. Soon, Xiangzhou approached the immortals and stopped. Lu Yi, Ling Luo Peak Master and others left Xiangzhu. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yi took Xiangzhou into his body. Headed by Wang Jianyuan and Bianjian, they flew over with a group of immortals. "I've seen Miss Yu." Everyone first saluted Yu Ling Luo, and then looked at Lu Yi. "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you very much." Bianjian said with a smile, "I would like to thank fellow Daoist Lu Yi for saving my Zong Vikang, otherwise, our Shenjianzong will lose one immortal. After all, the Divine Sword Sect is not such a behemoth as the Yu family, and the loss of a celestial being is enough to make them vomit blood." Lu Yi smiled, "Fellow Daoist Buletin, you're being polite. Fellow Daoist Wei Kong is blessed, otherwise I won't be able to save him." Wang Jianyuan smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, I heard that you have done great things in the Zhenan battlefield. Sure enough, you will not be safe anywhere." The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, his head was full of black lines. "I don't want to either." Who knew that such a situation would happen just after going to the Zhenan battlefield? Lu Yi glanced at the nearby immortals, many of whom Lu Yi didn't know, even when the Raksha tribe invaded. The Baiun sword on the side introduced it to Lu Yi, and Lu Yi suddenly realized that they were all the immortals behind the Tianming Immortal Sect Holy Land. "Didn't you all leave Tianming? Why are you back?" Wei Kong smiled wryly and said, "Master Lu Yi, you don't know something. It's not so easy to mess around outside. Most of us are just angels. We can't be reused in powerful immortal level forces, but in Suangxian level forces even if it is reused, there are not many resources obtained. Now that Tianming has transformed into a fairy star, the conditions are not worse than those outside, and may even be better. We are better than wandering outside? Wouldn't it be better to return to the sect?" Lu Yi was stunned when he heard this. After all, these immortals are different from Lu Yi. Lu Yi has a lot of star marrow. Even if the external environment is not good, his cultivation speed will not be slow. For ordinary immortals, the cultivation environment is very important, since there are no cultivation resources like star marrow. This is similar to the fact that in the process of urbanization in the previous life, a large number of young people from the countryside went to work in the city, and when the township developed, those young people returned to the township to develop. Fellow Daoist Lu Yi hasn't come back for so many years, but I don't know, Tianming has changed a lot now, so I'll tell you on the way." Wang Jianyuan said with a light smile. Lu Yi was a little curious and nodded, "Okay." Thus, a group of people flew towards Baiyunzong while talking. After hearing that Baiun sect had turned into Baiun Immortal Sect, both Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang were a little surprised. However, it also feels reasonable. All the people present were immortals, and they were very fast. As they spoke, they approached the Baiun mountain range not long after. Lu Yi discovered that the Baiun mountains had changed drastically. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, the Baiun mountains continued to grow, spreading for thousands of miles, beautiful and handsome, and the spiritual energy turned into clouds, floating in the sky. Among them, the core area is surrounded by patches of fairy spirit, just like the secret realm of the fairy family. This is our Baiun sect? Donggong Minjia's small mouth grew, a little unbelievable. I didn't expect such a big change after not coming back for 200 years. Lu Ningshuang also sighed a little. Everyone, Baiun Xianzong is over there. These years, because of the fairyland left by fellow Taoist Lu Yi, Baiun Xianzong has shown outstanding talents again and again. Bianjian looked envious. The environment here is great. In tens of thousands of years, Bai Yunzong may even have new immortals appear again. After all, Baianzong was the place where Lu Yi was born and raised. Seeing that Baianzong is getting better and better, Lu Yi is also very happy from the bottom of his heart. Go back and have a look. Just as they were flying towards Baianzong, streamers of light quickly flew out from Baianzong's direction. They are all fusion realms. Feeling the familiar atmosphere, Lu Yi smiled. These streamers fell in front of the immortals, and Wu Qingfeng, the leader of the Baiun Immortal Sect, clasped his fists with both hands, and said, neither humble nor overbearing, seniors came to my Baiun Immortal Sect, and there was some disappointment and some disappointment. Why did you come here? Behind Wu Qingfeng are Elder Xianming and Elder Qiling. Among them, Elder Ming is already at the peak of integration, and he is not far from the Mahayana realm. In such a cultivation environment, even ordinary people can quickly improve their cultivation, let alone these elders who are not weak in talent. Although Wu Qingfeng was only at the peak of the body, he didn't panic at all when facing the immortal. It was because Lu Yi and Yu Lingluo supported him behind him. During this period of time, Wu Qingfeng, Elder Xianming, and others were all excited about the changes in Baianzong. The leader Wang Jianyuan smiled slightly. Wu Qingfeng, look who this is? Only then did Wu Qingfeng and the others see Lu Yi and the others surrounded by the crowd. Immediately, Wu Qingfeng and the others widened their eyes, revealing expressions of incomparable surprise. Year! Junior sister Ling Luo! Why are you back? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 302, The Avenue Statue. Seeing Lu Yi and Ling Luo Peak Master, Wu Qingfeng, Elder Xianming, and others all showed expressions of surprise, and flew over one after another. Teacher, elders, it seems that you are doing well. Lu Yi smiled. In the face of so many immortals, they can be calm and unhurried. Wu Qingfeng and others in the past must have been unable to do so. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to you, Year, otherwise, we wouldn't have such a good life. Elder Qiling laughed, his face flushed. That's right, Year, the cultivation environment of our Baiun Immortal Sect is the best in Tianming. All the disciples are talented and progressing fast, so we are naturally happy. Wu Qingfeng also smiled brightly. That's good. Let's go back and talk. Lu Yi and Wang Jianyuan made an appointment to taste wine and discuss Taoism together when they had time, so they said goodbye to them and returned to Baiun Xianzong. At this moment, Baiun Xianzong has changed a lot. The area of the Zongmen is much larger than before, and there are attic palaces everywhere on the mountain peaks with a radius of thousands of miles. The ostentation at the outer gate was much bigger than when Lu Yi was at the outer gate. Lu Yi looked at the monks cultivating in the outer sect, and was a little surprised. The Jindan monks are also in the outer sect? Ha ha ha, yes, the cultivation environment of our Baiun Xianzong is so good now, as long as the talent is not too bad, everyone can cultivate to the golden core realm. If it is placed in the inner sect, there will be too many inner sect disciples. Wu Qingfeng smiled proudly. Currently, most of the inner disciples of our Baiun Immortal Sect are in the nascent soul realm, and there are some geniuses who have reached the realm of transforming gods, and a few have even reached the realm of Dongxiu. Donggong Minjiu exclaimed, it's much stronger than ours back then. Even Lu Ningshuang, Jian Ruyu, and Yun Xi nodded repeatedly. Lu Yi also sighed in his heart, even when he was in the same state back then, he did not have the cultivation environment and resources of the disciples of Baiun Xianzong now. After all, in the area of the inner sect of Baiun Immortal Sect, the aura is too strong, and even has the aura of fairy spirits. In such an environment, it is normal to practice fast. Soon, they entered the inner door. However, when he entered the inner gate square, Lui saw a huge statue of him erected on the square. The statue stood with its hands behind its back. Its appearance showed that he was somewhat handsome, and his talent was peerless. But what makes Lui embarrassed is, why is there a statue of him in the square? Lui's expression was a little stiff. Not only Lui, but Lu Ningxuang and the others beside him also looked confused. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Wu Qingfeng on the side pointed to the statue proudly, and said with a smile, "Year, do you like it? It can be said that our Baiun Xianzong was created by you. Without you, our current Baiun Xianzong would not exist. I ordered someone to carve a statue of you on the square. I didn't expect the response to be very good. Many disciples come to admire your demeanor every day." Listening to Wu Qingfeng's words, Lui became even more embarrassed. The corners of his mouth twitched, black lines all over his head. "So it was the headmaster who taught you to make it carved? This thing is a bit too embarrassing. What's the point? If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be our Baiun Xianzong. It can be said that you are the ancestor of our Baiun Xianzong. Shouldn't the disciples in the sect know you?" Elder Ming also said. Several other elders of the older generation nodded, and they all felt that it should be done. Lui looked at the disciples under the statue. These disciples all looked young, and some of them were even a little immature. They were obviously young. But these disciples looked at Lui's statue with admiration and excitement in their eyes. Lui was silent for a while, then shook his head helplessly. "That's fine, just stay here." Afterwards, Lui thought about it again, and wisps of incomparably mysterious aura emerged from his body. The incomparably mysterious avenue pattern appeared around Lui's body, which surprised the surrounding Ling Luo Peak masters, while Wu Qingfeng and the others looked at the avenue pattern all over Lui's body obsessively. In the eyes of weak monks, these avenue patterns have an unparalleled attraction, which is enough to make them sink into the Dao. Lui can already control it, but it still cannot be completely avoided. With the point of his finger, one after another Dao runes merged into the statue, making the statue also have a faint Dao yun. This is Lui engraving the Dao pattern into the inside of the statue. At this moment, this statue is equivalent to a treasure sharpened by the Dao, exuding Dao patterns, which is enough to become a treasure of cultivation. If the monks watching the statue have no evil thoughts, they can get feedback from the aura of the Dao, which can improve their various perceptions. With the disappearance of the Dao pattern, Wu Qingfeng and others came back to their senses. They looked at the statue. Although the statue has not changed, they always feel that the statue has changed a lot. "Year, what are you doing?" Wu Qingfeng asked. "It's nothing, it's just that the aura of Dao is left on the statue." Lui smiled lightly. Wu Qingfeng and the others at the side looked at each other in shock. The way of heaven is an insurmountable existence for monks in all realms, and the way above the way of heaven is even more illusory. How could Lui leave the aura of Dao on this statue? What is this method? It's hard for Wu Qingfeng and others who are only in the state of fit to understand. Afterwards, they stared at the statue, and immediately felt that some strange insights would appear in their minds. Their eyes are shining. I feel that I have made some progress in my understanding of the Mahayana realm, and I'm afraid the breakthrough is not far away. Elder Ming said pleasantly. Wu Qingfeng and others beside him also felt something. Because of this, they were even more surprised. Ling Luo Peak Master and the others had all seen Lui's state of enlightenment. In comparison, this was just a pediatric study, so they weren't too surprised. And the disciples of Baiun Xianzong below all looked up at the sky when they saw the aura of Dao emerging. After seeing Liu Yi in the sky, everyone was in an uproar and excited. These monks are all nascent souls, or even in the realm of transforming gods. In the past, he could even be an ancestor in Bianzong. But at the moment, everyone is very cautious, wanting to get close to Liu Yi, but they don't have the slightest courage. Liu Yi and the others left, and soon came to a short peak not far from Lingluo Peak. There is only one courtyard above this low peak. This is the residence of Gao Yang and Psyche, because the Biun Immortal Sect is expanding rapidly, and it is no longer suitable for them to live in. We prepared a cave here for them and let them move here. Junior sister, here is Lingluo Peak is not far away, do you have any objections? As he spoke, Wu Qingfeng looked at Peak Master Lingluo who was beside him. Although Peak Master Lingluo is his junior sister, his status is not comparable to him. Wu Qingfeng felt a little guilty when facing Peak Master Lingluo. Peak Master Lingluo just smiled, of course it's fine. A group of people entered the courtyard, and soon a man and a woman came out of the practice room. After they saw Liu Yi, they were stunned for a moment, and then they all showed pleasant smiles. Wang Psyche rushed over, hugged Liu Yi, and rubbed his hair. Brat, why are you back? Didn't you go to Yu's house? Because of Zhiyu's information, it was inconvenient for monks with too weak cultivation to understand. When Liu Yi left, he just told Liu Jiayang and Wang Psyche that he had gone to Yu's house. Didn't I miss you, have you come back? Liu Yi chuckled and broke free from Wang Psyche's embrace. Liu Yi felt a little embarrassed to be hugged by his mother at a very old age. Liu Jiayang on the side nodded, it's good to come back, these days, your mother has been talking about you. Before Liu Jiayang finished speaking, Wang Psyche at the side gave him a faint look, and Liu Jiayang stopped talking immediately. Wang Psyche turned her head to look at Lu Ningxuang and the others beside her, with a kind smile on her face. Ningxuang, you are back too, today I will show my hand and make some delicious food for you. Miss you, teacher, Ming Lao, you stay and eat too. Peak Master Lingluo smiled slightly, you can call me Peak Master Lingluo or fellow Daoist Lingluo, after all, this kid is my direct disciple, so calling me Miss Wang would be a surprise. Wang Psyche was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile, okay, fellow Daoist Lingluo. Then Wang Psyche saw Yu Yuanwu who had been making a little transparent beside him, this is? Yu Yuanwu was very moved, he didn't expect that he could still be remembered. From the very beginning, when Wu Qingfeng and the others saw Liu Yi and Peak Master Lingluo, they focused all their attention on them, and no one cared about the seemingly fundamental Yu Yuanwu beside them. If it was in other places, Yu Yuanwu would have exploded long ago. But after all, these people belonged to the sect of the second sister and brother-in-law, so he suppressed his temper and didn't say much. Now that Wang Psyche noticed him, it actually made him feel very moved. Moreover, the person in front of her is brother-in-law's mother. Yu Yuanwu hurriedly said nervously, Auntie, I am brother-in-law's younger brother, Yu Yuanwu. We meet for the first time, this is a meeting gift. Yu Yuanwu took out several celestial artifacts, as well as some celestial herbs and elixir, and the strong celestial spirit surged, causing Wu Qingfeng and others nearby to look over. However, they are attracted by more important information. All of them had stiff expressions and looked at Yu Yuanwu blankly. Wait, Yu Yuanwu? Brother-in-law? You are a disciple of the Yu family? Could it be your sister? Liu Jiayang's expression was very strange for a while, and he secretly glanced at Lingluo Peak Master beside Yu Yuanwu. At this moment, Lingluo Peak Master's expression had completely stiffened, and his whole body was petrified like a statue. Peak Lord Lingluo regretted it very much, he shouldn't have softened his heart back then and released this evil animal. He should be suppressed for hundreds of years. Yu Yuanwu didn't notice Peak Master Lingluo's expression at all, and said with a grinning grin, my elder sister is naturally this one. My ancestor and father have both said that we want to betroth my elder sister to my brother-in-law. Lu Jiayang, Wang Saiqi, Wu Qingfeng, and the others became numb for a while. The patriarch of the Yu family and the father of Peak Master Ling Luo personally asked to betroth Peak Master Ling Luo to Lu Yi. Because of the existence of Yu Ling Luo, they also understood the situation of the Yu family. That is a powerful family with an extremely powerful fairy-level existence, commanding a star field. Patriarch, of course, is the immortal venerable. Even Xianzun wanted to betroth Miss Yu's family to Lu Yi. What did this kid do outside? Both Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were dumbfounded, and looked at Lu Yi with confused expressions. Wang Saiqi couldn't help but secretly sent a voice transmission, "Stinky boy, is it true? The patriarch of the Yu family actually wanted to betroth Ling Luo to you. What did you do in the Yu family? This is the young lady of the Yu family. Ah! Why was it betrothed to you?" Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he glanced at Yu Ling Luo who had completely turned into a statue, and said in a dazed way, "Mom, Master's spiritual attainments are extremely high. Voice transmission is like shouting in her ear, there is no difference." Wang Saiqi was also embarrassed all of a sudden. It's like wanting to talk about sensitive topics in private, but it turns out to be posted in the group. At this time, Ling Luo Peak Master took a calm look at Yu Yuanwu who didn't realize what he had done wrong at all, silently reached out, and directly condensed a fantasy world full of endless flames, swallowing Yu Yuanwu into it. Lu Yi saw that the smile on Yu Yuanwu's face gradually disappeared and turned into panic, and then the screams that made the listeners cry came out. After the fantasy world was taken away by Ling Luo Peak Master, the voice disappeared. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled gently and said, "Fellow Daoist Psyche, don't listen to that kid's nonsense, let's go in first. I'm looking forward to the spiritual food you made." The atmosphere was silent. Wu Qingfeng next to him suddenly coughed dryly, and said, "By the way, Gao Yang, Psyche, I suddenly realized that I still have to deal with business, so I'm afraid I won't be able to stay for dinner today." Oh! The old man also remembered, there is still something to do. The old man recently accepted a personal disciple, which was a bit worrying, so he left first. Elder Xianming, Elder Qiling and others all expressed that they had something to do, and they all ran faster than rabbits. Wang Saiqi and Lu Jiayang were left stunned. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Lu Jiayang smiled dryly, "Ha ha ha, go in, go in." After dinner, Ling Luo Peak Master left and returned to Ling Luo Peak. But Lu Yi and his party stayed at home, planning to stay at home for a few days. After all, after more than 200 years of being outside without accompanying the old man and mother, Lu Yi still felt a little guilty. Although now the old man and mother have broken through to the state of integration because of the various cultivation resources left by themselves, coupled with such a high-quality cultivation environment here, and there is no shortage of lifespan. And in the future, the cultivation base of the two will only get higher and higher, and they will spend a long time together. But if you can accompany them, you still have to accompany them occasionally. But soon, when chatting, Lu Yi and the others felt a little embarrassed. Wang Saiqi brushed aside the flat stomachs of Lu Ningxuang and the others, and said earnestly, "You guys have been together for so long, why don't you have any children yet?" Lu Ningxuang and the others blushed and froze in place. Even Lu Yi looked embarrassed. Lu Yi coughed dryly, because the higher the level of cultivation, the higher the level of life, it is more difficult to have children. We are already angels. Tisk. Wang Saiqi clicked her lips, and then urged, "Then you should work harder. I still want to hug my grandson." Lu Jiayang on the side also nodded repeatedly. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, so he could only nod his head again and again, agreeing. However, together with Lu Ningxuang and the others, they escaped. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss in 08A, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss in January. Chapter 303 Evangelism dawns and preaches the world. The next day, Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong and other sect friends heard that Lui was back, and came to look for Lui one by one. Not only friends from the original White Cloud sect, but also friends from other sects such as Han Yu also came to visit. Even the holy sons and saintesses of the major Immortal Sect holy places, including Tianlong Shenzi, Tai Shenzi, Lei Yinshenv, and Tianming Jiao, who used to be Lui's followers, also came to the door one after another. Among these monks, the sons and daughters of Tianlong and other saints have the highest cultivation bases, and they have reached the Mahayana realm, and they are not too far away from crossing the catastrophe. All of this, apart from the changes in Tianming's cultivation environment, another important reason is that the immortals behind the holy lands of the various sects have returned to Tianming one after another, and they have spared no effort in cultivating the younger generation of these sects. Tai Shenzi Lin Zhu raised the immortal wine in his hand and smiled at Lui, "Brother Lu, this cup is toast to you. If it weren't for our relationship, the immortal ancestors would not train me with all their strength. My current cultivation it will not improve so quickly." Not only Lin Zhu, but also Lei Tianyan. These arrogances who have made friends with Lui have all been fully cultivated by the immortals behind them, and Lui naturally knows the relationship between them. Of course he is also happy. Although he did not admit that Lin Zhu and the others were his followers, their actions were all based on his position, and Lui naturally knew it well. Then Lui thought of Zhu battlefield. There are not too many 9 nether passages in Tianluo Starfield, and there are only 7 9 nether battlefields. However, just these 7 Zhu battlefields involved a large amount of combat power in the entire Tianluo Starfield. If there are a few more Zhu battlefields, then I am afraid that there may not be enough strong people stationed on the battlefield. If this is the case, then Zhu will probably invade the universe through Zhu Tongtong sooner or later. Lui thought of Tianming's Zhu passage again. Although the 9 nether passage was sealed, Lui knew that as time passed, this seal would not be a long-term solution, and a new 9 nether battlefield would definitely be formed in the future. As long as he completes the task, he will have enough resources. Perhaps, he should promote Long Aotian, Lin Zhu, and others. In the future, perhaps, they will also become the backbone of the fight against Zhu. "Brother Lu, what are you thinking about?" Han Yu noticed Lui's thoughtful look while drinking wine, and asked with concern. When the others heard this, they all looked at Lui. Lui glanced over, looked at these friends he had met since he was still weak, thought for a while, and smiled slightly, "I have some resources here, which are also useful to you." With a wave of Lui's hand, a large piece of jade bottle floated out and landed in front of them. In these jade bottles, there was an incomparably rich spiritual energy, which shocked the spirits of all the monks. Tianlong Shenzi opened a jade channel, then widened his eyes, and exclaimed, "This is 100,000 years of spiritual essence? This one is from 1,000,000 years. What a strong medicinal fragrance this is! What kind of elixir is this?" Lin Zhu, Lei Tianyan, and others all exclaimed. They looked at the elixir and spirit marrow floating in front of them with incredible expressions. With so many resources, even the entire Xian zone couldn't get them out. Unexpectedly, Lui took out so many at random. These resources are enough to create several extremely powerful holy lands of Xian zone. "Brother Lu, you are..." Feng Buming looked at Lui, unable to understand. Lui chuckled and said, "I got these by chance before, and I don't need them now, but they are just right for you. And the pills were refined when I practiced alchemy in my spare time, so they are just right for you to use in your cultivation. You are all friends of my Taoist Lui, in the future I hope everyone can ascend to immortality." Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. These people are all Tianming's Tianjiao people. At this moment, they looked at each other in blank dismay, and their hearts were moved. You must know that even if they are the Tianjiao of the Holy Land of Xianzong, the ancestors behind them are trying their best to cultivate them, but they can't spend so many resources like Lui. How can they not be moved? Not only touched, but also a little proud. What is Luyi's status now? A legendary figure who transformed the entire Tianming into a fairy star with his own power. Even all the immortals in Tianming respect him. Such a person is so caring about them, how can they not be proud? Feng Buming came back to his senses at the first time. After being resurrected by Luyi with the resurrection of all things, he already regarded his life as Luyi's. He stood up, raised his glass to Luyi, and said seriously, "Thanks to Brother Lu's love, Feng Buming will accept these treasures from Brother Lu. I only hope that in the future, I can go through fire and water for Brother Lu." The Tianlong Shenzi who was nearby also came back to their senses. They looked at Feng Unming who was talking, and they were all upset. What's the matter? Feng Unknown's innate strength is not considered the upper class among them. I didn't expect this kid to be good at flattering. Tianlong Shenzi also stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, I, Long Aotian, have never admired anyone since I was a child. You are the first person I really admire. Today I will accept your things. In the future, you whatever you say, I will do." Lin Zhuyu, Saintess Laiyan and others also spoke one after another. Zhang Fan's cultivation at this moment has reached the peak of Dongxiu, and he is only one step away from the state of fusion. This practice speed even surpassed that of Elder Ming and the others, which was obviously due to another chance. There was also a smile on his ordinary face. He took all the resources in front of him, and said, "Junior brother, you and my senior brother, I will not see you, as long as I am here, junior brother can do anything with me." Explain. Seeing that they put away these resources, Luyi smiled, "Everyone, practice hard, and hope to break through soon." Luyi also didn't know when Tianming's Juya battlefield would appear. If there are not enough strong guards, he will definitely not let the Juya battlefield spread. I hope that senior brother Zhang Fan and others can help. Seeing Luyi's movements, Lu Ningxuang and the others on the side remained silent. They looked at each other and just smiled. This is Luyi's temperament, and he will never disappoint those who treat him well. This is what the four of them like most about Luyi. Several people continued to drink and chat, pushing and changing glasses, and the atmosphere was lively. After drinking for 3 rounds, Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile, "Brother, since you want to train brother Zhang Fan and the others, why don't you preach for them? It will definitely be of great benefit to them." Hearing this, Luyi was also taken aback, and then his eyes lit up. That's right, preaching. His greatest advantage is his understanding of the Great Way and his understanding of chaos. For the understanding of chaos, this level is too high, even Luyi himself is very weak, but because he has absorbed a lot of treasures of the Dao, and after 2 more enlightenment states, Luyi's understanding of the Dao can be said to be, even if it is an immortal. His respect is not as good as him. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Yu family wouldn't be so surprised by Luyi's Daoist aura. If you preach to everyone yourself, it will be of great benefit to everyone, both in terms of foundation and perception. No. Maybe I could not only preach to them. There are so many monks in the whole Tianming, he may be able to preach the whole Tianming. Luyi came back to his senses and smiled slightly, "Junior sister is right, I can preach for everyone." Hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up, and they smiled in surprise, looking forward to looking at Luyi. They all knew how powerful Luyi's talent was. Luyi said, "For them, it is definitely a huge opportunity." At this time, Luyi smiled and said, "However, I plan to preach the whole day." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and the atmosphere was silent. Afterwards, everyone's breath was stagnant, their eyes widened, and they looked at Luyi in shock. "Junior brother, do you want to preach for the whole day?" Even Lu Ningxuang didn't expect it, and said in surprise. Luyi nodded and said with a light smile, "Not only the human race, the monster race, the sea race, and the myriad races, as long as they are my monks, they can listen to my preaching." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, everyone was extremely shocked, looking at Lui, with various figures flashing in their eyes. Lin Zhuyi rose up from a long life, and bowed deeply to Lui. "Brother Lu is educated without distinction, and he has the world in mind, and he is willing to preach Tianming, which is the blessing of Tianming and all people. Brother Lu has the common people in his heart, and is the blessing of all races." Each of the monks was emotionally excited, and they all said sincerely. After all, for monks, Taoism cannot be taught in person, but Lui is willing to preach for the whole day. It's almost unimaginable. As Lui, willing to do such a feat, it can be said that as long as the news is released, it will cause a sensation in Tianming. No one will be alarmed. Lui just thought of such an idea, and he said to himself, "I want to preach to the world." Task: evangelize the sky, teach the world. Reward: increased awareness of the Great Dao, specified level of immortality plus 5-2, specified skill level plus 5-2, specified law plus 20% *2. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Seeing the reward of the mission, Lui smiled slightly and accepted the mission. Then he said, "Since this is the case, it is better to hit the sun than to choose a day, let's start today." Today? Everyone was taken aback. Then, everyone saw Lui soaring into the sky, turning into a stream of light, rushing towards the sky. In the next moment, Dao patterns emerged all over Lui's body, and the incomparably mysterious Dao light surrounded Lui's body surface, almost enveloping him, as if a god had descended into the world. Lui took a deep breath, endless mysterious Dao patterns flashed in his eyes, the spirit of the fairy surged, and the grand fairy voice spread out. "I, Lui, preach to Tianming today, no matter if it is a human race, a monster race, a sea race, or other races, any monk can listen to it." Lui's cultivation has reached the third level of the celestial immortal, because the foundation is too deep. Every small improvement in the realm is a huge improvement for Lui. His fairy spirit was turbulent, and his voice spread throughout Tianming. Whether it's the 5 domains or the deep sea, all the monks, from immortals to Qi practitioners, all raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Unbelievable expressions flashed in the eyes of many monks. This voice has spread throughout Tianming. How is it possible? This is the voice of the legendary Lui? He is only a fairy, how can he be so scary? The fairy of the Sea clan also returned. The immortal in the Xianhuang dragon python stared wide-eyed, staring at the deep sea in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The other immortal beside him also froze in place, and then he came back to his senses. It's unbelievable that there is such a Taoism contained in the immortal voice. Such a cultivation base, such strength, he wants to preach the world. The 3 immortals in the Xianhuang dragon python looked at each other, and then the true immortal grade Xianhuang dragon python immediately said, "Go! Go and have a look." Not only the Xianhuang dragon python clan, but also the immortals of most of the overlord races of the Sea clan broke out of the sea and flew towards Qingzhou. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Wang Jianyuan and swordsmen were playing chess, and they were also staring in the direction of Qingzhou and dumbfounded at this moment. After a moment of silence, the swordsman murmured, "There is so much Dao in the fairy voice. The kid back then is already so incredible. Wang Jianyuan is also extremely complicated. The first time he saw Lui was when he just woke up. At that time, Lui was still so weak, and in just a few hundred years, he had grown to the point where he might surpass him. Yeah, the little guy back then has grown up." The two looked at each other, then smiled. "Ha ha ha, let's go and have a look." "That's right, this is a rare opportunity, and the old man can't miss it." The two laughed and flew towards Qingzhou. Excalibur sect. Bianjian, Weikong and others also looked in the direction of Qingzhou. "Fellow Daoist Lui, you actually want to preach to the world. What a bold move! Go! This is also a great opportunity for us, go and see. Tai Holy Land, Lei Yin Holy Land, Tianlong Holy Land. Wait, in the ancestral lands of the Immortal Sect's Holy Land, the immortal ancestors who are usually in the Qing dynasty turned into streamers and flew towards Qingzhou. And the other monks in Tianming naturally couldn't rush to Tianming, this distance is too far for ordinary monks. However, since Dao Yin could come over, they would naturally not give up such a good opportunity. The monks were very pleasantly surprised. Is this the voice of Senior Liu Yi? That's right, it's his voice. I met him at the Sword Dao conference of the Excalibur School, and I still remember his voice. Absolutely. Senior Liu Yi is willing to preach to the whole Tianming. What a kindness this is. That's right, Senior Liu Yi not only elevated Tianming to a fairy star, but he is willing to preach to the world. I owe Senior Liu Yi too much. Each of the monks sighed deeply, and then each of them sat down straight away, ready to listen to the lecture. Liu Yi's voice naturally alarmed the entire Baiyun Immortal Sect monks. Even the leader of Lingluo Peak who had returned to Lingluo Peak was shocked. She came to Liu Yi's side, and seeing Liu Yi shrouded in Dao Guang, who was like a born Daozai, her mind was in a trance for a moment, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. But soon, Peak Master Lingluo came back to his senses, roaring wildly in his heart, "You Lingluo, what are you doing? To be stunned by his apprentice? Are you a pervert?" Peak Master Lingluo came back to his senses, looked at Liu Yi and said, "Stinky boy, what are you doing?" Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Tianming has the Juyu passage, and there may be a Juyu battlefield. If I preach, the monk Tianming's strength will increase. At that time, he may be able to better resist the Juyu demon." Lingluo Peak Master was taken aback for a moment, then took a deep look at Liu Yi, and smiled slightly, "If that's the case, then you can do it. No matter what, I will always support you as a teacher." Liu Yi smiled, "Thank you, Master. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 304 The Fifth Level of Celestial Immortals, The Art of Destiny. Peak Master Lingluo flew back to Baiyun Immortal Sect, and released Yu Yuanwu by the way. Although Yu Yuanwu made Peak Lord Lingluo very upset, but he was his own younger brother after all, and Liu Yi's understanding of Dao even surpassed that of the ancestor of the Yu family. Liu Yi's preaching was also a rare opportunity for Yu Yuanwu. Peak Master Lingluo naturally didn't want Yu Yuanwu to miss such an opportunity. Yu Yuanwu came out of the fantasy world, his whole body was scorched black, as if he had been dug out of coal. He looked at Peak Master Lingluo with fear on his face, "Sister, dear sister, I was wrong. I won't dare next time." Peak Master Lingluo snorted softly, "Get ready, and realize the Dao. Sense the Dao? Where is the Dao for people to understand?" Yu Yuanwu looked confused. Liu Yi wants to preach Tianming. Just a few words, let Yu Yuanwu stay where he is. Only then did he feel Dao Yun in the sky, raised his head suddenly, looked at the sky, and saw Liu Yi in the air. He widened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Preaching Tianming? You have such boldness, you deserve to be a brother-in-law." Peak Master Lingluo at the side glanced at Yu Yuanwu, saw that Yu Yuanwu was completely unresponsive, rubbed his forehead, and didn't take him back. Liu Yi's Taoism spread all over Tianming, and he gave many monks a little time to prepare. During this time, immortals came to Qingzhou very quickly one by one. There are Wang Jianyuan and others that Liu Yi is familiar with, and there are other monks that Liu Yi has never seen, including the immortals of the Yao clan, the immortals of the Hai clan, and so on. After all the immortals came to Qingzhou, they felt the strong Dao Yun in Liu Yi's body, and their expressions were moved. They bowed their hands to Liu Yi one after another. The grace of preaching should be treated as a teacher. Afterwards, each immortal was clearly separated, no one entered the territory of Baiyun Xianzong, but found a place nearby, and a few friends or familiar monks sat cross-legged, waiting for Lu Yi to preach. A few hours later, Lu Yi saw that it was almost time. He slowly opened his eyes, which contained endless Dao patterns, and seemed to contain the chaotic atmosphere of endless possibilities. He spoke slowly. The sermon begins. Hearing Lu Yi's words, the monks who were recharging their energy were all startled, opened their eyes one by one, and looked at Lu Yi nervously. Then, Lu Yi began to preach. What Lu Yi was talking about was not some kind of law, nor some kind of power, but his own perception of the Dao, his understanding of the Dao itself. This kind of original understanding is actually the most valuable. As Lu Yi began to preach, the Dao lines in the sky flickered and various visions emerged. Yu Daoan condenses the bells and drums to vibrate, releasing a sound that shakes the soul. There are endless green lotuses condensed from the Dao pattern, and each lotus leaf carries unimaginable mystery. Even every ray of Dao light seems to have a moving mystery. Endless rays of light emerged from the void, spread rapidly, and gradually enveloped the entire Tianming. On the seaside of the Eastern Territory, the area of the Nine Nether Hollow, Granny Yuanling has been guarding it for hundreds of years. At this moment, she was also sitting cross-legged, comprehending this mysterious Dao Yun. The space around her is distorted, and the illusory world is constantly changing. After staying at the Xianxian level for a long time, she has never found the way to Jingxian, not even the way, let alone breaking the barrier. But now, she found the way. This means that she still has hope to become a strong person at the golden immortal level. At this moment, in the golden light-enveloped formation, in the Nine Nether Passage, there was an incomparably thick black mist surging, which slammed into the golden light formation, shaking the golden light formation continuously. A low roar passed through the formation and passed out. Granny Yuanling opened her eyes, looked at the spirit of Nine Seclusion surging inside the formation, and showed a sneer. Feeling the aura of Master Lu Yi, can't sit still. Go back. She appeared on the formation, and the spirit of the fairy spewed into the formation. The golden light shines brightly, like an endless golden ocean colliding with the aura of the Nine Serenities. Soon, the golden ocean wiped out the Nine Nether Qi, and the movement in the Nine Nether Passage also calmed down. Grandma Yuanling sat cross-legged on the formation, suppressing the formation with her own body, and at the same time began to continue to understand Lu Yi's way. If such an opportunity is missed, she may never have the opportunity to set foot on the golden immortal level again. And in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, within the seal of the heavenly demon powerhouse, the heavenly demon powerhouse also felt the incomparably rich aura of the Dao, raised his head and roared, and the grey mist surged, covering the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, the large formation was extremely powerful, and the heavenly demon couldn't get out of the seal at all. No matter in Baiyun Xianzong, in Qingzhou, or even in other areas of Tianming, at this moment, all monks are in a state of enlightenment. And just like that, time passed. Lu Yi's preaching lasted for half a month. When Lu Yi's body light slowly dissipated, many talented disciples in Baiyun Xianzong broke through on the spot. Peak Lord Ling Luo, Yu Yuanwu, Lu Ningxuang, and others also opened their eyes. Then everyone looked at each other, without saying a word, turned into a streamer, returned to their own cave, and began to retreat. Lu Yi said that for them, this is a great opportunity, they all have a lot of insights, and they urgently need to retreat and absorb. And the immortals also opened their eyes one after another. They all had expressions of excitement and surprise in their eyes, and they obviously had a huge harvest. They stood up and clasped their fists at Lu Yi in the sky with respect in their expressions. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lu, for your kindness. Fellow Daoist Lu's kindness in preaching, I will keep it in my heart, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Immortals expressed their opinions one after another. Lu Yi floated in the air and waved his hand slightly. This is a rare opportunity, let's go back to retreat. Many immortals nodded their heads when they heard Lu Yi's words, and disappeared into a stream of light. Liu Yi himself was also thoughtful, turned into a streamer, and disappeared into the training room. In the process of preaching, it is also a kind of sorting out of Liu Yi's own way. This is also of great benefit to Liu Yi himself. Although Liu Yi's own understanding of the Dao has not become more profound, his cognition of the Dao has become clearer. Of course, this does not include task rewards. Counting the task rewards, Liu Yi's preaching this time must have been fruitful. He strikes while the iron is hot, and directly uses the improvement of Dao perception in the task reward. Immediately, a lot of perceptions about the Dao merged into Liu Yi's mind, which made Liu Yi's perception of the Dao continue to improve. And with the improvement of the original power of Dao, it was fed back to the various laws mastered by Liu Yi. Liu Yi found that the laws he mastered had also undergone various improvements, and the progress was very obvious. This comprehension lasted for 10 days, and when the comprehension disappeared, Liu Yi showed a smile. A lot of money. He looked at the other rewards again, and the level of the specified fairy art was increased, the level of the specified skill was increased, and the level of the specified law was increased. This can strengthen Liu Yi's background again. When Liu Yi left Yu's house, he learned a lot of fairy scriptures, which can just be used to comprehend the fairy scriptures, and can be used to comprehend them. So, Liu Yi once again entered into the comprehension. In the following time, because there were no waves, Liu Yi's life became very peaceful. Every day is to comprehend fairy art, fairy scriptures, rules, and practice alchemy, formation, and refining in spare time. And the double cultivation naturally did not fall behind. Liu Yi's Dao Yin Yang Xian Jing Tian Xian chapter has been cultivated to the limit, and the effect of cultivation is quite good. Coupled with the fact that the cultivation environment here is not weak, and the star marrow in Liu Yi's hands, his cultivation level is steadily improving. And every 30 years, Liu Yi will give a sermon. When Liu Yi announced his second sermon, the monks in Tianming went crazy. During a sermon, many weak monks directly improved their realm, and even broke through the bottleneck of the great realm. And some even mastered the artistic conception, even the domain, and suddenly emerged. A large number of monks have made great progress in Liu Yi's preaching. These monks are naturally grateful to Liu Yi. Hearing that Liu Yi was going to preach again, who could be unhappy? The monks almost jumped up one by one. And the fairy is numb. They haven't fully grasped the insights from the last sermon, and the second sermon is here? What the hell, is it still human? But the complaints are the complaints, and they all rush to Qingzhou again with great excitement. After all, confirming their own perception in the Dao perception is enough to make them improve faster. And Liu Yi naturally gained a lot from preaching, and everyone was very happy. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Liu Yi's cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal. And because of preaching and self-awareness, I have dabbled in most of the various laws. Liu Yi also learned the art of destiny from his master. This is also a golden immortal level fairy art, practiced to the limit. When looking at a person, one can even see through his future fate. One can imagine how powerful this fairy art is. Although the master said that only the direct descendants of the Yu family could practice this immortal art, when Liu Yi wanted to learn it, she taught it directly to Liu Yi without any hesitation. He even said that even if the ancestor knew about it, he would not blame him. Not only that, Liu Yi also knew that the deceased ancestor of the Yu family accidentally obtained this fairy art from a forbidden space in the universe. Forbidden space in the universe? Liu Yi was a little surprised. To be honest, Liu Yi's understanding of the entire universe is not that deep. The only thing he knows is that the star field they are in is the Tianluo star field. The Yu family is the most powerful force, and beside the Tianluo star field is the Raksha star field of the Raksha clan. Yi Ke has experienced it himself. As for other places, Liu Yi didn't understand at all. Well, the forbidden area of the universe. The universe is vast and boundless. Even my ancestors of the Yu family have been cultivated deeply. People at the level have to retreat, otherwise there will be a fatal threat. When Liu Yi heard this, he instinctively thought of the black hole. Liu Yi was very curious, if the immortal venerable encountered a black hole, would he be in danger? Anyway, with his current strength, it doesn't matter if he finds the black hole from a distance, but if he gets close, he may be directly pulled to disintegration by the terrible gravity of the black hole, and even the primordial spirit may not be able to escape. Liu Yi was thoughtful, so, the forbidden space in the universe is one of them? Ling Luo Peak Master smiled and nodded, yes, there seem to be many such forbidden places in the universe. My ancestor of the Yu family thinks that they should be the ancient ruins left by the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor in the era when Immortal King and Immortal Emperor still existed. Of course, there are also some that are naturally formed by the universe, and some, even the ancestors can't understand why they appear. Liu Yi was thoughtful, then this destiny technique was taken out by the ancestor from that forbidden place in the universe? Beside my Tianluo star field, besides the Rakshasa star field, there is also a star field named Jingling, which was informed by a strange creature called the Jingling clan. These creatures are born powerful and possess extremely high with talent for cultivation, although the Jingling clan is small in number, they may even be stronger than the Yu clan. And this cosmic forbidden land is at the border of the Tianluo star field and the Jingling star field, called the Ruins of the Abyss. The Ruins of the Abyss? Yes, it is said that there is a strange deep and dark abyss inside. Even time seems to slow down inside. From the outside, there are a large number of ruins, even comparable to a huge galaxy. As for what is in the depths, no one I know, because no one has ever entered the depths. Ling Luo Peak Master said. Back then, the ancestor was hunted down by the enemy and had no choice but to enter the ruins of the abyss. Even if it was only on the periphery, he was close to death. However, the ancestor was so lucky that he finally walked out and obtained a golden fairy technique involving rare fate. Liu Yi was even more shocked when he heard Peak Master Ling Luo's words, even people at the level of Immortal Venerable are already close to death in the periphery. What kind of danger is there? Ling Luo Peak Master shook his head. After the ancestor came out of the ruins of the abyss, he died only 3 million years later, far from the end of his lifespan. When he died, some strange runes appeared on his body. When the younger generation of the Yu family wanted to study what those runes were, the ancestor's body disappeared. Liu Yi listened with a confused look on his face. The body is missing. In Yu's house? Liu Yi people are all stupid. Where is Yu's house? That is the most powerful place in the Tianluo starfield. Is there anyone who can take away the body of the dead ancestor of the Yu family from the Yu family? Liu Yi couldn't imagine. Not only was Liu Yi dumbfounded, Ling Luo Peak Master also had an unbelievable expression in his eyes, and shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know, I just saw this legend from the classics of our Yu family. How about it? It has passed billions of years, 10,000 years, who can know? Liu Yi nodded slightly, thoughtfully. The ruins of the Black Abyss. If he is stronger, maybe he can go in and have a look. There are even things like fate, who knows what else there will be. Liu Yi was looking forward to it. Moreover, looking at the situation, there may be secrets about why the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor disappeared in those forbidden universes. Liu Yi also didn't know if he could really break through to the Immortal King when he broke through to the Immortal Venerable level. After all, there has been no Fairy King in the universe for so long. Liu Yi shook his head slightly, a little speechless. What was he thinking? He is only a fairy now, and he is thinking about the Fairy King? What are you daydreaming about? There is good news, that is, after learning the art of destiny, Liu Yi has gained enormously. He has mastered the law of destiny. Thanks to the 3,000 points rewarded by the Big Brother PIN 030, and the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother 08A. Chapter 305 Heavenly Peak, Chaos God Crystal. As a golden immortal level celestial art, Destiny art contains extremely powerful power of fate. After mastering Destiny art to the limit, Liu Yi even used the reward of increasing the law level to increase the law of fate to 70%. 70% of the law of fate is extremely powerful. As long as Liu Yi uses the law of fate with all his strength, he can see the lines of fate outlined in the world. These threads of fate are the causal links between things. This also made Liu Yi understand that the so-called predestined theory refers to the connection on the fate line. As long as Liu Yi looks at a monk with all his strength, he can even see the fate of this monk for a period of time in the future. Of course, the final effect has something to do with this monk, and also with Liu Yi himself. No matter what power it is, no matter how powerful it is always the most important. Liu Yi tried to check his own destiny, and found that even if he tried his best, he could only see a fog. With his current strength, he is completely unable to see his own destiny clearly. And he looked at the fate of others, and found that, similar to his parents, Lu Ningxuang and others, and the master, these people who are very close to him, the future he can see is very short, the longest is his old man and mother, you can see the fate of the next 6 months or so. The main reason is that their strength is relatively weak, and it is only now that they are in a state of integration. And Lu Ningxuang and the others are all at the level of immortals. Even if Liu Yi uses all his strength, he can only see the fate of 2 or 3 days. As for Shizun, it is the same as when he looked at his own house, with fog in front of his eyes. Back then, when Liu Yi first entered Lingluo Peak, his master said that he had seen his fate, probably because his foundation was not deep enough at that time. But now Liu Yi's foundation is completely built by the supreme treasure of the Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos. Such a terrifying foundation, even if the law of destiny is extremely powerful, I am afraid that it cannot see through the slightest bit. As for the relationship with Liu Yi, who is not so close, but has a lot of relationship, such as Master Wu Qingfeng, Elder Ming, and others, the future that Liu Yi can see is much farther. Liu Yi could even see the fate of the two in the next 50 years. Wu Qingfeng's next 50 years of teaching will be no different from the present one. For the Baiyun Immortal Sect, he has been working like a dog. Elder Ming, on the other hand, broke through to the Mahayana realm in the next 50 years and became the strongest fighting force of the Baiyun Immortal Sect, except for Liu Yi and the others. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations! As for the disciple of Baiyun Xianzong who has almost nothing to do with Liu Yi can almost see through his life at a glance. Liu Yi went around the sect and found that most of the disciples will basically break through to the nascent soul realm in the future, and the stronger ones will break through to the cave, or the fusion realm. Then Daiwen life is exhausted. Liu Yi felt a little regretful. No matter how good the environment was, talent was still the decisive factor for a monk's upper limit. Even immortals cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death, let alone mortals. True immortality cannot be achieved even by an immortal, perhaps at worst an immortal king, or even an immortal emperor. Liu Yi discovered that the law of fate is also very useful in battle. Facing an opponent, he can predict his future attacks and see through his future attacks. For opponents of similar strength, it is almost like a cheat, and there is almost no solution. The only trouble is that because the law of destiny is too powerful, it consumes a lot of energy to use it. Even Liu Yi can't last long now. After that, Liu Yi continued to practice quietly. He maintained the rhythm of preaching every few decades to 100 years, while sorting out his own feelings, while completing the task. The rest of the time is used to practice various laws and exercises of one's own. Just 500 years later, Liu Yi broke through to the peak of the celestial immortal. Wonderland is different from mortal realm. If there is a deficiency in the way of heaven, it can break the limit of the way of heaven and reach the 11th, 12th, and 13th floors. But the Great Dao means the laws of operation of the entire universe, and the peak of the celestial immortal is already the limit, and a higher limit cannot be broken. This also means that Lui can break through to the true immortal level. From ascension to the present, the accumulation of the entire heavenly immortal realm has not even been reached for 1,000 years. This speed is unbelievable in the entire Tianluo starfield. You must know that Yu Yuanwu, who was originally cultivated much higher than Lui, had just broken through to the realm of true immortals 100 years ago under Lui's continuous preaching. Just like this, Yu Yuanwu was still excited for a long time. After all, it was much faster than he originally expected. And what about Lui? In just 1,000 years, the transformation from a fairy to a real fairy will be completed. The foundation laid in the mortal realm completely exploded in the fairyland. At the time of the breakthrough, Lui naturally would not forget to release the mission. Task: Breakthrough to Immortality. Reward: Chaos God Crystal *10. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Needless to say? Naturally, accept the task. Lui's eyes sparkled, and seeing the name of this Chaos God Crystal, it was obviously a treasure related to chaos, and it was also a treasure of chaos. Lui thought that because there was no mission to break through the limit, he would no longer be able to obtain similar rewards from the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Unexpectedly, as long as he broke through, he could get it. His heart immediately settled down. After that, Lui began to retreat and break through. In the realm of celestial beings, from a mortal body to a celestial body, one begins to condense the spirit of the celestial beings and comprehend the laws of the immortal way. But to break through the realm of true immortality, one needs to integrate the spirit of immortality with the laws of immortality, and condense the seeds of laws that belong to one's own comprehension. This seed will be the seed of the fairyland monk's own inner world, also known as the world seed. Lui heard from the ancestor of the Yu family that the cultivation of the fairyland is to constantly comprehend the law, absorb the spirit of the fairy, condense the world seed of his own law, and finally open up a small world of the law of his own perception. The small world and the fairy body merged to form the inner world, and then, the laws were engraved in the inner world, and the inner world was completely built into its own fairyland. When one reaches the realm of the immortal venerable, the inner world has reached its acme, and the law has also been realized to perfection. The law and Dao pattern are completely engraved in one's own inner world, and the fairyland is stable. This means that every immortal has its own complete law world. As for the immortal venerable, the ancestors of the Yu family had read it in ancient books, and they needed to comprehend the attainment, blend the inner world with the attainment, and finally comprehend the origin of the Dao above the law. Ordinary immortals are already blocked on the road to comprehend the Dao. Even before the immortal king and immortal emperor disappeared, only a very small number of celestial wizards were lucky enough to comprehend the Dao, interweaving laws, and comprehend the origin. And most of the immortals, in the end, couldn't see the direction of the Dao clearly, and died in depression. That's why, when the ancestor of the Yu family saw that Lui had the power of Dao, he was so shocked and cared so much for Lui. Lui's talent is so good. As long as Lui reaches the level of immortal venerable, he will save the most difficult process of comprehending the Dao. As long as the inner world is intertwined with the Dao, the realm of the immortal king is as easy as finding something out of a bag. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Yu family, Lui is just an immortal king who has not yet grown up. Even, as long as there is a chance, the immortal emperor may not be unable to reach it. Of course, the current Lui is no more than a celestial being, just beginning to break through to the realm of a real celestial being. The so-called immortal king and immortal emperor are still too far away. Cultivators in the realm of celestial beings, generally with strong talents, may understand more than one law, but it is too difficult to integrate the laws into one, and finally condense the world's laws together with the spirit of the fairy. One more rule increases the difficulty several times. A genius may fuse 2 or even 3 laws, while an ordinary monk can only fuse 1 law at most, as the power of the law he majors in. In the future, the inner world belonging to this immortal is the result of this law world. However, Liu Yi naturally cannot be limited to one law. He had an idea before he broke through. He wants to integrate the avenue. That's right, Liu Yi wanted to combine the Dao and the spirit of the fairy spirit he had learned from the Dao supreme treasure he had obtained before, to condense his own, the Dao world seed. If it succeeds, then Liu Yi in the future may be able to deduce a great world that encompasses everything, and may even evolve his own universe. In fact, Liu Yi once thought about whether he should try to integrate the power of chaos he possessed. However, Liu Yi found that although he had absorbed the Qi of chaos and the chaos orb, even though these were also treasures of chaos, the supreme principle of chaos was too profound, and with his current state, he could not achieve fusion at all. It can only be the next best thing to integrate the power of the avenue. When Liu Yi was preaching to the patriarch of the Yu family, he understood that even if he wanted to condense his own inner world, the inner world still needs a little bit of sculpting. This means that in the future, when Liu Yi's cultivation base is high and he has a deep understanding of the principles of chaos, he can also integrate his own power of chaos with the inner world, and finally transform the world of great avenues into a world of chaos. Meals have to be eaten at one bite, and the road has to be walked step by step. For now, just try to understand the Dao world first. When Liu Yi retreated, even though there was a large formation covering it, there was still Dao Yun coming from Ling Luo Peak, and the Dao sound spread throughout the Baiyun Immortal Sect. This shocked all the disciples of the Baiyun Immortal Sect, and they all looked in Ling Lufeng's direction with admiration. Is it that immortal ancestor Liu Yi is comprehending some great mystery? As expected of the immortal ancestor Liu Yi, even the immortal ancestors of other sects are treated with respect as teachers. Yet, so what if the other holy lands of Xianzong have existed longer than us? In the end, they are not as good as Xianzhu Liu Yi? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In the hearts of all the disciples, Liu Yi was almost no different from a god. Liu Yi was in retreat to understand the Dao, and the news of Dao Yun and Dao Yin spread throughout the Baiyun Immortal Sect soon spread. As a result, many immortals had the cheek to come to Baiyun Immortal Sect as guests, and were even willing to find a temporary cave at the outer gate, just to gain enlightenment through Dao Yun. Of course, Wang Jianyuan and others who have a good relationship with Liu Yi all lived on Ling Luo Peak. But because of Yu Ling Luo's relationship, they only dared to live at the same height as the elders of Ling Luo Peak, and did not dare to go up, so as not to displease the second lady of the Yu family. In addition to these immortals, there are Zhang Fan, Long Aotian and other friends of Liu Yi, who are all staying at Ling Lufeng's personal disciple's mansion at this moment, just to understand the law. Ling Lufeng's brothers and sisters are all on good terms, so it's okay to have a good relationship with Liu Yi. Liu Yi's friends are staying overnight, so they naturally welcome him warmly. Not to mention that Nangang Moyu and other senior brothers have a very good relationship with Liu Yi himself. Dao Yun lasted for a full 50 years, and finally calmed down. In the training room, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a look of distress in his eyes. It seems that he still thinks too simple, even if it is only the fusion of Dao pattern and fairy spirit to condense the seeds of Dao, it is far from that simple. With his current basic aptitude, it is no problem to complete it, but it will take a long time to polish it. According to the current progress, Liu Yi calculated that it might take thousands of years to make a foundation. Thousands of years? You know, it didn't take him 1,000 years to go from the first level of the Celestial Immortal to the peak of the Celestial Immortal. It took so long just to break through the bottleneck, which made it difficult for Liu Yi to accept. No one knows how long it will take for the 9 nether passage to spread, and it can save a little time, just a little. Liu Yi thought for a while, and finally decided to change the way. He needs a state of enlightenment. In the state of enlightenment, Liu Yi can surge the tide of the Dao, and his understanding of the Dao is naturally far more than usual. In this way, even if it is to fuse the seeds of the avenue, it will not take so long. As for the state of enlightenment, it is natural to go to the old man of the Yu family to listen to the lecture. Lu Yi stepped forward, merged into the space, and came to the top of Ling Luo Peak. The bamboo house is still the same, but on the edge of the bamboo house, a new small bamboo house has been built, which is Yu Yuanwu's residence. Yu Yuanwu obviously sensed Lu Yi's aura, opened the door, and said in surprise, "Brother-in-law, why did you leave the customs?" I said why Dao Yun disappeared. Lu Yi looked at Yu Yuanwu with black lines all over his head. The Dao Yun disappeared, and your perception also disappeared? I'm afraid the master will punish you later. Yu Yuanwu's talent is extremely high, but he just can't calm down, otherwise his cultivation base may be stronger than it is now. At this moment, Yu Lingluo's faint voice sounded, "Yu Yuanwu, what are you doing out here?" Yu Yuanwu's face turned pale, and before he could say hello to Lu Yi, he went back to the hut and closed the door. During this period of time, Yu Lingluo took care of him badly. Seeing Yu Lingluo now is like a mouse seeing a cat. The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, and then the door of the bamboo house opened, and Yu Lingluo's voice sounded, "Come in." When Lu Yi entered the bamboo house, he saw Yu Lingluo lazily leaning on the bamboo couch, her loose white skirt showing her legs and arms, and she didn't regard Lu Yi as an outsider at all. Lu Yi was also used to it, and said with a smile, "Master." Peak Lord Lingluo nodded, and said directly, "What do you want me for?" "I'm still in the process of realizing it." Lu Yi also cut to the chase, "I want to go back to Yuxing." "Yu Lingluo?" She was so frightened that she sat up straight, her eyes widened, and she looked at Lu Yi nervously, "What are you doing back to Yuxing?" This bastard, could it be that he finally couldn't bear his own nature, and planned to go back to ask for a marriage, and then bully her as a master? For hundreds of years, Lingluo Peak Master actually thought about such a development, and was a little nervous. But after waiting for hundreds of years, Lu Yi didn't bring it up, and she felt a little upset. Does this bastard think she is unattractive? But now that this kid brought it up, Yu Lingluo became a little nervous again. Lu Yi said with a smile, "I retreated to break through to the realm, and encountered some difficulties. I want to go back to listen to the old ancestors' preaching, and seek opportunities to break through." Lingluo Peak Master? The expression on her face gradually disappeared. "What? You went back to listen to the old ancestors' sermon? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 306 Breaking Through the True Immortal, the Seed of the Dao World. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard Peak Master Lingluo's words, and looked at Peak Master Lingluo with some doubts. Then what else could it be? The corner of Lingluo Peak Master's mouth twitched, and then he coughed dryly. Indeed, it should be preaching. Then Peak Master Lingluo suddenly came to his senses, and stared at Lu Yi with wide eyes. "Wait, what did you just say? You retreated to break through? Are you at the peak of a fairy?" Lu Yi nodded, "That's right, I just reached the peak of the celestial immortal a few days ago and started to break the seeds of the world." Peak Master Lingluo's head was full of black lines. How could this guy practice so fast? No, not only him, but Ningxuang's cultivation speed is also not slow. When I saw Ningxuang a few days ago, it seemed that she had already reached the 8th level of immortality, right? Lingluo Peak Master naturally understood the reason why they practiced so fast. Their exercises were outrageous. Damn it, if she also practiced this technique, would she be able to improve quickly at the Xianxian level? Peak Master Lingluo woke up startled, and quickly shook his head. How could he have such an idea? Seeing Master Lingluo shaking his head suddenly, Lu Yi was a little puzzled. "Master, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Then Ling Lufeng coughed dryly, and said, "I have some feelings these days, and I need to retreat, so I won't go back with you, you can go back by yourself." Lu Yi was full of question marks. "I go back alone? Isn't it good?" After all, he is not from the Yu family, and he would be a little embarrassed if Lingluo Peak Master didn't go back with him. "What's wrong?" It's decided like this. If you think it's not good, then bring Yuanwu with you. Afterwards, Peak Master Ling Luo threw Lu Yi out of the room and closed the door. Lu Yi sighed helplessly, then came to Yu Yuanwu's room and asked Yu Yuanwu if he wanted to go back. Compared with Yu Yuanwu, he should want to go back. After all, here, he is trained by Ling Lufeng every day. What Lu Yi never expected was that Yu Yuanwu also refused. He shook his head again and again. Brother-in-law, I don't want to go back. I can listen to your sermon here from time to time. My progress is much faster than at home. What are you going back for? Yu Yuanwu grinned and said, I plan to work hard secretly, and when I break through to the Xianxian realm, I will surprise everyone when I go back. In their family, the eldest brother Yu Hangong's cultivation talent is the best, and he is also used as a role model. Although his Yu Yuanwu's talent is considered top-notch in Yu's family, compared with Yu Hangong and Yu Ling Luo it's a little bit worse, the pressure is huge. Now that he has the opportunity to surpass his eldest brother, how can he not be excited? Really not going back? Lu Yi asked. I won't go back. I won't go back even if I'm killed. Lu Yi sighed, well, I originally thought that if you accompany me back home, I'll cook a small stove for you in private, so forget it. Wait. Yu Yuanwu said with a serious face, brother-in-law, I suddenly thought that you are really lonely when you go back alone. I will accompany you. You also have a companion on the road, don't you? That's what makes sense. Let's go. It is better to hit the sun than to choose the day. Lu Yi took out the Xiang boat, and left Tianming with Yu Yuanwu. Along the way, Lu Yi did not break his promise, and preached to Yu Yuanwu alone along the way, which benefited him a lot. A few months later, Lu Yi and Yu Yuanwu returned to Yuxing. Because it has been hundreds of years since they left Yu's house, Yu Xin and others have already left the customs. Seeing Yu Yuanwu, Yu Xin's expression was cold, and she sneered, you still know how to come back? Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Yi with a gentle expression on his face, Yi is back too? Are you tired from the journey? Yu Yuanwu? He looked at Yuxin in disbelief, not knowing who was his own. Yu Yuanwu said dissatisfied, I didn't delay my cultivation when I went out this time, I'm already a real immortal. Hearing this, Yu Xin was taken aback, looked at him, and then realized that Yu Yuanwu was indeed a true immortal. He was a little surprised, the speed of cultivation is faster than I expected. It seems that you are indeed right to be with Yi. Lu Yi smiled, Master, Yuanwu has indeed been practicing very hard recently. Well, it's also you and Ling Luo who disciplined well. Yu Yuanwu? He shut himself up on the spot and didn't want to talk. By the way, where is Ling Luo? Yu Xin turned her head and looked around, frowning. When she first left the customs, Yu Xin found out that Yu Ling Luo had escaped with Lu Yi, and almost died of anger. I was planning to have a good talk about her. Lu Yi coughed dryly, and said, Master has realized something, and he is in retreat, so we didn't come back together. Yuxin? He is also autistic. Yu Xin glanced at Yu Yuanwu next to him, and sent a voice transmission to Lu Yi, Yi, I know you and Ling Luo are close, Ling Luo is a little embarrassed, as a man, you can take the initiative. The key moment, show the courage of a man, Ling Luo will not hurt you, you understand what I mean? Lu Yi was full of question marks, looking at Yuxin who winked. What the hell do you mean? Show the courage of a man? Won't hurt me? Could it be that he wants the overlord to force his bow? Lu Yi actually felt a little bit moved. He coughed dryly and said, Master, I will pay attention when I get back. Yu Xin nodded in satisfaction. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to come back this time? But something happened? Lu Yi nodded, well, I'm already at the peak of the celestial immortal, and I plan to break through, but I'm a little unclear about the bottleneck of the true immortal, so I want to listen to the old ancestors' preaching." Yuxin was taken aback, with a look of astonishment on her face. "You are already at the peak of a fairy? Even in the Yu family, where outstanding people come forth in large numbers, there is no such an exaggerated speed of cultivation, and they have reached the peak of heavenly immortals in just 1,000 years. This is too fast." Yuxin sighed. "As expected of you, Year, you are so famous in the Dao, even the speed of cultivation is so fast. In the whole universe, I am afraid that only those immortal kings and emperors who have disappeared can compare with you." Lu Yi smiled modestly. "Master, I'm overwhelmed." Uxin waved her hand. "Don't be modest, in my Yu family, even the ancestors didn't have such a fast cultivation speed back then." Lu Yi smiled dumbly. "I want to speak to the ancestor should have left the customs. Let's go, I will take you to find him." Lu Yi suddenly showed a smile. "Thank you, Master." "You still see each other like this with Master?" Yuxin smiled. "Let's go." The two came to Yuxi's retreat valley. When Lu Yi saw Yuxuan sitting by the stream, he instinctively found that Yuxuan's aura seemed to have changed slightly compared to before, and was deeper and unspeakable. Obviously, in the previous retreat, Yuxuan's strength has improved again. Seeing Lu Yi, Yuxi's eyes lit up. She showed a gentle smile, and waved to Lu Yi. "Year, you kid, why don't you say anything when you go back?" Lu Yi smiled embarrassedly. "After all, I've been away for a long time, and I feel homesick." "Ha ha ha, you. Yuxi smiled, but did not blame Lu Yi. "Tell me, what's the matter with you when you come back this time?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "Mingjian, my patriarch, I have reached the peak of immortal cultivation, and when I break through, I am a little troubled, and I want to listen to my patriarch's preaching to clarify my mistakes." Yuxuan, like Yuxin, was taken aback when she heard that Lu Yi had already reached the peak of a fairy, but compared to Yuxin, Yuxuan had seen a wider range of worlds, so she was just surprised, and soon came back to her senses. "Not bad, the cultivators favored by the Dao are indeed different from ordinary cultivators. In this case, let me explain to you the insights I had when I broke through." "Thank you, Patriarch." Things went well, and Lu Yi felt grateful. The Yu family really treated him well. He wanted to hear the sermon, and the ancestors of the Yu family were willing to talk to him anytime. In this sermon, Yu Sun spoke very carefully, telling Lu Yi her own insights and the experience of many Yu family monks when they broke through. Lu Yi listened quite comprehensible. When the spirit of the fairy and the law are fused, there are some small skills. These small skills are summed up by generations of monks. Only a powerful family like the Yu family can have them. Said to be priceless. And these little tricks are also applicable to him. He was very excited. Even if there was no task reward, it was worth listening to the sermon this time. What's more, after listening to the Tao, the task will reward one enlightenment times. Lu Yi is fully confident this time that he can condense the seeds of his own Dao world. At the end of the sermon, Lu Yi bid farewell to Patriarch Yuxuan, and returned to Yuxin's house to bid farewell to Yuxin. Yu and Yu naturally planned to leave with Lu Yi. So, the two left Yuxing again in Xiang boat. A few months later, Lu Yi and Yu and Yu returned to Tianming. Back at Baiyun Immortal Sect, Lu Yi went back to the training room to retreat without stopping. Not long after, Dao Yun and Dao Yin once again enveloped the entire Baiyun Immortal Sect. The group of immortals who were originally retreating, including Peak Master Ling Luo and Lu Ningshuang, all felt the change. Peak Lord Ling Luo opened his eyes, glanced at the direction of Lu Yi's cave, and was a little surprised, muttering to himself, "You're back so soon? There's no chance of a breakthrough, right?" As soon as her words fell, suddenly, the Dao surged, and Daoan and Dao Guang emerged from the endless void, like a tide, submerging the entire Baiyun Immortal Sect, and then spreading in all directions, and finally, even covering the entire Tianming. Liu Yi thought of the two states of enlightenment in Yuxing before, and removed the covering formation. Under the state of enlightenment, the tide of the avenue gushed out, and the avenue oscillated here. The commotion was too great, and the entire Tianming cultivator immediately became obsessed with the Dao. Not only them, the aura of the avenue surged, spreading from Tianming to all directions, and not long after, fairy-level creatures from nearby galaxies were also attracted. Liu Yi didn't pay attention to all this at all. In the state of enlightenment, Liu Yi began to fuse the power of the Dao and the spirit of the fairy for the second time. The endless Dao light flickered in Liu Yi's body, and the avenue runes gradually converged, fused with the surging fairy spirit in Liu Yi's body, and finally formed a seed containing all colors and all brilliance. This seed slowly merged into Liu Yi's Danshan, floated in the Danshan's fairy aura, and was nourished by the fairy aura. The seeds of the world condensed. From this moment on, Liu Yi has broken through to the realm of immortal realm. Liu Yi got up and disappeared into the training room. He has already felt the aura of immortal thunder tribulation. In the vacuum extremely far away from Tianming, Liu Yi's body suddenly appeared. With the appearance of Liu Yi, endless coercion followed, and Dao Lei Ji emerged. The immortal thunder tribulation cloud was so rich that it was dyed purple by the immortal thunder. The thunder calamity contained inside is obviously unusual. Liu Yi has become accustomed to this. After all, every time he breaks through, he encounters thunder disasters, which are very rare. But this time, he directly condensed the seeds of the Dao world, and after thinking about it, he knows that the immortal thunder tribulation will not be easy. Soon, endless sky thunder enveloped Liu Yi, illuminating the entire starry sky. Not far away are Tianming's other planets. Under the tide of aura, the planets are constantly shaking. That is to say, there are no creatures on it, otherwise, it would definitely be a catastrophe for the creatures on the planet. The immortal thunder tribulation lasted for 10 days. Under the immortal thunder tribulation, Liu Yi was feeling the changes brought about by his own breakthrough. Among them, the biggest change is Liu Yi's power of law. Because the seeds of the Dao world were directly condensed by using the power of the Dao, all the laws that Liu Yi mastered were all increased by 10%, and some of the weaker laws were even increased by more than 10%. Not only that, but Liu Yi found that after the fairy spirit blended with the seeds of the Dao world, it will contain the breath of the Dao, and its power has increased several times compared to before. This quality must exceed the average true fairy level, even if the master who has reached the Xianxian level is not as good as Liu Yi in terms of aura quality. Liu Yi recalled the strong men he knew, made a comparison, and found that the quality of his fairy aura was only a little worse than that of Yu Tianfeng, who was already at the golden fairy level. And Yu Tianfeng is not considered weak among Jingxian. This means that Liu Yi's fairy spirit fused with the spirit of the Dao is almost comparable to the weaker Jingxian. A mere cultivator who has just broken through to the level of a true immortal is comparable to a golden immortal in terms of the quality of his spirit energy, and if he speaks about it, he might scare people to death. In addition, the Dao world seed will absorb power from the void, and then through the world seed, it will be transformed into the spirit of the fairy. This means that the recovery speed of Liu Yi's fairy energy will be greatly improved. Even if he uses the golden immortal technique, it may last for a long time. At the celestial level, Liu Yi used the golden immortal technique, which could only last for a short time. Now, it shouldn't be a problem if it lasts for a few days. This means that if Liu Yi fights with all his strength, he can fight for days and nights. In addition, because of the fusion of the seeds of the world, the fusion of the Dao and the spirit of the fairy, Liu Yi now uses the law more easily than before. If Liu Yi could only use 70% to 80% of the power of the law when he was at the immortal level, then now, Liu Yi can use 100% of the power of the law. The stronger the power of the law, the stronger the power of the fairy art, which is a great improvement for Liu Yi. It can be said that just because of breaking through to the true immortal level, Liu Yi's current strength has more than doubled compared to when he was at the peak of the celestial immortal. If he used all kinds of hole cards, Liu was confident that there should be no opponents in the Xianxian class. As for facing Jingxian, it depends on how strong that Jingxian is. Of course, Liu will not have an affair with Jingxian for no reason. Now the most powerful Yu family in the Tianluo starfield can be regarded as his home, and there should be no Jingxian in the Tianluo starfield who would dare to provoke him. Just as Liu checked his own status and was about to go back, suddenly his face changed slightly and he looked towards the vacuum. In that direction, Liu felt many powerful auras approaching quickly. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 307 Star Pirates, Xianxian. Liu quietly looked at the direction of the breath, and waited for a long time. Suddenly there were huge sky boats flying over from a distance. These sky boats are comparable to huge cities, and the atmosphere inside is messy, but there are many of them, and there are almost hundreds of immortals, the strongest of which even reached the level of Xianxian. Liu raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. Whose force is this? What are you doing here? Liu looked at the direction in which Tianzhou was moving, and it was obvious that he was going in the direction of Tianming. Liu thought for a while, turned into a streamer, stood in front of these sky boats, and said mentally, "Stop, who are you?" The sky boat stopped quickly, and then, several immortals of the true immortal level flew out. They are dressed in strange shapes, even the race, in addition to humans, there are also three-eyed races, even monster races and other races. Several immortals quickly crossed the vacuum and came to Liu. One of the immortals with a black bear's head on his head showed a smile. "My fellow Taoist, are you a cultivator here? Or were you attracted by the aura of the Dao?" When Liu heard this, his expression was a little strange. Attracted by the breath of the avenue? Only then did he suddenly realize that it was probably because the state of enlightenment brought about by his breakthrough spread far away, attracting nearby strong men. He smiled, "I am a local monk." Hearing this, the smiles of the immortals gradually became ferocious, and a cold light flashed in the eyes of the black bear immortal. "That would be the best, then please take us to find the treasure. It may be difficult to emit such fluctuations." A treasure of imagination, right? Liu? He froze for a moment, glanced at a few immortals with grim expressions, and suddenly said, "So you are attracted by the so-called treasure, and plan to seize the treasure? Ha ha ha, otherwise, in such a remote corner, what can attract us?" Several fairies laughed. "If you know your senses, you can just catch them without a fight. You must have heard the name of Starwind Pirates, right? If you don't know your senses, then we can only turn you into a puppet." The Black Bear Fairy threatened. It turned out to be a pirate in the sky. Liu stayed in Yu's house for so long, so he naturally heard his master and Yu talk about the situation in the Tianluo starfield. After all, the starry sky is too huge. In the Tianluo star field of hundreds of thousands of light years, no matter how powerful the Yu family is, it is impossible to eliminate all threats. Starry sky pirates are a similar threat. Most of them are evil cultivators wanted by various races, unite together, burn, kill, loot and destroy planets in the starry sky. This is somewhat similar to Sky Demon, but compared to Sky Demon, starry sky pirates live for profit. If there is danger, they will leave decisively, which is more troublesome than Sky Demon. The Yu family even set up the Tianluo Navy, just to fight against these space pirates. Unexpectedly, the movement brought about by his breakthrough this time was attracted by the starry sky pirates. Liu touched his face. "It seems that I am not famous enough. If I am famous enough, these pirates should still weigh it carefully when they see him, so that they will not be so rampant. But it doesn't matter, just broke through by myself, let's try to see how my strength is now." Seeing that Liu didn't speak, the real immortals stared at Liu with cold faces. "Hey! Why are you in a daze? Do you want to die? If you lead us to find the treasure, we can consider sparing your life." The few true immortals naturally hope to find the treasure. After all, the treasure that can release such vast Dao fluctuations is probably at the level of acquired spiritual treasures, and may even be innate spiritual treasures. If it is an innate spirit treasure, if they obtain it from the Starwind pirates, it will be enough to become one of the best pirate groups. Even the Yu family's navy can't do anything to them, unless the immortals come in person. Thinking of this, they couldn't help getting excited. Liu Yi smiled, "I'm sorry, Xing Feng pirates, I really haven't heard of it." The smiles of the pirates gradually disappeared, and they looked at Liu Yi coldly. "Toast, don't eat, eat fine wine. In this case, we can only search for the soul." Several real immortals slowly surrounded Liu Yi, and a stream of fairy spirits surged, vaguely sealing off the space, preventing Liu Yi from escaping. Liu Yi's expression remained calm, "Don't worry, I won't leave." Seeing Liu Yi's indifferent expression, the real immortals became even more angry. "How dare you? You don't even take us seriously. Court death." Several immortals immediately took out their own immortal artifacts, and the immortal light bloomed. There was a sharp long sword falling down towards Liu Yi like a star, a black tower like a high mountain, which wanted to suppress Liu Yi, a big clock, bloody cloth, and so on. All kinds of fairy artifacts enveloped Liu Yi in an instant. And the several immortals are also surging with the spirit of the fairy, and they cast the magic, and the law is surging, the flames are gushing, the frost is condensing, and all kinds of brilliance hit Liu Yi. Liu Yi glanced at the flying celestial artifact and celestial art, his expression was calm and he didn't move. Soon, the celestial artifact and celestial art landed at Liu Yi's location, and the spiritual light flickered, like a star exploding, and the brilliant streamer flickered in the vacuum. Powerful waves radiated out, passing through hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant, and spreading in all directions, even those immortals didn't consciously retreat. At dawn, the immortals opened their eyes abruptly and looked towards the sky. They were still immersed in the aftertaste of the Dao, and they were comprehending the Dao, but they didn't expect that there would be waves of battle. On Lingluo Peak Master frowned, and an icy look flashed in his eyes. "How dare you come to Tianming to make trouble? Who is it?" When she flew out of the bamboo house, she saw Yu Yuanwu also flying out. "Sister, who is there?" Yu Yuanwu also frowned with an angry expression. He was comprehending Taoism, but he did not expect to be interrupted at a critical moment. Peak Master Lingluo shook his head slightly, "Go and have a look." At this time, several breaths quickly turned into streamers and flew towards the sky. It was Lu Ningshuang and the others. Lingluo Peak Master glanced at it, and followed him out. Not only them, but the immortals who had been retreating in Baiyun Immortal Sect also left the retreat one after another at this moment, each of them rushed to the sky with cold expressions, cursing. Tianming was originally their hometown, and now Tianming is getting better and better. Who would have thought that someone would dare to make trouble? This is too disrespectful to them. But at this moment in the vacuum, the aftermath subsided, and the aura gradually dissipated, but there was no happy expression on the faces of the few real immortals, and they were all looking solemnly at the center of the aura. Because they found that the monk's aura not only did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. What happened to that man? I don't know, it's weird. Be careful. Several immortals transmitted voices in private, extremely vigilant. When the aura completely dissipated, they saw that Liu Yi was still standing in the vacuum, not even changing his position. Around him, there were black and white yin and yang qi, and above the yin and yang qi, there were incomparably mysterious law runes, which turned into an indestructible picture, covering Liu Yi. As for Liu Yi in the picture, there was not even a trace of damage. This made several real immortals widen their eyes and look shocked. As pirates, their way of fighting is, either they don't make a move, and if they make a move, they naturally use all their strength. Even if it's a few hitting one. Just now they have almost exerted their strongest strength. But even so, this person was not injured at all? How can it be? They were horrified. But Lui was a little disappointed. The strength of these true immortals is too weak. He originally wanted to try how strong the yin-yang immortal art's defense was. As a result, these people's celestial artifacts and celestial arts landed on the map of immortality, and they didn't even react at all, and he didn't even feel the slightest threat. How to test this? Lui looked helplessly at the few true immortals. Didn't eat? Shall I treat you to some spiritual food? To be honest, my craft is pretty good. The faces of the immortals were dark, and they looked at Lui with great apprehension. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on the face of the Black Bear Fairy, and he cupped his hands and said, "Friend Deist, it was a misunderstanding just now, it was a misunderstanding, we were just joking with you." When Lui heard this, he laughed immediately, so it was a joke. Yes, yes, yes. All the real immortals nodded repeatedly. With Lui's finger pointing, a mysterious aura shot out from the picture of yin and yang, and instantly swallowed one of the alien immortals with 4 arms. The alien immortal didn't even scream, and turned into a blood mist on the spot. This is the power of these real immortals that Lui absorbed through yin-yang immortality art, but he just used the cycle of yin and yang to combine these powers to fight back. This was originally the full power of these immortals, fused together. Of course one person cannot stop it. The smile on his face was bright. "I'm joking with you too, really, look at me, I accidentally fired too much, you shouldn't blame me, right?" Seeing the blood mist slowly dissipate in the vacuum, the pupils of all the real immortals shrank, and even cold sweat came out from behind. They were terrified in their hearts. They couldn't stop the attack just now, replaced by other people. The Black Bear Fairy knew that the person in front of him was definitely not a good stubble. He looked at Lui vigilantly, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Deist, we have already given you face. If you are aggressive, the heads of my Xing Feng pirates are not vegetarians." When Lui heard this, a surprised smile appeared on his face. "Really? That's great, let them come out." Lui was worried that he didn't have a suitable partner to test his strength. He had noticed the auras of Xianxian level in the boat that day before, but those Xianxians were very calm. Even if Lui killed that foreign true immortal, their aura only fluctuated slightly. A little bit cowardly. Immortal Black Bear and the others were at a loss for words when they heard Lui's words, not knowing how to answer. They looked at the excited Lui in bewilderment, completely unable to understand. Logically speaking, a true immortal with a normal mind would not show a surprised expression if he heard the name Xianxian, would he? Could it be that he is actually Xianxian? Or is it that his brain is not normal? Immortal Black Bear and the others were a little uncertain about the situation for a while. But Lui urged, "What's the matter? Why don't you let some of your bosses come out? You." The faces of Immortal Black Bear and others changed. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Fellow Deist, are you a little too crazy?" Hearing this voice, several true immortals showed surprise expressions. The Master. On the sky boat behind him, 3 beams of light quickly crossed the sky and came in front of Immortal Black Bear and the others. It was a middle-aged human, a woman from the 3-eyed tribe, and a sea tribe with an octopus head. The aura of the 3 of them is very strong, and the middle-aged human who is the leader has an even more terrifying aura. It should have reached the 7th or 8th level of Xianxian. The first master, the second master, the third master. The subordinates are incompetent and failed to take down this thief. Immortal Black Bear looked at Lui angrily. Lui glanced at him and was speechless. Seeing the 3 Xianxians coming, he dared to call him a thief. Just now fellow Deist called him so affectionate. The 3 masters of the Starwind Pirates looked deeply at Lui, and the master said coldly, "Friend Deist is pretty good, but after all, he is only a true immortal. Do you really think that you can sit on an equal footing with Xianxian? Brother, why bother to talk too much, catch him and search for the soul, the most important thing is the treasure. The three-eyed woman beside her was beautiful, and looked at Luyi with a cold and murderous expression. The other Xianxian octopus didn't speak, and the power of the fairy spirit surged around him, and it seemed that he might strike at any time. For monks at the Xianxian level, the seeds of the small world in their bodies have melted and turned into the embryonic form of the small world. No matter in every aspect, they are far superior to true immortals. 3 profound immortals against 1 true immortal, these interstellar pirates never thought they would lose. Luyi laughed happily and said, "In that case, let's do it quickly. The 3 Xianxians should be able to try their own strength." Hearing Luyi's words, the faces of the 3 of them sank. "How dare!" The head of the Starwind pirates probed coldly, and endless flames appeared in the vacuum, as hot as the sun. The flame turned into a giant red hand covering thousands of kilometers around, and grabbed Luyi. Luyi also did not dodge, he was caught by the giant red hand. The big boss sneered and squeezed hard. The next moment, the red giant hand flashed with golden brilliance, and the dazzling golden light exploded with a high temperature that distorted the space. Looking at dawn, it seems that there are 2 suns. The faces of the Tianming immortals who were approaching quickly changed slightly. "Xianxian?" Peak Master Ling Luo frowned, a icy coldness flashed in his eyes, and he sped up his speed. Yu Yuanwu and others followed behind. In the vacuum, the blazing flames surged, and the aura surged, like tides, making it impossible to see the internal situation clearly. The master's face was calm, and he sneered and said, "It's really self-inflicted, and a mere real fairy, how can you be so big? Do you think my flame god palm is fake? Brother's flame god palm has improved again, it seems that it won't be long before it will be great, right?" The 3-eyed woman next to her looked envious. The 3rd master of the octopus also showed a smile, "When the big brother's flame god palm is perfect, we Starwind pirates will also be stronger." The real immortals on the side also congratulated the master. Soon, the flames gradually dissipated, and the aura subsided. The faces of the 3 masters suddenly changed, and they looked at Luyi's direction in disbelief. They felt a powerful breath in the flames. As the flame dissipated, Luyi stood on the spot unscathed, and the law of yin and yang around him was slightly turbulent. How can it be? All the cultivators of Starwind pirates looked at Luyi in disbelief. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 308 Soul Control Seal. The high-ranking cultivator of Xianxian, with all his strength, was unable to break through the defense of the real immortal in front of him. I am afraid that no one would believe it. But the fact is right in front of our eyes, and the Starwind pirates can only choose to believe it. And such a fact is obviously what they don't want to see. The heads of the 3 Starwind pirates retreated immediately, looking at Luyi with great vigilance. "Who the hell is your excellency?" Starwind pirates leader asked with a serious expression. Luyi smiled, "No matter who it is, since they have all shot, I think you should have awakened." While speaking, Luyi's whole body was filled with aura, and the incomparably fierce sword law surged, and the endless talisman culture made 9 pale long swords. Golden Immortal Technique, 9 elements killing sword. With the appearance of the pale long sword, there was a sharp aura in the vacuum, and some sword marks appeared on the skin of some Starwind robbers in the realm of true immortals, and blood overflowed. And the 3 Xing Feng pirates masters also felt sharp, as if facing a formidable enemy. Without even thinking about it, the 3 of them immediately turned into streamers and flew backwards. Obviously, they were planning to escape. However, 9 pale streamers seemed to pass through the space, approaching the 3 Starwind pirates in an instant. The 3 masters couldn't escape, so they roared and roared, bursting out with all their spirit energy, using all kinds of fairy weapons and magic spells, trying to resist the Zhuyuan killing sword. Chi chi chi! Among the brilliant aura, the pale silk thread was very conspicuous, as if even the aura had been split into pieces. In just an instant, there was a scream, and then, the two powerful auras disappeared. Another figure flew out backwards, and blood was sprinkled all over the starry sky. It is the master of the Starwind Pirates. With a pale face and a panicked expression, he took out a piece of talisman, his whole body was wrapped in spiritual light, his speed skyrocketed, and he continued to escape. However, the white sword light from behind chased after him, slashing across the body of the head. His body stood frozen in the starry sky, and then, it turned into pieces of blood mist and exploded, and his breath dissipated. 3 profound immortal level Starwind Pirates died on the spot. The rest of the true immortal Starwind Pirates were icy cold, as if soaked in cold water, their bodies were even a little numb. They looked at the dissipated blood mist with horror on their faces, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Died? In their hearts, the invincible 3 Suangxian level masters, who had gone through countless battles and established a reputation among the Starwind Pirates, died like this? Moreover, he still died in the hands of a real fairy. A group of true fairy-level Starwind robbers seemed to be dreaming, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Lui looked at the dissipated blood mist, but he was evaluating his golden immortal art in his heart. It has to be said that it is worthy of the golden immortal art of the law of the sword, and its killing power is indeed powerful. Nothing is indestructible, nothing is indestructible. In the attack just now, Zhuyuan killing sword and Jian Guang almost cut through all the immortal skills of several Xianxians, and even the immortal weapons were cut off. The 2 Xianxian masters with weaker cultivation bases were almost beheaded on the spot, that is to say, the master's cultivation had reached the 8th level of Xianxian, and only then did he block several attacks of the 9 Yuan killing sword. But even so, after the first wave of attacks, the leader of the Xianxian 8th floor had already suffered serious injuries. Lui has a general understanding of the 9 Yuan killing sword in his heart, and he is still very satisfied with its power. It's a pity that he still has the Realm King Fist and Destiny Technique, which are useless. Now that Xianxian is gone, there is no chance to test it. Lui felt a little regretful, and looked at the remaining true immortals. Sensing Lui's gaze, several real immortals naturally froze, and looked at Lui with fear on their faces, and then the black bear real immortal immediately crawled down in the starry sky. Friend Dao. No, senior, please spare me. I am willing be a slave to the seniors. I beg the seniors to spare their lives. Seeing true immortal black bear begging for mercy, the other immortals immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Lui raised his eyebrows, looking at those real immortals, hesitant. The level of a true immortal is actually not too weak in the Tianluo starfield. Although an ordinary soldier of the Star Realm Army is a true immortal, it is the Star Realm Army, the most elite army of the Yu family. For ordinary immortals, it is not difficult to cultivate to the level of true immortals. But now that the Starwind Pirates came, it reminded Lui. Since Starwind Pirates may come with the tide of the avenue, will other people do the same? It would be fine if it was just an ordinary immortal, but if there were any pirates in the starry sky, he and Shizun were not there, and it might not be able to stop them just relying on Tianming's immortals who stayed here originally. After Lui thought about it, he felt that maybe he could really consider controlling them. It is not easy to control a strong person at the level of a true immortal, but among the exercises that Lui obtained from the Yu family, there is a secret technique suitable for this situation. The Yu family originally majored in spirit, and they have some experience in this area. This secret technique is called the Control Soul Seal, which is to plant a mark in the soul of other people, so as to have the effect of controlling the other party. However, this secret technique has some disadvantages, that is, if the controlled monk's soul cultivation level exceeds that of the caster, it is easy to backfire. Not only that, this secret technique also has a certain burden on one's own soul. Only by cultivating this secret technique to the depths can he control monks who are as strong as himself, otherwise, it will be a bit tasteless. Of course, for ordinary monks, Lui has practiced this secret technique to the limit. Even if he fails, there is basically no backlash against himself. Moreover, if the control is successful, the burden on its own state is also very small. You can try it. Lui raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, in that case, let go of your spirits. Hearing this, the complexions of the few true immortals changed, and they let go of the soul sea. If the soul is controlled, then even their own life and death cannot be controlled by themselves. This feeling is worse than death. Hearing this, the expressions of two of the true immortals changed, and they immediately turned around and wanted to run away. However, within a few steps of flying out, they were struck by two pale sword lights, and their bodies immediately exploded into blood mist. There is another real fairy who has stood up and is about to run away. Seeing this scene, his body froze in place, neither advancing nor retreating. He mechanically turned his head and looked at Lui. Lui also looked at him with a smile on his face. Choose, run, or let go of your spirit. The monk smiled dryly, glanced at the black bear fairy who was still kneeling on the ground and another three-eyed fairy. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he knelt back slowly. Lui looked at the three of them, and they immediately let go of their souls. Lui immediately condensed the soul-controlling seal, and the grey-black soul-controlling seal penetrated into the souls of the three of them. The next moment, Lui discovered that he could control the souls of the three of them, and the mood swings of the three were completely controlled by Lui, and it was all in Lui's thought whether they wanted them to live or die. Feeling the state, Lui found that his burden was not too great. Even if he controls dozens of true immortals of this level, it shouldn't be a problem. He was a little surprised, but it was reasonable. After all, his foundation is so strong, coupled with the practice of the Great Dream Heart Sutra and other exercises of the spirit and soul, his spiritual power far surpasses that of a true immortal. Even if he is a mysterious immortal, there are probably few who are stronger than him. In addition, his soul control seal is of the ultimate level, so the burden is already small. And the difference in strength between these true immortals and him is ridiculously large, so it's no big problem to control them. The faces of the three true immortals were pale at the moment, and they naturally felt the change. Their expressions were extremely bitter. Although they don't know what the restriction is, but the moment the restriction is planted, they no longer have freedom to speak of. Lui smiled slightly, get up. Yes, master. The three stood up, very respectful. As Starwind pirates, they are very knowledgeable about current affairs, and they quickly corrected their attitudes. At this moment, Lui raised his eyebrows suddenly, and looked in the direction of seeing Feng Daoshanzhou in the distance. Those sky boats have already started and are turning around, trying to escape. Obviously, they found that something was wrong here and planned to leave. Lui smiled, you still want to leave? He glanced at the three true immortals, and said, can you keep them? The three Xing Feng pirates true immortals had already broken the pot, and the black bear immortal immediately said, Master, no problem. The three masters of the Xing Feng pirates have all been wiped out, and among the true immortals, only two stay in the sky boat. Not as strong as the three of us, we can take them down. Lui smiled immediately, then let me see your strength. After all, his previous opponent was him, and Lui wasn't sure how strong these guys were, so it was time to take a look. After finishing speaking, Lui waved his hand, and the escaping from the sky began to work, immediately teleporting the three of them to the side of Tianzhou, which was very considerate. The three black bear true immortals were all taken aback when they saw that they had appeared beside Tianzhou in an instant, and they didn't even turn their heads. They looked at each other in disbelief. This is obviously the law of space, and the three real immortals were teleported so far before they could react. The attainments of the law of space must not be low. What kind of evildoer is the Lord? The mentality of the three of them changed for a while, and they were even a little fortunate that with such a master, even being a slave might not be a bad thing. Lui sensed their emotional changes through the soul control seal, and his face was a little strange. This is classic Stockholm Syndrome. But it doesn't matter, anyway, they are all under control, they can think whatever they want. Liu Yi didn't have the slightest sympathy for this kind of vicious starry sky pirates, and he spared their lives only for someone to guard the house in the future. Liu Yi didn't pay attention to the direction of the sky boats. After all, these sky boats didn't even have large space formations, so it was impossible to run. Even if the three true immortals failed, Liu Yi would just spend a little more effort. He turned his head to look in Tianming's direction, and at this moment, there were streaks of breaths approaching quickly. The leader is his own master, with Lu Ningxuang and others beside him. Liu Yi smiled and flew over. Master, why are you here? Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at the direction of the Tianzhou in the distance. There was a powerful true immortal level wave coming from that direction, and the Tianzhou was shaking constantly. We feel the fluctuation of Xianxian level, what's going on? Liu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and pointed to the Tianzhou in the distance. Here, there is a group of starry sky pirates called Star Wind Pirates who want to make trouble there. Star Wind Pirates? Isn't that the Suangxian level starry sky pirates? I heard that they are extremely cunning and well known in the Three-Eyed Star area. Even the navy in this area failed to catch them. Bianjian was shocked. Road. Although Liu Yi has never heard of the name of Star Wind Pirates, it doesn't mean that other people have never heard of it. After all, the immortals who went out in Tianming were basically in the Three-Eyed Star area, and they knew more or less about the forces in the Three-Eyed Star area. I heard that the Star Wind Pirates have 3 Suangxian level masters, all of whom are very powerful. It is rumored that they have looted many planets, killed all the aborigines on the planets, and plundered the resources on them. Let the Three-Eyed Tribe and this star area the navy is a headache. Wang Jianyuan frowned, with a solemn expression. He also went out from Tianming back then, and also wandered around in the Three-Eyed Star area for a while. Peak Master Ling Luo frowned slightly, and looked around. Where is the head of the Star Wind Bandit? Liu Yi had a strange expression on his face, and said, he's dead. Everyone was stunned. Dead? That's right, I killed those 3 Xianxians. Liu Yi had a regretful expression on his face. If I had known earlier, maybe I could save the lives of the 3 of them, and see if I could control them as well. However, judging by their decisive appearance, I'm afraid they won't obediently open the Soul Sea and let him control it. Thinking of this, Liu Yi relaxed his heart. At the moment, the others were all looking at Liu Yi in bewilderment. Even Peak Master Ling Luo was shocked. Although she knew that Liu Yi's breakthrough to a true immortal must be extraordinary, after all, there was such a big movement. But she never expected that there were 3 Xianxians, a total of 3 Xianxians. He was killed by him in such a short time? Even if the battle lasted longer, even if it was after a big battle and then killed, Peak Master Ling Luo would not be so difficult to accept. But it was over too soon. This means that Liu Yi's strength may far surpass those 3 Suangxian level Xing Feng pirates. Doesn't this mean that his disciples may have surpassed her? The master of Ling Luo Peak was a little numb. In contrast, Yu Yuanmu was equally numb. Everyone is a real fairy, he can't even beat a real fairy Peak. Brother-in-law can kill 3 mysterious immortals in such a short time? As expected of a brother-in-law. Only Lu Ningxuang and the others had a general understanding of Liu Yi's strength, so they were not too surprised. The others are more or less unbelievable. Just then, the fighting in the distance subsided. Liu Yi smiled, it seems that it's over. He has already felt that 2 of the auras in Tianzhou have become very weak, and they should be the 2 true immortals who stayed behind. What's going on there? Peak Master Ling Luo looked puzzled. Liu Yi smiled and said, Master, go over with me and have a look. Out of curiosity, the group followed Liu Yi and flew towards Yuzhou. Soon, 3 figures flew out of the jade boat. Seeing Liu Yi, the leader of the Black Bear Immortal flew over and respectfully said, My lord, it's done. Ling Luo Peak Master and others? Everyone looked at the 3 true immortal monks with strange faces, and then at Luyi. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 309 Crimson Creatures, Freedom. Who are they? Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows and asked. Oh, the Xing Feng pirates, but now they have changed their minds and started a new life, and plan to hang out with me. Luyi smiled. The corners of the mouths of the three black bear true immortals twitched, and they lowered their heads not daring to speak. Peak Master Ling Luo looked at the three black bear immortals thoughtfully, then she raised her eyebrows. Soul control seal? Luyi smiled and nodded. Master is really smart. Peak Master Ling Luo frowned slightly. That secret technique is very dangerous. You actually learned it. Master, don't worry, I have cultivated the soul control seal to a very deep level, there will be no problem. Luyi understood that Master cared about him, so he hurriedly said. He even felt a little regretful that he couldn't control the three Xians. Seeing what Luyi said, Ling Luo Peak Master nodded slightly, and said no more. After all, Luyi's current strength is already so strong, she can't give much advice. Let's go in and have a look. Under the leadership of He Xiang Zhenxian and the other three, several people entered the sky boat. There were corpses everywhere in the corridor, and blood spattered the walls. Soon, they came to a huge hall. There used to be some instruments and large formations in the hall, but now they are all damaged, and there are traces of the war everywhere. Apparently there's been a big fight here before. The two human race true immortals fell to the ground, their breath was weak, and their bodies were restricted. Still alive. My lord, they are also the true immortals of the Starwind Pirates, we have kept them alive, waiting for you to deal with them. The Black Bear true immortal said. Luyi was very satisfied, and nodded slightly, good job. He looked at the two fallen true immortals, and said with a smile, now you have two choices, one is to die here, and the other is to let go of the Sea of Souls, let me plant a restriction, and obey me. Hearing this, the faces of the two real immortals changed, and they took a hard look at the three Black Bear real immortals. When the Black Bear and true immortal attacked them just now, they had already guessed in their hearts that they were probably being controlled. Now I have met the Lord. The expressions of the two immortals changed, and then one of them said dejectedly, I'll choose the second one. The other person saw that his companion had made a choice, and his psychological defense was also broken, so he also chose the second one. Luyi smiled slightly, and planted a soul control seal in the souls of the two. The five real immortals, under control, still have very little burden on Luyi's soul. Then, with a wave of Luyi's hand, the resurrection of all things was used, and the green streamer merged into the bodies of the two seriously injured true immortals. Almost in a breath, the wounds on the two true immortals healed. The two true immortals were stunned, their faces dumbfounded. How much they were injured, they themselves know best. If they are allowed to recover by themselves, it will be impossible to recover within a few decades. The results of it. In just such a short time, their injuries have healed? Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they looked at Luyi. Luyi raised his eyebrows, still not getting up? The two stood up quickly, and said respectfully, thank you, Lord. The three Black Bear true immortals nearby saw the two seriously injured true immortals stand up with normal expressions, their eyes almost popping out. How hard they attacked, they naturally counted them, and they were healed by the Lord in a breath. Where the hell is the Lord? Entering the realm of true immortals for the first time, he was able to easily kill the head of the 8th floor of Xianxian, and healed the seriously injured true immortals while breathing. To become a true immortal, as a cultivator, the natural talent is not weak, and he also lived a long time. And as Starry Sky Pirates, they have traveled far and wide, and have extensive knowledge. Even so, with their knowledge, they still couldn't understand it. But Wang Jianyuan and the others had calm expressions, not too surprised. After all, Luyi even revived the dead Taewang Sword Sect juniors back then, just treating two seriously injured immortals. In their view, there was nothing to make a fuss about. On the contrary, when they saw the Starwind pirates staring-eyed true immortals, they rolled their eyes speechlessly. As for the Starwind pirates, I have never seen the world. What's the big deal? Seeing that the handling here was almost the same, Peak Master Ling Luo asked, Stinky boy, why do these Starwind pirates come here to make trouble? After all, this place is actually very remote, and it is already close to the border of the Rakshasa starfield. Usually, there should be no strong people coming here. Hearing this, Lui was a little embarrassed. They were attracted by the news of my breakthrough. They thought there was a treasure here. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Ling Lufeng and the others did not expect that the news of Lui's breakthrough would spread so far. And the 5 true immortals of Starwind pirates were completely dumbfounded. They looked at each other, looking at Lui blankly. True Immortal Black Bear asked cautiously, Master, what did you just say? The news of your breakthrough? Lui smiled, and said with a half smile but not a smile, the fluctuation of the Dao that you felt before was caused by my breakthrough. The 5 Xing Feng pirates were full of question marks. Reason told them that this was impossible. After all, how could such a vast Dao fluctuation be caused by a breakthrough from a heavenly immortal to a true immortal? But they suddenly thought of Lui's previous performance, and suddenly became a little suspicious of life. This seems, not completely impossible? Thinking of this possibility, they almost spit out blood. What the hell? Why did they rush here from tens of light years away? But for the treasure. In the end, he actually sent it to the Lord? That's not enough, they still want to deal with the Lord? What kind of bad luck is this? Lui sensed the complex emotional fluctuations of the 5 true immortals through the soul control seal, and glanced at them, not knowing what they were thinking. But Ling Luo Peak Master and the others thought more in their hearts when they heard Lui's words. The monks frowned, and Wang Jianyuan said worriedly, the news of fellow Daoist Lui's breakthrough can be spread so far away. This is something we never expected before. Yet, the Starwind pirates may not be the only ones attracted here. If more powerful monks come over, it will be troublesome. Long Yuan was equally worried. Even Peak Master Ling Luo frowned slightly. Don't look at her as the second young lady of the Yu family, everyone respects her very much on weekdays, but if it involves interests at the Dao level, there will definitely be many people who will take risks. There are many monks in the Yu family, and it is not uncommon for the younger generation to go out to experience death. The name of the Yu family can deter all powerful forces, but it is different for some lawbreakers, and may not be able to deter them. She thought for a while, and said, I'll notify the family and ask the ancestor to send someone over. Lui raised his eyebrows, is it necessary to mobilize so many teachers? Peak Lord Ling Luo rolled his eyes, don't you know how important you are now? If something unexpected happens, then the ancestor will come out of the mountain, and when the time comes, the entire Tianluo starfield will shake. When Wang Jianyuan and the others heard this, they looked at Lui in horror. Although they knew that Lui's status in the Yu family was not low, they did not expect it to be so high. Even the patriarch of the Yu family who is at the level of immortal will come out after Lui appears? What are you kidding? Even they are like this, let alone the true immortals of Starwind pirates. They are all numb. What the hell, who are they messing with? Patriarch of the Yu family. That's a big shot at the level of an immortal. If they were targeted by that kind of person, Starwind pirates would die wherever they went, right? When Lui heard this, he no longer objected. The Yu family attached great importance to him, and he couldn't help but appreciate it. Then, Lui looked in one direction, and felt some weak breath through the wall. He raised his eyebrows, still alive? To be honest, Lui didn't really want to control the Starwind pirates of the celestial level. Their strength was too weak. If they didn't control them, there was no need for such vicious starry sky pirates to survive. Seeing Lui blame, the 5 real immortals immediately knelt down on the ground, and the Black Bear real immortal quickly said, "My lord, forgive me, all members of the Starwind Pirates have been wiped out." "Then who is the remaining breath?" Lui was a little puzzled. "This." The 5 true immortals looked at each other, and then the Black Bear true immortal said, "That is a slave we captured alive from other planets, and we plan to bring it to the Black Abyss star region for auction." "Slave?" Lui frowned, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. "Didn't expect these Starwind pirates to capture slaves?" Not only Lui, Wang Jianyuan and others beside him also changed their expressions. Under the notice of the Yu family, the Tianluo starfield is protected by ordinary planets, even if there are no monks, and the slaves can only be criminals. Unexpectedly, these people actually destroyed the planet and brought slaves with them. If Tianming didn't have Lui, maybe he would suffer the same fate, right? Lui naturally thought of this, and frowned. Feeling Lui's anger, He Xiong Zhenxian and others prostrated themselves on the ground trembling, not daring to speak. "Let's go, take us to have a look." "Yes." Following Lui's opening, Immortal Black Bear and the others quickly got up, took Lui and the others to another sky boat. Soon, they came to a cell area in Tianzhou. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There are many monks imprisoned in the cell. These monks have different appearances. Some are humanoid creatures made of grey and white rocks, some are pure animal shapes, which should be monsters, and some are covered with black scales. There is only one one-eyed humanoid. What surprised Lui the most was that in the deepest part, there were some handsome or beautiful-looking humanoid creatures with pale red skin and red hair, like flames burning. None of these red-haired spiritual auras are strong. The most powerful one is a beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance, but even that woman is only the aura of the Mahayana realm. But what is surprising is that Lui felt a breath of the law of fire from this beautiful woman. Even those scarlet creatures with weaker cultivation bases also had the breath of the fire field. Not only Lui discovered this, but Ling Luo Peak Master and others naturally also discovered this. They all showed surprised looks. "It's just a hole in the void, but you have mastered the flame field? What is this? The leading woman actually has a trace of fire law? She is only Mahayana. This race seems to have a very powerful fire talent." Even Peak Master Ling Luo was a little surprised. A monk from the three-eyed tribe next to him nodded his head. "This kind of cultivation talent is even higher than that of our three-eyed tribe, which is unique." These scarlet creatures naturally noticed Lui and the others. When they saw the Black Bear Immortal and the Xing Feng Pirate Immortal, they immediately showed an expression of anger and hatred. Such hatred, even Lui was a little startled. Lui raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter with these red creatures?" True Immortal Black Bear quickly said, "My lord, they are planets that we were lucky enough to discover from a route we had never traveled before. The planet is very close to the star and the temperature is extremely high, but we did not expect that there would be creatures born. These creatures can live in lava, and they are very talented in the law of fire. It took us a long time to catch these creatures. There are still many such creatures on that planet, but at the time the Big Master said that they were rare. Expensive, ban that planet, and plan to bring a batch to the auction first, to see if we can sell it for a good price." A cold look flashed in Lui's eyes. These Starwind pirates probably did this more than once or twice. He glanced at the other slaves, and said, "Are these two?" Hearing the coldness in Lui's words, True Immortal Black Bear nodded, Yes, these are the native creatures on the planet we found. However, unlike the scarlet creatures, these creatures are relatively rare on the local planets. Or a more powerful creature?" Lui raised his eyebrows. "What about their planet? It's also banned." This made the 5 Black Bear True Immortals all silent, afraid to speak for a while. Lui frowned and looked at the 5 of them. The Black Bear True Immortal trembled and said, the second leader likes big scenes, and the creatures on those planets are not precious. After collecting resources, the second leader will destroy the planet. Hearing this, no matter it was Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, and others beside him all frowned with cold expressions. Where has Donggong Minjiu heard of such a shocking thing? That is a planet that contains life. It was destroyed like this? How many souls would die? She glared at Black Bear True Immortal and the others. You bastards, are you too inhuman? Wang Jianyuan and the others beside him also glared. Wei Kong sighed, when I traveled before, I also saw life planets that were looted. This is the sorrow of the weak. A three-eyed monk who was a guest at Tianming also nodded in agreement. The pirates in the starry sky have no fixed place and are extremely cruel. There are many such things. Liu Yi fell silent, and then sighed slightly, but he didn't see any movement. The runes all over the cells dimmed and then disappeared, and the cell door opened. The slaves who looked at them with hatred were taken aback for a moment, and the atmosphere was quiet for a while, looking at them with great vigilance. There was only a moment of silence, and one of the silver moon-like real fairy giant wolves roared and rushed towards Liu Yi and the others. Just as the huge waves rushed out, his figure was fixed in the air, and the surrounding space was completely frozen. The giant wolf struggled violently, its eyes full of cold hatred. The other slaves were also filled with aura, planning to rush over. Liu Yi sighed, and a gentle mental wave came out. The Star Wind pirates have been destroyed, and you are free. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere fell silent again, and everyone was stunned. Even the giant silver wolf that was struggling violently froze for a moment, with disbelief in its clear eyes. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the wind-blowing leaf Lukiu, and the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 310 A large number of followers, Scarlet Princess. Become free? I don't know who spoke first. Then many slaves responded. Really? Those robbers are dead. The silver giant wolf stopped struggling, and looked at Liu Yi, as if he didn't believe it. After all, he knew that the three leaders far surpassed him. Before their planet, there were more than a dozen true immortals who had reached his level. Facing such a mysterious immortal, they didn't even have the ability to resist at all. Liu Yi nodded, smiled lightly and said, of course it's true, you can go out and have a look. Saying that, Liu Yi loosened the spatial confinement, and the giant silver wolf landed on the ground. He glanced at Liu Yi, then at the people beside him, and then walked slowly past. No one stopped him, and some even made way for him. Seeing this, the other slaves also followed the giant silver wolf out. Soon, they saw corpses all over the ground and blood splattered everywhere. This caused the eyes of the slaves to flicker and their expressions to change. Their expressions were extremely excited, and they quickened their pace. Then, several of the immortal-level slaves rushed out of the sky boat and flew towards the other sky boats. Not long after, they flew back from other skyships. Including the silver giant wolf, all the slaves showed surprise expressions. They're all dead. Those beasts are all dead. As soon as the voice came out, the cultivation bases were relatively weak, and the monks who failed to rush out of the sky boat all showed happy smiles. Ha 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 ha! You deserve it! Heaven has eyes! Damn those bastards! The slaves were so excited that they cried and laughed. Liu Yi and the others looked at the excited slaves, but did not speak. Although they can't empathize, they can more or less understand this feeling. After all, apart from the crimson creatures, the other slaves even had their planets destroyed. This hatred is too deep. After a while, many slaves came to their senses, and they looked at Liu Yi and the others. Under the leadership of the silver giant wolf, several immortal-level slaves came over together with other slaves. The silver giant wolf prostrated itself on the ground, and other humanoid slaves also expressed their gratitude and respect to Liu Yi with the etiquette of their own ethnic customs. Benefactor, I'm sorry just now, I was the one to be abrupt. Thank you for avenging us. The silver giant wolf's deep voice sounded. Thank you, benefactor. The other slaves also spoke one after another. Liu Yi smiled, it's nothing more than a little effort, you are free now, you can go wherever you want, let's go. Hearing this, all the slaves were taken aback. Then their mood suddenly dropped. At this time, Liu Yi also thought that the hometown of these slaves had been destroyed, and they probably didn't know where to go. A few immortal level slaves are fine, they can survive in the vast starry sky, while others, even monks of the powerful level, cannot survive in the starry sky for a long time. They are homeless. Liu Yi thought for a while, and said, if you are homeless, you can stay on our planet. Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master, Lu Ningxuang and others were taken aback for a moment. Ling Luo Peak Master, Lu Ningxuang and Yu Yuanwu glanced at Liu Yi, naturally they had no objection. Wang Jianyuan and others beside him were silent for a while. Now Tianming has transformed into an immortal star, but there are also many immortals who have returned, and not all of them are willing to distribute resources to others. However, it was Liu Yi who said this after all. Not to mention that Tianming's transformation into a fairy star is all thanks to Liu Yi, it's just Liu Yi's terrifying strength, and the Yu family behind him, they have no way to object. And Wang Jianyuan and the others themselves had a good relationship with Liu Yi, so they soon felt relieved. Since fellow deist Liu Yi has said so, we naturally have no objection. Long Yuan laughed. I have no objection either. Bianjian said the same. The immortals who had made friends with Liu Yi spoke one after another, and others could not object. Seeing that the matter was settled like this, the giant silver wolf and other slaves beside them were startled, and then they all showed expressions of unbelievable surprise. Benefactor, is it really possible? Can we stay? Liu Yi nodded, yes. What he wants to do now is to make Tianming's monks stronger as soon as possible. If more powerful monks come to Tianming, he is also welcome. Only in this way, when the Juyu passage is completely opened, they will have enough strength to resist. Among this group of people, there are 3 true immortals, and 12 celestial immortals. With so many immortal level powerhouses, they are not weak. With Liu Yi's affirmation, they immediately showed pleasant smiles. Liu Yi smiled, it is not bad to give these homeless monks a place to stay. He looked at Wang Jianyuan and the others beside him, and said with a smile, everyone, I'm afraid there are a lot of resources in the Star Wind Bandit, so I'll leave them to you. For him, he has absolutely no use for a mere resource. It's better to improve the strength of these immortals. But Wang Jianyuan and others were indeed taken aback for a moment, a little unresponsive. Afterwards, when they came back to their senses, Wei Kang's voice was trembling with excitement, Master Liu Yi, is it true? Liu Yi nodded, take it and divide it. These immortals also showed expressions of surprise. One by one, they clasped their fists at Liu Yi. Thank you, Master Liu Yi. Fellow deist Liu Yi, then we will not be polite. Then these immortals disappeared in place one after another, obviously going to grab resources. Liu Yi didn't care either. He looked at these slaves and said, let's go, I'll take you to Tianming, don't resist. The next moment, Liu Yi used the air escape technique to teleport all the slaves, including Peak Master Ling Luo, Lu Ningxuang and Yu Yuanwu, back to Tianming. These slaves arrived at dawn in a blink of an eye, and they were all stunned. What's the situation? He was clearly still in the starry sky just now, how could he come to the earth so quickly? Several of the immortal level powerhouses have more or less seen the world, and they have some guesses. Because of this, they were even more astonished. How powerful is such a space fairy technique that can travel through such a long distance in an instant with so many people? They can't imagine it at all. And such a powerful space magic was actually used by a monk at the level of a real fairy? Their eyes widened, their minds blanked. Liu Yi said, this is Tianming, you can find a place to practice by yourself. Speaking of this, Lu Yi paused for a moment, with a serious expression on his face, and the terrifying coercion dissipated, and he said, however, when you come to Tianming, if you hurt Tianming's creatures for no reason, then don't blame me for being rude. How powerful is Lu Yi? Even just releasing a trace of coercion made all the slaves turn pale. Even the 3 slaves at the level of true immortals looked terrified, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. The giant silver wolf hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Yi, and said, "My benefactor, my name is Gosen. I wonder if I'm lucky enough to be your entourage?" Hearing this, the 2 humanoid immortals beside him were taken aback for a moment, and then they also reacted one after another. Lu Yi, who is only a true immortal, has such great strength. The other immortals are obviously dominated by him. I am afraid that he also dealt with the 3 pirate Xianxians before. Such a monk has almost a bright future. Even if it's just a follower, if he can follow such an arrogance, he will definitely achieve something in the future. Thinking of this, the 2 true immortals also said nervously, "The same is true for the 2 of us." Seeing that even the 3 true immortals were like this, the other angels naturally spoke up one after another, expressing their desire to follow Lu Yi. Other monks who have not reached the level of immortals also spoke one after another. "The benefactor saved us, otherwise we might have become slaves, let us follow the benefactor and serve the benefactor." Lu Yi didn't expect this, and was slightly taken aback. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at the hundreds of slaves, and thought about it, it would be good to follow him. The slaves who can be selected by the Star Wind Pirates, I am afraid that their talents should not be bad, and there should be some differences. Cultivation is also good. Lu Yi said, "In that case, those who want to follow me, stay here, and those who want to leave, just go." Hearing this, dozens of humanoid creatures and animal-shaped creatures who were only at the almighty level turned their heads and left. At the same time, a fairy hesitated, turned into a streamer, and left as well. The rest of the people all chose to stay. Lu Yi was a little surprised to find that those scarlet creatures also chose to stay. Almost all of these scarlet creatures are innate spirit bodies, and they probably mastered the power of flames just after they were born. This kind of talent is comparable to the senior sisters and junior sisters back then. If these people are properly cultivated, I am afraid they will be a very powerful force. Then Lu Yi suddenly thought of what true immortal Black Bear said before, that their planet is still there, and there are many scarlet creatures there. Naturally, Lu Yi would not capture those scarlet creatures, but maybe he could teach them the Taoism and cultivate them. But that can be discussed later. All the remaining slaves planned to follow Lu Yi, and Lu Yi said, "If that's the case, then come with me." Lu Yi took them and flew towards Baiun Xian Zone. Peak Master Ling Luo and the others glanced at the giant silver wolf and other creatures following behind, and said, "You brat, are you going to take them back to the Baiun Immortal Sect?" Lu Yi nodded slightly, "Well, the number of strong people in Tianming is too small now. Apart from a few of us, our Baiun Immortal Sect doesn't even have immortals. The 9 Nether Passage will be opened sooner or later. I want to cultivate a group of strong people. Time to deal with the 9 Nether Demons." Hearing this, Peak Master Ling Luo was stunned, and nodded slightly, "If you can cultivate enough immortals, it will indeed be a help." Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, and looked at Peak Master Ling Luo beside him. "Master, the 7 battles in the Tian Luo Starfield should involve most of the power in the Tian Luo Starfield, right?" Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, "Yes." Yu Yuanwu on the side also said, "Yes, to be honest, before the Raksha clan dared to attack our Tian Luo Starfield, it was because our Yu family powerhouse was dealing with Zhuyu's affairs, and there was no powerhouse outside." "Humph! If all the strong members of my Yu family are outside, how dare the Raksha clan make a move?" Lu Yi nodded slightly, he was right. Peak Lord Ling Luo said, "Actually, not only our Tian Luo Starfield, but also the Rakshasa starfield and the Jingling starfield also have a lot of Juyu battlefields to deal with. I see. However, there is still a long time before the 9 Nether Passage can be fully opened here. We are still concerned about whether there will be strong people attracted to Tianming in the future. Ling Lufeng said speechlessly. Yu Yuanwu on the side also looked at Lu Yi with a strange face, as expected of brother-in-law. The movement of the breakthrough is so big, I really admire it. The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched. What could he do? In the state of enlightenment, he is also said to bring a wave of benefits to Tianming's creatures. Who knew that the movement would be so big? Soon, Lu Yi thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Perhaps, it is necessary to arrange a large formation covering the entire Tianming. In this case, even if there is a state of enlightenment in the future, it should not spread too far. In this case, it will not be too dangerous. However, setting up a large formation covering the entire Tianming is not a small project, and I am afraid it will take a certain amount of time. This is because he has broken through to the level of a true immortal, otherwise, his strength may not be enough. Before that, it's best to improve your perception of arrays. Oh, and the Chaos God crystal that broke through this time has not been absorbed, he still needs to retreat to absorb it. However, now that outsiders may be attracted here at any time, he dare not retreat. If it was interrupted, the Chaos God crystal would be wasted, and he would have to vomit blood. This kind of treasure is too precious, even Lu Yi dare not waste it, it has to be foolproof. Lu Yi was a little distressed. He could only wait for the Yu family's reinforcements to arrive. Before that, one cannot absorb the Chaos God crystal. Soon, Lu Yi returned to Baiunxian Zone with a group of people. Feeling such a strong fairy spirit, even a real fairy like the silver giant wolf's eyes widened. How could they have such a good cultivation environment before? Everyone showed a look of surprise. There is still such a chance to follow the Lord? This wave of blood earned. Wu Qingfeng and other Baiun Immortal Sect powerhouses naturally sensed the aura of Lu Yi's return, and flew out to greet him one by one. Seeing the large group of people following Lu Yi, Wu Qingfeng and the others were stunned. Year, what are these again? Lu Yi smiled and said, they are planning to join our Baiun Immortal Sect, 3 true immortals, 11 heavenly immortals, and others. You should be able to feel the breath, Master. One celestial being is gone, otherwise there would be 12. But Lu Yi didn't care, everyone has his own ambitions. Anyway, for those who follow him, he will not let others suffer. Wu Qingfeng and others? When they heard Lu Yi's words, their minds were full of question marks, and they couldn't believe it. What the hell? 3 true immortals, 11 heavenly immortals? This kind of strength is comparable to most of the combined strength of Tianming's other immortal sect holy lands. So many strong people actually plan to join the Baiun Immortal Sect? Are you kidding me? Year, what you said is true. Wu Qingfeng's excited voice stammered. Of course it's true, they will trouble you to arrange it. Lu Yi smiled. Wu Qingfeng nodded excitedly. He looked at all the creatures and smiled brightly, everyone, follow me quickly. The silver giant wolf and the others naturally heard Lu Yi's words, and followed Wu Qingfeng and the others to leave. Lu Yi saw the scarlet creature and others who were also planning to leave, hesitated for a while, and asked, who is the person in charge? While talking, Lu Yi looked at the beautiful and majestic female creature, perhaps she was the person in charge. The faces of those red creatures all changed slightly, and they were a little nervous. But the beautiful woman was not nervous at all, she flew out calmly, bent slightly, with a respectful expression, my lord, I am their princess. Lu Yi smiled, come with me. Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Yi strangely. This brat doesn't know how to look at other people's good looks, so he intends to do bad things, right? She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Thank you for the 3,500 points rewarded by the Wind and Leaves, and the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Happy New Year everyone! It's the year of the rabbit, everyone, Happy New Year and good luck! Take a night off tonight, give yourself a day off to spend time with your family, everyone should also spend time with your family. Resume update tomorrow. Chapter 311 Strange Bloodline, The Legend of Immortals. The beautiful woman nodded, yes. Afterwards, Liu Yi brought the beautiful woman back to Ling Luo Peak. Lu Ningxuang and the other four followed along with Ling Luo Peak's master. Yu Yuanwu looked at so many people following him, he didn't dare to go up to them, but went straight back to the peak and went back to practice. Before arriving at Liu Yi's cave, Liu Yi was a little surprised to find that the little star was wrapped in starlight again, floating beside the trunk of the Tianxing tree, and seemed to have transformed again. These years, Liu Yi didn't take much care of it, but only teased it when he was free. Most of the time, it was the seniors and sisters who accompanied the little guy to practice and play. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, little Xingxing's cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the Celestial Immortal. This cultivation speed is comparable to his senior sister and the others. You know, senior sister and the others are able to practice so fast because of the dual cultivation secret technique of the great Dao Yin Yang Immortal Scripture. It can only be said that it is worthy of the starlight deer, the blood of the fairy beast is indeed strong. After this metamorphosis, I am afraid that he will be at the peak of the Celestial Immortal. Liu Yi stopped paying attention and walked into the cave. The four of Lu Ningxuang and Peak Master Ling Luo naturally regarded it as their own home and walked in. The Red Princess lowered her head and followed in with some trepidation. Although she had a noble status in her hometown, since those damned pirates captured her as a slave, Princess Scarlet understood that in the face of absolute strength, the so-called status is meaningless. What's more, in her hometown, she didn't know that there were so many powerful creatures among the stars. But during the period of enslavement, she also communicated with other fairy-level slaves, and after hearing the exchanges of those pirates, she had a general understanding of the universe. She naturally also understands that on such a fairy star, this lord has been respected by so many powerful immortals, and his status is only higher than her. Princess Scarlet also respected Liu Yi, and was even very grateful. If it wasn't for the Lord's defeat of these space pirates, she would have been sold before long, right? Now, not only did the Lord not enslave them, but he also gave her and her people a place to live. Otherwise, at a place countless stars away from her hometown, she and her people would not even know where to go. It's just that she didn't know what the Lord planned to do with her. After entering the cave, in the hall, Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang sat down, and Princess Chihong stood in front of them, feeling even more uneasy. Seeing Princess Scarlet standing nervously, Donggong Minjiu asked with some doubts, "Senior brother, why are you looking for her?" Jianruya glanced at Princess Scarlet with a smirk, then poked Liu Yi's waist. Could it be because she looks good in a woman and wants to take it into the house? Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi who were on the side looked at Liu Yi with strange expressions. To be honest, they didn't have much objection. After all, they still couldn't hold on during the double cultivation, and it was Liu Yi who controlled him every time. They also blame themselves sometimes. However, after all, it is impossible for them to raise these things by themselves. Who doesn't want their men to only like themselves? Although I am no longer alone, it is impossible to let them help find newcomers, right? Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, looked at Liu Yi, and coughed dryly, "You brat, you really don't think so, do you?" Peak Master Ling Luo was a little nervous. This bastard, is he really going to mess with someone else? Liu Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. What are you thinking? There are some perverted things in your mind, and I look down on you. Lu Ningxuang and the others looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. This guy, even talking about them? Pervert junior brother, that's too much. Who the hell keeps doing those perverted things every time? Jian Ruya was very upset. Yun Xi nodded again and again. I think Sister Ruyu is right, Lu Yi has a thick skin. When they communicated, Princess Scarlet looked a little dazed. Because they all spoke Tianming's language, Princess Scarlet couldn't understand it. Hey, it's not what you think. I'm looking for her for something. Seeing that Lu Yi wanted to talk about business, Jian Ruyu and the others stopped joking. Lu Yi looked at the dazed scarlet-red princess, chuckled lightly, and said with a gentle mental wave, "What's your name?" "Return to the Lord, my name is Hengdi." "Hengdi, do you want to go home?" Lu Yi asked. Hearing this, Hengdi was startled, and stared at Lu Yi with wide eyes. "Master, can I go back?" Lu Yi nodded and said, "Well, I can send you and your people back. However, you have to think clearly, in the universe, there are many pirates like Starwind pirates, and there are even more powerful creatures. For you said it was a threat." Hengdi's expression changed slightly, a little bitter. The universe is so vast that even the Yu family cannot investigate every planet in the Tianluo starfield. It's too time-consuming and not worth it at all. There are also many planets that have living beings, but they have never been discovered. Most of these planets are due to the geographical environment, some are in relatively vacuum areas, and some are far away from the main large planetary routes. Not all sky boats have the space to shuttle through the formation. Even with such a large formation, unless they are as rich and powerful as the Yu family or Lu Yi, how can ordinary monks be willing to spend a lot of resources to start a large formation? For them, where is cultivation not cultivation? Using these resources to practice, wouldn't it be good to fly slowly by yourself? At most it is a little longer. And there are too many natural disasters in the universe, including black holes, neutron stars, supernova explosions, etc. Even immortals, if they are not cultivated enough, are very powerless to face such natural disasters. Over time, routes have been formed, passing through star gates to star regions. Of course, such a route is not valid for the space shuttle Tianzhou, and the shuttle goes directly to the destination, let alone to investigate the location area. Who knows how many resources it will cost? However, this is only a normal situation, there will always be accidents. Like the planet where Red Butterfly is located, there has never been an accident for hundreds of millions of years, but this time it was discovered by the Starwind pirates by chance, which turned into a disaster. Hengdi also understood this in her heart. Over the years, in the cage, she also learned this information. Without strength, in this vast universe, it is a disaster. Then Hengdi suddenly thought why the Lord asked her this question. She thought of how Xing Feng pirates admired their talent when they saw them before, and thought of Senior Yunyu and the others' pity in the cage. She vaguely guessed, but she was also a little apprehensive. She looked at Lu Yi and said, "My lord, are you willing to protect the Hengdi family?" "Hengdi is willing to persuade the father to make the whole family submit to you." Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a light smile, "Of course I am willing. You are already my people, and your people are naturally under my protection. I am the Lord's man." Hengdi's originally pale red skin gradually turned red, exuding wisps of heat. Lu Ningxuang and the others at the side glanced at Lu Yi strangely. "You also said that you are not greedy for other people's bodies?" Lu Yi didn't expect it either, and was a little dumbfounded. After all, Hengdi followed him, and he was indeed one of his people. Not that kind of guy. Lu Yi thought of something, looked at Hengdi, and said, "What kind of exercises do you practice? Tell me and let me hear." Although Hengdi, as the princess of the Scarlet Clan, practiced the clan's clan kung fu within the clan, it could not be passed on to others. But Hengdi didn't hesitate at all, and directly spoke out her skills. In her heart, what kind of person is the Lord, and the skills she cultivated probably far exceeded her imagination. How could she covet the skills of her family? Following Hengdi's narration, not only Liu Yi, but even Lu Ningxuang frowned slightly. They looked at Hengdi's expression, and they were all a little weird. Hengdi also noticed it naturally. She was a little nervous. Master, is there any problem with this exercise? Liu Yi was also weird. He nodded. There is indeed a problem. In fact, there is not a problem, but a big problem. What the hell? The clan-suppressing skills of the Hengdi clan are very superficial. It's just a little more complicated than the method of absorbing spiritual energy. Not to mention putting it in a fairy-level power, even Tianming before, even Jindan cultivators would not be able to practice this primitive technique. However, relying on such primitive skills, Hengdi has cultivated to the Mahayana realm abruptly. One can imagine how outrageous this talent is. Even if it is an innate spirit body, I am afraid that they do not have such a talent, the law that they felt before the combination. Hengdi is obviously the immortal physique of the great Dao of Fire. This talent is no worse than the current senior sisters and the others, and may even be stronger. And even the other Crimson clan, although they don't have the talent of Hengdi, relying on that kind of primitive skills, they can cultivate to the realm of transforming gods and caves one by one. It's just off the charts. Even Yu Ling Luo couldn't believe it. What's the matter with this race? All of them have such terrifying talents. Ling Lufeng looked at Hengdi, unable to understand. Even in the Yu family, not everyone has such a powerful talent. Even in the Yu family, there are not too many people born with innate spirit bodies, and it is even rarer to be born with immortal bodies. It was also difficult for Liu Yi and the others to understand. Logically speaking, with such a talent, it should already be similar to that kind of high-level fairy blood. This kind of bloodline, the basic starting point of birth will not be low. Just like little Xing Xing, as the blood of Xing Guang deer, he was born at the level of Zhegxian. Under the Tianxing tree, coupled with the current environment, it only takes 1,000 years, and it is almost reaching the consummation of Tianxian. But what about the Crimson clan? Obviously the talent is so high, but the starting point is so low. Seeing that Liu Yi said there was a problem, Hengdi became even more nervous. Her expression changed. My lord, will practicing this exercise affect us? Liu Yi coughed dryly. Have any immortals ever been born in your clan? Hengdi shook her head. No, in memory, the most powerful man of our family is equivalent to a monk who has crossed the tribulation. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. Your skills are too primitive. It is impossible to become a fairy with such skills. If such a practice can become a fairy, then it is really unreasonable. Of course, Liu Yi was not included. With his foundation, even the most basic method of absorbing energy, given enough time, he can ascend. But he is not a fool. If he has a good skill but does not practice it, he will play this game. Hearing this, Hengdi felt a little embarrassed, but also took it for granted. Sure enough, in the eyes of the Lord, the township skills of my own clan are low-level skills, right? At this time, Liu Yi's voice sounded, give me a period of time, and I will deduce a fire-type fairy scripture for you. When the time comes, you can practice that technique. Hengdi was taken aback for a moment, then raised her head to look at Liu Yi. Her eyes were full of surprise. My lord, you want to pass on the fairy art of Hengdi? Liu Yi smiled. Didn't I say that? Since you follow me, I will naturally preach to you. Hengdi was so moved that she knelt down on the ground immediately. Thank you, my lord. My lord is so kind. Hengdi is willing to repay her with her whole life. Having experienced a life of slavery, Hengdi is too aware of the importance of strength. Even Senior Yunyu and the others think that her talent is excellent, and if she has powerful skills, she is confident that she can become a strong one. In this way, she can protect her hometown and protect her people. In the same way, you can also share your worries with the Lord. Stinky boy, didn't you get some fairy scriptures from my house? Don't you have fire-type fairy scriptures? Ling Luo Peak Master was a little puzzled. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, hesitantly said, Master, after all, it is the cultivation method of the Yu family. The ancestor gave me permission to use it, but I can't just pass this cultivation method on to others, right? Although the Yu family treated him very well and even allowed him to learn the ancestral exercises, he couldn't rely on this kindness to be unscrupulous. He can learn it by himself, but he can't just pass it on to others, which is too shameless. Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master was taken aback, looked at Liu Yi's expression with some helplessness, and then she smiled lightly. Didn't the ancestor say that? You are also a member of the Yu family. Since the ancestor gave you authority, you can handle the exercises as you like, as long as you don't pass some important exercises to others. As for the fairy scriptures, my family has so many. Hearing this, Liu Yi thought of the 300 billion fairy scriptures of the Yu family, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. A rich family means nothing to be afraid of. Ordinary immortal powers, how dare they spread their skills like this? Liu Yi looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a smile, Okay, after returning to Yu's house, we have to talk to the ancestor. So, Liu Yi pointed at Hengdi, and a stream of light shot out, blending into Hengdi's eyebrows. Hengdi suddenly felt a lot of information merge into her mind. Soon, she absorbed the information and was extremely shocked. This is a skill that she has never thought of. Whether it is the absorption and use of spiritual energy, or the understanding of the law of fire, it is countless times stronger than her township skills. The master actually gave her such a powerful exercise? Liu Yi's voice sounded, pulling Hengdi's thoughts back. This is a fairy scripture, which is enough for you to cultivate to the level of a fairy. When you ascend, I will prepare better exercises for you. Also, is there anything better? Hengdi opened her mouth, her expression was a little dazed. Soon, she came to her senses and was extremely grateful. Thank you, Lord. Go, you can pass on this skill to your clansmen. The members of Hengdi's tribe are all very talented, and Liu Yi doesn't want them to waste their talents. Hengdi was even more surprised immediately. Thank you, Lord. The kindness of the Lord will never be forgotten by the Red Clan. Go. Liu Yi waved his hand. Only then did Hengdi leave. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of Lang Jingxing. Chapter 312, The Great Formation Enveloping Tianming. After Hengdi left, Ling Luo Peak Master also left, as if he was just curious about what Liu Yi would do to Hengdi. And Lu Ningshuang and the others also wanted to turn around and leave, but since they had already talked about dual cultivation before, Liu Yi naturally didn't have such an easy way of dismissing them, so he cleaned up the four of them. Afterwards, Liu Yi began to retreat. He still has something to do, because of the influence of the tide on the avenue. I am afraid that not only Xing Feng pirates and his group are attracted here, but the others may be on their way to Tianming, just one step behind Xing Feng pirates. He was worried that a powerful enemy would come, so he had to find a way to protect Tianming first. This method is naturally to create a sufficiently powerful fairy formation. These days, Liu Yi's understanding of the Dao of the formation has not been lost, and when he killed the 9 nether demons in the Zhenan battlefield, the mission rewards also had a lot of understanding of the Dao of the formation. Now Liu Yi's formation realm is not low, even surpassing his own cultivation. At the same time, he also found the fairy scriptures in Yu's house that were basically related to the immortal formation, and there were also some inheritances of the immortal formation in it, which happened to be available for use now. So Liu Yi began to arrange it. He took out a large amount of fairy-level materials, which were obtained from the previous missions, and besides being used to practice refining tools and alchemy, there are still many left over. The highest reward is the Xianxian level, which is obtained by killing those Star-Wind pirates before. It is called Tianyao Star Stone, and it happens to be a very good array material. Coupled with some other formation materials, it is enough for Liu Yi to create a pretty good formation. These days, as Luyi's understanding of the Dao continues to deepen, the secret art of fusion has also been greatly improved. The current Luyi is enough to fuse the true immortal formation, and can fuse multiple ones to form a series of large formations. In this way, Luyi began to portray big eyes. Use the Tianyeo star stone as the eye of the formation, and use other fairy-level materials to assist. After spending 2 full months, Luyi finally completed the characterization of the formation. During this period, another group of Starry Sky Pirates came beyond Tianming. However, the strength of this group of Starry Sky Pirates is not as good as the previous Star Wind Pirates, and the strongest are only at the level of true immortals. At that time, Wang Jianyuan and others were still distributing the resources left by the Star Wind Pirates. After encountering these Starry Sky Pirates, they rushed forward with envy one by one, and kept all of these Starry Sky Pirates. For them, nature is flattering. Except for the Starry Sky Pirates, no other accidents happened. When Luyi finished drawing the formation, he left the cave and came to the top of Lingluo Peak. As a large formation that needs to cover the entire sky, the position of the formation's eye is very important, and it needs to be supported by a strong enough spiritual energy. But now, in the entire Tianming, the place with the strongest aura is of course Lingluo Peak. Luyi planned to set his sights on the top of Lingluo Peak. When Luyi came up, Yu Yuanyu came out from the next room. "Brother-in-law, why are you here? Are you looking for second sister?" Yu Yuanyu said with a smile. Luyi glanced at him and found that his aura was stronger than before. Obviously, he has gained a lot from the previous Dao title, and he is still in the digesting stage. "I do have something to ask Master. Aren't you practicing?" "I just came here, why did you wake up?" "Hey, seeing my brother-in-law is here, why am I still in the mood to practice? Are you talking about private matters with the second sister? Do you want me to avoid it?" Yu Yuanyu thought of something, and looked at Luyi with a strange expression. Luyi's head was full of black lines. "That's not necessary." He looked towards the bamboo house and said, "Master, I'm asking for an audience." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the bamboo house opened, and Peak Master Lingluo walked out. "What's wrong?" "It's like this." Luyi shared his thoughts with the two of them. After all, focusing on Peak Lord Lingluo will have a certain impact on the environment here, and it still needs to be approved by the master. Hearing Luyi's words, both Peak Master Lingluo and Yu Yuanyu were a little stunned. "Sister, brother-in-law, are you planning to set up a large formation covering the entire Tianming? Do you know how powerful this kind of formation is?" Yu Yuanyu asked a little dumbfounded. Luyi naturally knew that when the Rakshasa tribe invaded before, the large formation that shrouded Tianming was close to the level of Jingxian, and its power was extremely powerful. But Luyi doesn't need to arrange such a powerful formation, it's okay to be a little weaker. He smiled. "The big formation I arranged can probably withstand the monks at the peak of Xianxian. Each major realm of the fairy level is divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are the early stage, levels 4 to 6 are the middle stage, levels 6 to 9 are the late stage, and level 10 is the peak. For ordinary monks, there is a small bottleneck from the early breakthrough to the midterm, and from the midterm breakthrough to the late stage. Although it is not as good as the breakthrough of the big realm, it can also get stuck some monks. Of course, for Luyi, even if it is a big bottleneck, it is the same as if there is no one. His foundation is too deep, let alone a small bottleneck. Xianxian Peak. Yu Yuanyu was a little numb. What is the concept of Xianxian later stage? Even if it is placed in the Star Realm army, it is still at the level of a company commander, and it is still a relatively powerful type of company commander. My brother-in-law has just broken through to the level of a true immortal, and he can actually create a large formation that can withstand the peak of a mysterious immortal. It's okay to have a strong cultivation talent, but even the array talent is so exaggerated. Do you still want to live? Yu Yuanwu felt that it was unreasonable. Peak Lord Ling Luo knew that Liu Yi's talent in formation was extremely powerful, and his level of formation was also very high, but when he heard that Liu Yi could actually arrange a large formation that could resist the peak of the celestial beings, he also froze for a moment. Then she said, "So, you want to put the formation on the top of Ling Luo Peak?" Liu Yi nodded, "Master, what do you think?" Peak Master Ling Luo shook his head, "Of course I have no objection, and you are right. This time your breakthrough is not small, and I am afraid it will attract some people to come. Even if no one comes, it is not bad to have a large guard. So that Tianming will be safer. Put it on the top of Ling Luo Peak, and I can help you look at the dotted eyes." Liu Yi suddenly laughed, "Thank you, Master." Afterwards, Liu Yi took out the array eye that he had built before, and placed the array eye in an open space not far away. As the eyes of the formation fell, endless fairy spirits surged, intertwining mysterious and incomparable white formations in the sky. The formation patterns continued to spread, from the sky over Baiyun Xianzong at the beginning, to the entire Qingzhou, the entire eastern region, and finally, the formation patterns enveloped the entire Tianming. At daybreak, no matter if they were mortals or monks, they were all surprised when they saw the mysterious and complicated formation in the sky, but they calmed down soon. Is this a fairy trail? Since Immortal Lu's ascension, my celestial traces have often appeared. I'm afraid it was made by Immortal Lu again? For many monks, fairy traces are already a common occurrence. After all, Liu Yi often gave sermons to the monks of Tianming. For mortals and monks, this is considered a fairy miracle, but when Liu Yi broke through before, the tide of the avenue was of great benefit to all the creatures of Tianming, so naturally it can also be regarded as a fairy miracle. In the past, it was rare to encounter a fairy trace once in hundreds of millions of years, but now it is often encountered. Even if it is a short life of a mortal, it can be encountered several times, and everyone is no longer surprised. Only holy places like the Tai Holy Land, and other monks who have a certain understanding of the formation, are horrified and inexplicable when they see the densely packed mysterious formation patterns in the sky. This is, really a formation pattern. Such a mysterious formation pattern, it is definitely a fairy formation. Ancestor Deng Zhongxing and some other ancestors who were retreating in the Tai Holy Land were startled and rushed into the sky. The Tai Shenzi Lin Juyu, who was also in retreat, was also on the side. Seeing the pattern in the sky, she exclaimed, "Such a profound pattern, this must have been done by Brother Lu, right?" Deng Zhongxing and others beside him also nodded. Apart from Liu Yi, they couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. Thinking of the scene of meeting Liu Yi before, Deng Zhongxing still felt a little unbelievable. "I never thought that the young monk back then would reach such a height in just 1,000 years. The immortals who had seen Liu Yi beside him also sighed again and again. "By the way, where is the ancestor? If the ancestor is here, I'm afraid he will be very surprised to see such a large formation. It should be a very precious opportunity for him." Lin Juya looked around. Deng Zhongxing and the others shook their heads. There seems to be some news from outside the sky before. The ancestor left Tianming together with other immortals. He hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid there is some delay. Don't think about other things, and realize it quickly. If you can understand even a little bit of this pattern, it will be of great benefit to us. Deng Zhongxing said. The others nodded again and again, and began to feel the patterns in the sky. In the starry sky, a group of immortals are still discussing how to distribute them. After all, as Tianming got better and better, most of the immortals who went out from Tianming before came back. The remaining ones either had better development and would not return to Tianming, or had not received the news, or might have died outside. There are quite a few immortals who have come back. Naturally, there are still disputes over resources. After all, who doesn't want to get more resources? When Liu Yi was here before, they naturally didn't dare to show it, but now that Lui has made it clear that if the resources here are given to them, they will naturally not be polite and start to fight. Until now, more than 2 months have passed, and there is still no clear result. At this moment, an immortal from Zhongzhou saw a mysterious formation appearing in the sky above Tianming in the distance, and his eyes widened. My God, look at Tianming! The immortals who were arguing fiercely were taken aback for a moment, and turned their heads to look in Tianming's direction. Then everyone's eyes widened. That's the array pattern? The array pattern that covers the entire Tianming. Who arranged the big array? It's so terrifying. After all, Tianming is not an asteroid. With such a large area, it can cover such a large area. This large formation is obviously unusual. Should be fellow Taoist Lui. Wang Jianyuan knew that Lui had an extremely powerful Dao realm. Fellow Daoist Lui? He actually has such a powerful cultivation. Many immortals nearby stared wide-eyed. His cultivation realm is already so exaggerated, his talent is so high that it is unimaginable, and even his Dao realm is so exaggerated. Is this still human? Some people couldn't believe it. Wait, what is this big formation for? It should be to resist outsiders, right? After all, there are star pirates, and they don't care who you are. Then when the formation is formed, can we go back? Everyone? They looked at each other and were silent for a while, then Wang Jianyuan coughed dryly and said, well, let's take the things and go back first, and then sit down and discuss how to distribute them. Because Wang Jianyuan had the grace of preaching to Lui, these immortals more or less knew about it, but Lui had a different attitude towards Wang Jianyuan. In addition, Wang Jianyuan's cultivation base has reached the level of a true immortal, and his strength is considered to be the top among all immortals. All the immortals present are willing to give this face. Okay. If that's the case, then follow what Wang Daiyu said. In this case, let's go back first, so as not to be shut out by fellow Daoist Lu. We don't have the face to ask fellow Daoist Lu to open the formation for us. The group returned to Tianming with 2 batches of Starry Sky Pirates resources. On Lingluo Peak, the formation eyes were quickly set up, and the large formation was activated. Seeing that the formation patterns in the sky disappeared little by little, Lui nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it seems that there is nothing wrong with the formation. Yu Yuanwu on the side looked at the gradually disappearing formation, and he naturally felt the coercion of the fairy formation, and now he was a little suspicious of life. Peak Lord Lingluo glanced at the formation, and said, with this large formation, unless it is a strong person at the Golden Immortal level who invades, then there is no need to worry. But if there is a strong person at the Golden Immortal level who wants to attack us, our Yu family will not sit idly by. After all, after reaching the Golden Immortal level, he could be considered a strong man in the entire Tianluo starfield. If such a strong man dared to blatantly oppose the Yu family, he would still deal with the direct descendants of the Yu family, as well as Lui. The Yu family will definitely fight back with thunderous means. Even if they travel through space, they will dare to come at the fastest speed. Lui nodded, that's good. I've already notified my family that Uncle Tianfeng is on his way, and he will help us get rid of the monks we attracted this time. Peak Master Lingluo continued. After hearing this, Lui was completely relieved. When Yu Tianfeng comes here, stay here for a period of time, and when the turmoil caused by the tide of the avenue calms down, he can absorb the Chaos God Crystal. Lui had missed this for a long time. But, when Lui thought that he was only in the state of enlightenment before, there was such a big movement, and now that he absorbed the Chaos God Crystal, the movement would not be small. It seems that I have to continue to deepen my understanding of the formation, and then I have to set up another large formation to cover myself from absorbing the movements of the Chaos God Crystal. Fortunately, the task of arranging Tianming's defensive formation this time rewarded his understanding of the formation. After absorbing it, his cultivation of the formation should be improved a lot. Thinking in his heart, Lu Yi bid farewell to Peak Master Ling Luo and Yuan Wu, went back to the cave for retreat, and began to continue to improve his formation realm. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the Big Brother PIN030, and the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother 08A. Chapter 313. With such a big background, why didn't end number 039, you say it earlier? In the vast vacuum, a skyship quickly slid across the void and arrived at the outskirts of the star system. There are several monks with different appearances. They come from the very famous Poros Chamber of Commerce in the Three-Eyed Star District. The leader was a slender young man of the Three-Eyed tribe, with his hands behind his back, looking at the starry sky in the distance. His 3 eyes were shining brightly. He is Nuke, the 5th heir of the Poros family. He is an extremely famous figure in the entire Three-Eyed Star region. He is only 300,000 years old, and he is now at the peak of a true immortal. There are even rumors in the Three-Eyed Star area that Nuke will break through the bottleneck within 100,000 years, and eventually become an extremely powerful Xian. If Nuke can really do it, then his line of succession will be raised. Beside Nuke was a tall, golden-haired old man who looked like an upright ape. This is a very powerful race in the Three-Eyed Star region, called the Golden Ape Clan. The physical talent of the Golden Ape Clan is extremely powerful, and they have produced many famous physical training. They are also one of the most powerful follower races of the Three-Eyed Clan. The name of this Golden Ape Clan is Wu Wu, the guardian of Nuke. As one of the few big forces in the Three-Eyed Star region, the Poros Chamber of Commerce has naturally done a good job in protecting its own heirs. Especially for an extremely talented genius like Nuke, he will be given extremely high-level protection before his cultivation reaches a great level. And Yuan Wu is such an existence. His cultivation base is already at the 7th level of Xian, and he has reached the later stage. Looking at the entire Three-Eyed Star area, he is considered a strong man. After all, in the Three-Eyed Star area, the existence above Jinxian is basically the real controller of the big forces. Xian is enough to fight for hegemony. Behind the two, there are some monks. Some of these monks are human, some are three-eyed, and there are other races. They were either followers or guards of Nuke, or slaves. Originally, Nuke was traveling outside, looking for an opportunity to break through the Xian, and felt the aura of the Great Dao from the distant star area. He naturally moved in this direction without thinking about it. For this reason, he even spent a lot of resources to activate the space teleportation array, just to get there as soon as possible. After all, this Dao breath may be related to whether he can break through to Xian, which is extremely important. At this moment, Nuke stood in front of the window, glanced across the entire star system, and said, "That aura should have appeared from this area. That aura contains the power of the legendary Dao, what could it be?" Nuke has asked this question many times during this period. He is asking the ape Wu next to him, he is also asking other people, and he is also asking himself. Yuan Wu also looked at the distant planet, his eyes flickered, and replied, "Such a strong breath, either there is a treasure appearing, or a strong person is breaking through." Nuke exhaled slowly, and said, "If there is a treasure, it will be my chance for Nuke." He clenched his fists, thinking in his heart that no matter what, he must get such an opportunity. And a middle-aged human race in the back said with some concern, "Master, if it is the breath of a strong breakthrough, what should we do?" Another young man with 3 eyes was also a little worried, yet, to be able to inspire such a vast avenue, such a cultivation level, I am afraid that the weakest is a golden immortal, right? Maybe even a fairy. As for Xianzun, no one would guess. After all, in the huge Tianluo starfield, the number of immortals is very small, and only the Yu family has such a strong person. And such a strong person is almost always fighting against Zhu. It is impossible to appear in such a remote corner. In fact, even Xianjun is a legendary existence in the entire Three-Eyed Star area. If it wasn't for the huge movement this time, even after hundreds of light years, they would have felt such an obvious aura of Dao, and they would not have thought about Xianjun at all. And this kind of strong, if they are disturbed by them, I am afraid that the Boros Chamber of Commerce will not save them. Even Yuan Wu looked at Nuke with a little worry. Nuke frowned and said, no matter what, I can't give up this opportunity. Hearing this, the others were silent and said no more. After all, Nuke is the master, and they rely on Nuke's will. Yuan Wu said, Master, since this is the case, we have to be careful and try not to make too much noise, so as not to really disturb the strong. Nuke didn't object either, and nodded slightly. Go into this galaxy and take a look, and investigate these planets first. Tianzhou turned into a streamer and flew into the star system. Soon, they discovered that many planets in this galaxy seemed to have suffered great damage. Among them, there are even more planets that seem to have been dug out of their shells, as if a lot of resources have been dug away. This made Nuke and the others frown and become more cautious. This means that there are people in this galaxy, and only if there are monks, will the resources be dug out. This monk may not be a strong man involved in the tide of the avenue. Soon, they sensed that something was wrong. Hey? Why is there such a strong aura in such a remote area? It's not quite right. Nuke frowned, somewhat incomprehensible. Not only Nuke, but also other monks. Yuan Wu said, even the vacuum has such a strong aura, there may be a fairy star in this galaxy, even a very high level. This is also the conjecture of Nuke et.al. How is this possible? How could there be a fairy star in such a remote area? And judging by the concentration of the aura, it's probably no worse than the main star of the Poros family outside. Nuke frowned. This means that there may be very powerful monks here. Young master, do you think we should continue to explore? Nuke hesitated, then gritted his teeth, continue. The others looked at each other, kept silent, continued to drive the Tianzhou, and began to investigate. Before long, they approached dawn. After seeing the huge star in the sky, Nuke's pupil shrank, and like Yuan Wu and others, he looked nervously at the huge planet. This is definitely a fairy star, and it is not a low-level fairy star. Ape Wu's golden monkey hair stood up. He could feel that there was a lot of fairy spirit in it. What should we do, Master? Shall we go there? Nuke hesitated for a while. A fairy star with a lot of fairy energy must be a powerful sight, and there must be powerful monks inside. But when did such a remote area have such a fairy star? Could it be because of the tide of the avenue? Then the treasure is on this fairy star? Or is there an extremely powerful person sitting in this fairy star? Do you want to go up? Nuke hesitated for a moment. After a while, he said, Yu Wu, say hello outside and ask who is inside. After finishing speaking, he added, be more respectful. Yuan Wu grinned, okay. He flew out of the sky boat and arrived above Tianming. Just when he was about to fly down a little bit, suddenly dense array patterns appeared in the sky above Tianming. The patterns are mysterious and complex, covering the entire planet. Yuan Wu felt an extremely dangerous aura emanating from above the pattern, his hair stood on end, and he retreated extremely fast. Planet Defense Array. Nuke and the others in the Tianzhou naturally also saw this scene, and their pupils shrank. Even monks like Yuan Wu in the late Xianxian period were frightened away by the formation, and the power of this formation was obviously extraordinary. Sure enough, there are extremely powerful forces on this planet. Ling Lufeng. Lu Yi was comprehending the Dao of the formation when he suddenly felt Tianming's formation was activated. He raised his eyebrows, disappeared in place, and came to the sky above Ling Luo Peak. Looking at the dense pattern, Lu Yi twitched his lips. Really come again? I don't know who it is this time. Not long after Lu Yi came out, Lu Ningshuang, Ling Luo Peak Master, Yu Yuan Wu, Silver Giant Wolf Yunyu and other immortal level powerhouses also appeared in the sky. Master! Yunyu and the others said respectfully. You don't need to be too polite. Lui shook his head and looked towards the sky. Go up and have a look. A group of people turned into streamers and flew towards the sky. Not long after, they came to the edge of the pattern. Lui saw a golden-haired monkey floating outside the formation, and farther away, there was a sky boat. That boat was gorgeous in shape and seemed to be of great value. At this time, Wang Jianyuan and others also flew out from various areas in Qingzhou, and came to Lui and others. After seeing Tianatian's boat, Wei Kang's eyes widened, a little surprised. That's the Tianzhou of Boros Chamber of Commerce? This style, I'm afraid it came from the top management of Boros Chamber of Commerce. Several other monks also recognized the Tianzhou. This seems to be the sky boat of Nuke, the fifth heir of the Boros Chamber of Commerce. He even came here. What kind of power is the Boros Chamber of Commerce? Who is Nuke? Lui was a little confused. The Boros Chamber of Commerce is one of the top forces in the Three-Eyed Star District. It mainly deals in various cultivator supplies. Its strength and financial resources are extraordinary. Nuke is the proud son of the Boros Chamber of Commerce. Of course, in front of fellow deist Lui, I am afraid that only can be regarded as a mortal. Thinking of the achievements of the man in front of him, Bianjian twitched the corner of his mouth and said. The others also nodded. Nuke is quite famous in the entire Three-Eyed Star District. The immortals who have been in the Three-Eyed Star District have heard of this name more or less. However, no matter how talented, how can it be compared with Lui? Lui came to a sudden, it turns out to be the power of the Three-Eyed Star area. Then he doesn't have to worry. The woman next to him is a direct descendant of the most powerful Yu family in the Tianluo Star region, and he himself is urged to be a son-in-law by the head of the Yu family and the ancestor of the Yu family. This status is somehow higher than Nanook. Peak Master Ling Luo had also never heard of the Boros Chamber of Commerce. After listening to the introduction, she didn't react. She just glanced over and said, that's the Golden Ape clan, and it's the late stage of Xian. I just don't know if there are other people on the boat that day. Where is the strong one? Everyone else shook their heads, expressing that they were not clear. And Yuan Wu above the starry sky saw a monk vacating inside the pattern, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoists, I am a monk from the Boros Chamber of Commerce in the Three-Eyed Star District. Friend. Hearing this, Lui raised his eyebrows, speechless. A ghost passing by. Thinking about it, I know that it was probably attracted by the tide of the avenue. But with a large formation, Lui is not afraid. Moreover, my master has already said that Yu Tianfeng's 6th Legion is already on the way, and it shouldn't be long before it arrives, right? Even if there are strong people coming here, it shouldn't be a problem to persist until the arrival of the 6th Army. Lui was about to speak, but suddenly he closed his mouth, glanced at the empty space not far away, and raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence! In his line of sight, he can see that the space line is twisting and extending, turning into a huge void. It is a space shuttle formation. In the hollow, spaceships of the Astral Army flew out one after another. This movement naturally attracted the attention of everyone else. Yuan Wu immediately became vigilant, retreated to Tianzhou. After all, in this strange environment, the most important thing he has to do is to protect Nuke. But when he saw the sign on the sky boat clearly, he froze in place, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of shock. In the sky boat, Nuke and a group of monks also saw the logo on the sky boat, and their eyes widened. Astral Army! Nuke murmured in a low voice with shock in his eyes. How could the Star Guards appear here? One must know that the Star Boundary Army represents the strongest legion of the Yu family. Almost as long as one legion is dispatched, it is enough to conquer and wipe out all the forces in the Three-Eyed Star area. And now, the Star Militia Army has also appeared in this remote corner. Then Nuke understood what, they were also attracted by the tide of the avenue? No one answered Nuke's question. The hole opened wide, and a total of 5 skyships flew out. After these skyboats flew out of the hollow, they flew towards Tianming. Then it stopped in the vacuum beyond dawn. The next moment, several figures flew out of the skyboat. The leader was Yu Tianfeng, and Yu Tianfeng was wearing the unique battle armor of the commander of the Star Realm Army, and was immediately recognized by Nuke, Yuan Wu, and others. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Yu Tianfeng in the front in shock and inexplicable, only feeling that their throats were dry. Army, Military Lord. This is the Military Lord of the Star Realm Army. The Military Lord actually came in person. Nuke's voice was trembling because of being too surprised. Yu Tianfeng glanced at Yuan Wu, and then at Tianzhou in the distance. The moment he was swept away, Yuan Wu's whole body was icy cold, as if he would die instantly if he made a slight movement. He immediately froze on the spot. Nuke and the others on the Tianzhou boat were also sweating profusely and did not dare to move. At this moment, the formation pattern covering Tianming suddenly fluctuated, and then disappeared. Obviously the formation was opened. Lu Yi, Ling Luo Peak Master and others flew out to meet Yu Tianfeng. After Yu Tianfeng saw Lu Yi and Peak Lord Ling Luo, a gentle smile appeared on his originally majestic face. Uncle Tianfeng, Company Commander Lu, Company Commander Keming Gluo. Long time no see. Lu Yi greeted with a smile. The same is true for Ling Luo Peak Master and others beside him. Year, Ling Luo, I'm not late, am I? Yu Tianfeng said with a smile. Of course not, Uncle Tianfeng came very early. Then what's going on with the people from the Boros Chamber of Commerce? Yu Tianfeng, as the leader of the 6th Legion, guards the area that includes the Three-Eyed Star District. For the top forces in the Three-Eyed Star District, there are still some I must understand. Nuke. Apewu. Everyone in the Boros Chamber of Commerce felt numb all over. You are so big, why didn't you say it earlier? Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of 08A, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of Xingguan 247. Chapter 314 Ridiculous Answer. Yuan Wu hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted. I have seen the Lord of the Army, etc. passed by here, and felt that there are immortal stars here, so I came to pay a visit. While Yuan Wu was speaking, Nuke flew out with everyone. He also looked respectful, and saluted Yu Tianfeng. Nuke has met the military master. Nuke from the Three-Eyed Star area. I've heard of you. You are talented. Yu Tianfeng glanced at Nuke and nodded slightly. Nuke's eyes lit up, and he quickly smiled. My lord, congratulations. We came here to Immortal Star, and we don't mean to offend, we are just passing by. Yu Tianfeng looked at Lu Yi and asked, Year, did they do something wrong? How do you want to deal with it? The pupils of Nuke, Yuan Wu and others on the side shrank, and they were shocked, and looked at Lu Yi on the side. The majestic leader of the Star Realm Army would actually ask a true immortal for his opinion? What the hell is this man? They suddenly became tense, looking at Lu Yi, the cold sweat broke out behind their backs. Looking at this posture, if the real immortal in front of him intends to deal with them, the Star Realm Army's military master will never be relentless. This is true even if Nuke himself is the heir of the Boros Chamber of Commerce and has a noble status in the Three-Eyed Star District. Lu Yi glanced at the nervous crowd, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, they are still polite, they didn't act too aggressively, Uncle Tianfeng, it's fine. Yu Tianfeng nodded slightly after hearing the words, since you have said so, then I will not pursue it. Nuke and the others immediately felt completely relaxed, as if they had survived a catastrophe. Nuke is very fortunate that he asked Yuan Wu to be more respectful before, otherwise, it might be another story. Uncle Tianfeng, let's go to our Baiun Immortal Sect to rest and let you come all the way here, thank you for your hard work. Ha ha ha, this is the ancestor who personally spoke and asked me to come here. How dare I not come? I'm afraid I want to be beaten to death by the ancestor? Yu Tianfeng said with a smile. He knew how high the status of the young man in front of him was in the heart of the ancestor of the Yu family. I'm afraid that even the direct descendants of the Yu family are far inferior to him. Yu Tianfeng was joking, while Nuke and the others beside him were numb. The ancestor of the Yu family spoke in person. Just because of a little true fairy, let the military master of the Star Realm army rush over in person? The Star Realm army is very busy. After all, they have to deal with the 9 Serenity battlefield and deal with the heavenly demon swarm. The scope of their responsibilities is so vast, and there are countless things to deal with. The military lord is not such an empty person. Even so, the military lord rushed over at the first time. How can this true immortal be valued so much by the powerhouses at the level of immortals? How can it be? It is difficult for Nuke and others to understand. Looking at Lu Yi, Yu Tianfeng, and others going away, Nuke and his party are still in the vacuum. With the leader of the Star Border Army here, they naturally dare not make mistakes. Seeing the back of the group of people leaving, Yuanwu and others were silent for a moment. Yuanwu looked at Nuke. Master, what should we do? Nuke looked at Lu Yi's back, his eyes flickered, and there was curiosity in his eyes. Have you seen that? Young master? Nuke thought for a while, that person's cultivation level was not even as good as his, and it must have been a short time since he first became a true immortal. But he still called the man the son. After all, his status is too noble, the person who can be personally taken care of by the ancestor of the Yu family, the existence of the immortal level, the status is far from what he, the fifth heir of the top power in the three-eyed star area, can compare. Yuanwu and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. I've never seen it before. A middle-aged man hesitated and said, Young master, could that son be an important person from the Yu family? It's just that he is not in the Yu family star area, but stayed here? Nuke shook his head. Even if it is an important person from the Yu family, he will never let a strong person at the level of a fairy pay so much attention to him, but that is a fairy. How many geniuses and strong people are there in the Yu family? Is it possible to bother so much for such a person? Then who is he? Everyone wondered. Nuke shook his head. At this moment, his body froze, his eyes widened suddenly, and he thought of something. He muttered to himself, the aura of the Dao, could it be? No, impossible. How is it possible? Master? Yuanwu and the others couldn't help becoming worried when they saw Nuke's expression of seeing a ghost. Nuke has been gifted since he was a child and has a calm temper. This is the first time they have seen Nuke with such an expression. Master, are you all right? Yuanwu asked worriedly, how about we go back? Nuke came back to his senses, grabbed Yuanwu's arm, with inexplicable expressions in his 3 eyes, and said, Yuanwu, do you think that the aura of the avenue before was caused by that young master's possibility? How big is it? When Yuanwu heard this, he shook his head without even thinking about it. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. We can feel the aura of the Dao at such a distance. If we are nearby, the aura of the Dao may be like a tide. Such a movement, it is absolutely impossible to be formed by a real fairy. At the very least, it must be an innate spirit treasure or even a stronger baby, or a fairy king or even stronger. Nuke had a strange expression, and said, if that's the case, the aura of the avenue is really caused by the young man in front of him, and the patriarch of the Yu family will take special care of him. That must be. At this point, Yuanwu was startled suddenly, and he was stunned. Fuck! He suddenly uttered a foul language, with a suspicious face on his face. This shouldn't be possible. That young master is just a real fairy, how could he make such a noise? The others also understood what Nuke meant, and stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Yet, how could he make such a noise? Nuke was also puzzled. But he understands that if all the possibilities are ruled out, the remaining option, no matter how absurd, is the correct answer. Although Nuke couldn't understand how that sun managed to make such a terrifying fluctuation in the Dao, only this possibility made the ancestors of the Yu family pay so much attention to him. This kind of attention, even if it's your own son, doesn't it? Nuke was very envious in his heart, but he didn't dare to show even the slightest bit of hostility. After all, such an existence is beyond his comprehension at all. Nuke's eyes flickered for a moment, looked at the planet below, and said, "Let's go down too." Ah! Hearing this, whether it was Yuanwu or the other followers, their eyes widened and their faces were bewildered. Fuck! There is a big boss of the Star Realm army below, so if you don't leave, do you want to go down? Young Master, let's go. This time, the young master and the leader of the Star Border Army let us go. We are already destined to die. If we go down and annoy them, we may not be able to leave. Yuanwu said anxiously. Others nodded again and again. Nuke sneered, and swept across the crowd, "What are you afraid of? We're not looking for trouble." Since the young master was willing to let us go just now, it shows that he is a reasonable person, and he is not violent and bloodthirsty. Naturally, they won't care about us. We just walk around on this fairy planet to understand the situation. Hearing this, Yuanwu and the others were taken aback for a moment, and then Yuanwu understood. "Master, you mean to know about that young master's situation from other places?" "That's right, we're just passing travelers. We'll rest on the fairy star for a while. As long as we keep ourselves safe, we should be fine. You see, the immortals who came out before are not only human races, but even the three-eyed race. What are you afraid of?" Nuke chuckled. Yuanwu and the others looked at each other, then Yuanwu complimented, "Master is really smart." Although they couldn't understand the situation directly and couldn't communicate with that young master, this didn't prevent them from communicating with other people. If that young master stays on this fairy star for a long time, they can always get some useful information. Maybe we can still get along with that young master? Nuke's eyes flickered, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. In that case, young master, let's go down. Nuke and his party also flew downward. They didn't fly in the direction where Luyi and the others left before, but changed the direction, so as not to be thought to be following them, and then they would be unable to argue. They are all immortals, and they can tell the concentration of the spiritual energy of this fairy star at a glance. The area with the strongest spiritual energy is naturally the direction where Luyi and others left, and from that direction, the concentration of spiritual energy gradually decreases. They came to an area where the aura was not particularly strong, but it was not bad, and soon found a vast ancient city. In the ancient city, monks walked with swords or beasts, or took flying boats to take off and land in the city. They restrained their breath and landed in the city like ordinary monks. The sound of hawking in the city is endless, and there are bustling shops on both sides of the street. There are mortals and monks on the road, which is very lively. Nuke, as a monk of the Poros Chamber of Commerce, has seen more prosperous scenes, and even seen a planet that is a commercial planet in a commercial street, and there is no fluctuation in his heart. He glanced over and found that mortals and monks on the road seemed to glance at them from time to time, and some monks whispered. Nuke and the others are all immortals, so this kind of whispering naturally cannot escape their ears. Not human race? Not monster race, what race are these? The leader, I seem to have seen a similar race before, it seems to be called the three-eyed race, and the monk who saw this race last time was an immortal. Really? Three-eyed tribe? It seems very powerful. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as Lu Xianren? Yes, Lu Xianren is naturally the strongest. Lu Xianren? Nuke squinted his eyes, thought of the young master from before, looked at Yuanwu and the others beside him, and said via voice transmission, "Find a place, change into a human race, and go check it out news, mainly to learn about everything about that Lu Xianren." A group of people quickly rented a courtyard, but everyone changed into adults, left the courtyard, and went to inquire about news. And Liu Yi and his party came to Baiun Xian Zone. Everyone else left, only Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, Ling Luo Peak Master and Yu Yuanwu brought Yu Tianfeng and several company commanders to the top of Ling Luo Peak. Seeing the eyes flashing with mysterious runes on the top of Ling Luo Peak, Yu Tianfeng took another look and said in surprise, "These eyes are not weak, you built them, Year." Having experienced the great battle of the Raksha clan before, Yu Tianfeng naturally knew that Liu Yi's cultivation base was extremely high. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Well, just in case." Yu Tianfeng just smiled and said, You, breaking through your cultivation base, you actually made such a big commotion?" Even the ancestors were alarmed. "You are worthy of being a person who is loved by the Dao. Breaking through the realm can actually cause the tide of the Dao. The old man Xiadu is very sorry, if he was present at that time, I am afraid there will be a lot of gains." When Liu Yi heard this, he also thought of this in his heart. When he broke through before, he didn't care. If the ancestor of the Yu family can be under the tide of the Dao, he may be able to go further in his understanding of the Dao. At that time, he will be one step closer to the immortal king. If the ancestor of the Yu family can become an immortal king, then the threat of the Juyu battlefield can be eased. At the very least, a few ancestors of the Yu family at the level of Xianzun are enough to suppress the 7 Juyu battlefields. If there is an immortal king, the pressure will definitely be much less. It's a pity I didn't think much about it before. Liu Yi said with a smile, "I never thought that the breakthrough would cause such a huge commotion. When I break through next time, I will go to Yuxing. At that time, the ancestor should also be able to gain something." "Ha ha ha, as long as you have this heart, the ancestor will definitely be very happy." Yu Tianfeng laughed. "The news of your breakthrough may attract something. I will stay here to guard for 5 years. After 5 years, there should be no threat." Liu Yi nodded and smiled, "Then thank you, Uncle Tianfeng. What's so polite about that?" Yu Tianfeng patted Liu Yi on the shoulder, and winked at Liu Yi, "I also hope that I can also enjoy the atmosphere of the Dao. I am usually very busy. You were practicing in Yu's house before. Back then, I didn't catch up with the good times, but now, those bastards have gained a lot, but I haven't gained much." Yu Tianfeng thought of the Yu family golden immortals who were similar in cultivation level to him before, and now all of them have improved, and he felt very uncomfortable about that embarrassment. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Now that Tianming came, he was naturally happy. When Liu Yi heard this, he smiled immediately, "Since Uncle Tianfeng said so, I often arouse the aura of Dao. You can feel it naturally when you stay at Ling Luo Peak. It's so good." Yu Tianfeng smiled happily. At this time, he raised his eyebrows, looked in one direction, and narrowed his eyes. The monks from the Boros Chamber of Commerce also came down, and it seems that they have no plans to leave. Liu Yi was taken aback, and frowned, "Did they follow?" Yu Tianfeng shook his head, "That's not true. They went to other places, and they don't know what they want to do. Maybe they also came because of the aura of Dao." Hearing this, Liu Yi calmed down. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then don't worry about them. I plan to give a sermon in a while, and they will probably understand." To be honest, those members of the Boros Chamber of Commerce had a good attitude before, and Liu Yi didn't intend to kill them. No need, she is not a bloodthirsty person. Of course, if those people really want to seek death, even if Uncle Yu Tianfeng doesn't need to take action, he can kill them all. After all, the strongest of that group of people is only a late Xian, not enough for him to fight. "You want to preach? That's just right, I'll listen too." Yu Tianfeng's eyes lit up, and he smiled, looking forward to it. "Ha ha ha, okay, since Uncle Tianfeng is interested, I'll give the sermon now." Liu Yi smiled and jumped into the air. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 315 Space Node. This is not the first time Liu Yi has preached. As Liu Yi began to preach, the aura of the Dao surged, and the incomparably mysterious Dao pattern appeared in the sky, with myriad visions and huge movements, which could be seen throughout the dawn. Under such a vision, Yu Tianfeng only felt that inspirations were constantly emerging in his mind, and his understanding of the law was getting deeper and deeper. He looked shocked. Is this the state of Yi'er's preaching? Such an opportunity is quite rare. Peak Lord Ling Luo, Lu Ningxuang, and the others are already used to it. After all, Liu Yi will come every few decades. Ling Luo Peak Master said, cultivate first, this state will last for a while. Yu Tianfeng also nodded, and Lu Haiqing and others who were also stunned beside him also reacted immediately. They sat cross-legged and began to practice. In the distant ancient city, Nuke and the others had just left to inquire about the news, and before they had time to gain anything, they heard a majestic voice resounding throughout the ancient city, announcing the start of the sermon. Nuke and Yuanwu were walking together, and when they heard this voice, they were stunned and looked at each other. This voice seems to be that son's voice. Yuanwu said. Nuke also nodded. As immortals, their memory is naturally excellent. Unless it is an accident, nothing will be forgotten and will not disappear with the passage of time. But what is preaching? Both of them looked puzzled. But soon, they discovered that the monks beside them seemed to understand the situation, and they were very pleasantly surprised. It's Immortal Lu, and Immortal Lu has started preaching again. Hurry up! Find a place to practice. Fellow Daoist, is there anyone here? Sit down, sit down. One after another, the monks went home with swords, and some monks who had no foothold here sat cross-legged on the roof, looking forward to it. Even mortals are clamoring to go home at this moment. This made Yuanwu and Nuke dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why are they all gone? Nuke couldn't understand. At this moment, one after another mysterious voice came out. These Dao sounds contained strange powers, which immediately attracted Yuanwu and Nuke's attention. And with the appearance of Dao Yin, the aura of Dao emerged in the sky, various visions appeared, and mysterious Dao patterns condensed out. Nuke and Yuanwu suddenly felt all kinds of feelings come to their hearts. Their eyes widened in horror. This is Dao Qi. Such a strong Dao Qi. The two were shocked. Soon they realized why those monks had left the first time. Under such a spirit of Dao, any monk will have some insights. Even mortals will benefit. This is a great opportunity. Go back and feel it. Nuke came back to his senses immediately, and he even felt his bottleneck loosen, and his heart was ecstatic. Perhaps, this chance is enough for him to break through to the realm of Xian. Although the two were extremely eager, but considering that this was the sun's territory, they didn't dare to disturb the cultivation of other monks. Their auras converged, turned into streamers, disappeared in place in an instant, and flew towards the residence. Because Yu Tianfeng came all the way, and it was to protect Tianming, Liu Yi simply continued to preach for a little longer, and he stopped after more than a week. As Liu Yi stopped preaching, the vision slowly disappeared, and the aura of the Dao subsided little by little. Liu Yi turned into Lu Guang and returned to Ling Luo Peak. On the top of Ling Luo Peak, Liu Yi saw Yu Tianfeng and several company commanders sitting cross-legged, still feeling comprehension, and did not disturb them. Peak Lord Ling Luo and Lu Ningxuang are not here, and they probably have gone back to practice. After thinking about it, Liu Yi simply returned to the cave and began to practice. Time passed, a month later. On the top of Ling Luo Peak, Yu Tianfeng and several company commanders Lu opened their eyes one after another, with mysterious Dao patterns flickering in their eyes. The company commanders are both Suangxian level powerhouses, and Yu Tianfeng is a Jingxian. Their understanding of the laws has naturally reached a very deep level, and they can even interfere with the surrounding reality unintentionally. Yu Tianfeng exhaled slightly, feeling his own progress, and sighed, as expected of a person whom the Dao of Heaven favors. Your sermon once gave such a great help to a golden fairy like me. Lu Hiking, Ming Gluo, and others on the side were equally pleasantly surprised. Yet, Master Lu Yi is so powerful. I feel that the bottleneck is loosening. It won't be long before I can break through to the peak of Xianxian. If I can listen to Master Lu Yi's sermons a few more times, I may become a golden immortal in my lifetime. What? Lu Hiking said in surprise. Ming Gluo on the side said with a serious face, Master, I personally think that Master Lu Yi is extremely talented, and it is a bit dangerous to let him and the second lady stay alone in Tianming. After all, even in the Tianluo starfield, not everyone will. It is estimated that our Yu family is strong. How about letting my brothers from the 10th Company stay to protect young Master Lu Yi? The others were taken aback, while Lu Hiking and the others looked at Ming Gluo in disbelief. Fuck! You kid, the counting beads are flying in my face. Why do you stay in the 10th Company in Tianming? If you want to be close to Master Lu Yi, our 12th Company has fought side by side with Master Lu Yi. If you want to stay come down to protect Master Lu Yi, you have to be a brother of our 12th Company. Lu Hiking spit out all the spit, and immediately cursed. None of the company commanders on the side were human beings, and they all spoke out one after another, expressing their willingness to stay and protect Lu Yi. Our 3rd Company can also stay. We won't compete with you for military achievements and points on the battlefield. We are all brothers. Let us leave the hard work of protecting young Master Lu Yi. Fuck off, can you do it? I will give you the military merits of the 7th Company, and let us stay with the 7th Company. Looking at the company commanders of the 6th Army Corps who were arguing endlessly, Yu Tianfeng's face was dark, and he snorted coldly, enough. The company commanders who were arguing immediately shrank their necks and dared not speak. Yu Tianfeng glanced at the company commanders, and angrily said, What's the point of arguing like this? Our 6th Army Corps guards a territory thousands of light years in radius, and everyone wants to stay here. Who will guard the other starry sky areas? Yu Tianfeng, the family cultivated you to let you compete for opportunities here? When the company commanders heard the words, they also had guilty expressions, and they knelt down on one knee. We are greedy, please punish the military master. Yu Tianfeng's expression was slightly relaxed, and he said slowly, Get up, if you know your mistakes, you can correct them. What the hell? He can't even stay here, these bastards have to stay here one by one. Yu Tianfeng thought for a while, and slowly said, I will make a suggestion with the Yu family to build a star gate in the star system to connect our 6th Army base with this place. If you take turns to rest, you can come to Tianming. With luck, I might hear a sermon. Hearing this, Lu Hiking and the others' eyes lit up immediately, and they showed expressions of surprise. Thank you, Commander. Commander is wise. Naturally, Yu Tianfeng wanted to listen to more sermons not only because of Lu Hiking and others, but even himself. But the base of each legion needs to guard important areas, and there are star gates nearby, just for support. If he stays here, if something happens in other areas, even if he is a golden immortal, he will not be able to rush there immediately. Especially when there is an accident in the Juyu battlefield, it is an extremely urgent matter, and it must be suppressed as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yu Tianfeng even wants to move the main base of the 6th Army to the Sky Galaxy. At that time, if Lu Yi wanted to preach, and all the brothers from the 6th Legion came to listen to the sermon, wouldn't his cultivation improve rapidly? Pity. Yu Tianfeng sighed in his heart, and at the same time made up his mind, he must tell his family that Tianming must leave a star gate. In fact, this was not only for listening to Lu Yi's preaching, but also for the safety of Lu Yi and Yu Lingluo. As Lu Hiking and others said before, in Tianluo Starfield, there are too many things that don't give the Yu family face. Before Tianming was remote, few strong people would pay attention to it. But now as Liu Yi's strength is getting stronger and stronger, it may not be so in the future. If Tianming is being targeted by a strong person, or even Liu Yi is being targeted by a strong person, if there is no star gate, even if it is him, it will take quite a while to get here through the space shuttle formation, and it will cost a lot of resources. But if there is a star gate, it will be different. Thinking of this, Yu Tianfeng planned to discuss this matter with Peak Master Ling Luo and Liu Yi. At the same time, in the ancient city, the residence of several people in Nuke. Nuke slowly opened his eyes, wisps of turquoise light flashed in his eyes, as if a storm was brewing. After a while, the violent storm disappeared, and his eyes returned to calm. Nuke stood up with a surprised expression, full of smiles. He has already felt that the bottleneck has loosened a bit. Originally, it might take him 100,000 years to break through to Xianxian. But now, at least save him 10,000 years of penance time. This is a full 10,000 years. That's a long time, even for Nuke. If I can listen to that Liu Xianren preach a few more times, I will definitely be able to break through to the Xianxian realm. Nuke muttered to himself, feeling extremely excited. Then Nuke thought of something and left the room. In the yard, Yuan Wu and the others were already there. Whether it was Yuan Wu or the other followers, they were all smiling at the moment, obviously they all gained something. After seeing Nuke, they got up quickly. "Young master, have you left the customs? Have you gained anything?" Yuan Wu asked hastily. Nuke nodded, "Well, the harvest is not small." "That's great. Congratulations, young master, for being one step closer to Xianxian." Yuan Wu and the others all smiled. Nuke smiled, and then said, "By the way, you continue to investigate. Investigate the identity and information of that young master. That young master is probably the Liu Xianren they mentioned before." Listening to those mortals, Liu Xianren preached more than once or twice. We must find out how often he preaches. It would be best if we could find out other news. Yuan Wu and the others nodded when they heard the words, understood. Go. Watching several people leave, Nuke sat down on the stone chair in the courtyard, his eyes flickered, and there was a look of expectation in his eyes. It would be great if that young master can preach once in 1,000 years. In this case, I'm afraid I can break through to the Xianxian realm within 10,000 years. Then Nuke couldn't help laughing, and shook his head. What am I thinking? When did I have such an unrealistic dream? That young master can preach to the world. He is already very bold and broad-minded. It is already a great kindness for people, but it is a bit too ignorant to expect him to preach once every 1,000 years. Nuke himself felt a little shameless. He only hopes that the young master can preach once every 10,000 years. In this case, with his own hard work and preaching, he is confident that he can break through to the realm of the profound immortal within 50,000 years. Breaking through the bottleneck in 50,000 years. In this way, his line of succession has to be moved forward again. Thinking of this, Nuke showed a slight smile. Baiun Xianzong, Ling Lufeng. Yu Tianfeng did as soon as he thought of it, and immediately found Ling Luo Peak Master and Liu Yi who was practicing, and told him about his plan to establish a star gate in the star system. Year, Tianming is your home planet after all, what do you think? Yu Tianfeng looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi didn't have this idea at all before. He didn't know much about star gates. He only knew that it was similar to a fixed space shuttle array, which would cost a lot of resources. He looked at Peak Master Ling Luo beside him. Master, what do you think? Peak Lord Ling Luo thought for a while, looked at Yu Tianfeng, and asked, Uncle Tianfeng, if you want to build a star gate, you need a suitable space node, right? Is there such a space node near the star system? Yu Tianfeng said, if you agree, we will send people to investigate. If it is really impossible, even if it costs a lot of resources to open up a space node here, it will be fine. Forcibly open up space nodes? Even Peak Master Ling Luo was surprised, then it would cost too many resources. After all, the normal space lines are neatly organized, and the space nodes that open up the star gate, the space line is not as stable as the normal space line, and there may even be traces of space depressions. In such an area, it takes a lot of money to open a star gate. Less resources, but considering the subsequent benefits, it is within the acceptable range. But if a star gate is opened in a normal space area, it needs to forcibly disturb a large area of space lines and turn it into a space well, which requires a lot of energy, and maintaining such a space well also requires a lot of energy. However, as Yi's cultivation base continues to improve, and the movement of cultivation and preaching is getting louder and louder, I am afraid that more and more powerful people will notice Tianming. If you are willing to go to Yuxing to practice, then it is nothing, but if you want to stay in Tianming, for your safety, then we can only consider opening a star gate. Hearing this, Lu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo looked at each other. Leaving aside Peak Lord Ling Luo, for Lu Yi, if possible, he would naturally wish to stay in Tianming. After all, this is the place where he was born and raised. Although Yuxing is good, but now that he has grown stronger, he also hopes to do something for Tianming. Every time he preached, the aura of Dao surged, Tianming's environment also changed constantly, and the aura became stronger and stronger. After this period of preaching, the concentration of Tianming's aura was much stronger than when he first transformed into a fairy star. Hearing the words of Peak Master Ling Luo and Yu Tianfeng, he revealed a thoughtful look. I need space nodes. I think I can help with this. Hearing this, both Yu Tianfeng and Peak Master Ling Luo were taken aback. Then Yu Tianfeng showed a hint of surprise. Yi, do you know where there are space nodes? He naturally knew that Lu Yi had mastered extremely profound laws of space and had a unique perception of space lines. Lu Yi was taken aback, and smiled. That's not true, I think I can make one. Yu Tianfeng? Ling Luo Peak Master? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 316 Absorbing Chaos God Crystal. Can you make one? Yu Tianfeng looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression. Lu Yi nodded. If I want a space node similar to other Stargate areas, I should be sure to make it, but it will take a long time. Lu Yi's law of space has been perfected, and the law of space is enough, but the problem is that his strength is not strong enough, he is just a true immortal. If he reached the golden immortal level, it would not take much time to create a space node, but a low cultivation level meant that the energy output was relatively small, so naturally he had to take his time. Yu Tianfeng and Ling Luo Peak Master looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Peak Lord Ling Luo was a little worried and said, Boy, I know your space law is not weak, but are you sure you can create such a space node? Lu Yi smiled. Of course, Master, don't worry. Yu Tianfeng asked, how long will it take to build it? Lu Yi thought about his current strength, thought about it, and said, it will probably take hundreds of years. Of course, this is his conservative estimate. If his strength improves, or if he spends more time on it, the speed will definitely be faster. Hundreds of years, that's fast enough. Yu Tianfeng showed a pleasant smile. If you really don't find a space node nearby, then you need to work hard, Yi. Lu Yi shook his head. Uncle Tianfeng is serious, this is also for Tianming. After all, with the Stargate, even if Tianming is in danger, the Star Realm army will definitely arrive faster. Ha ha ha, now that it's been decided, I'll send someone to find out if there are suitable space nodes nearby to build Stargates. Yu Tianfeng laughed. Both Lu Yi and Ling Luo nodded their heads, and the matter was settled like this. Inside the ancient city, Nuke looked at Yuanwu and the others who came back, and listened to the information they had collected about Lu Yi. His complexion kept changing, and his expression was very exciting. After the group told all the news about Lu Yi, Nuke was silent for a long time, with a dull expression. Yuan Wu and the others looked at each other, and were not surprised by Nuke's reaction. In fact, when they first heard the news, they couldn't believe it. Who would have thought that Immortal Lu, the young master who even got the attention of the ancestor of the Yu family and made the head of the Star Realm army smile, would be a native monk of this planet? And not long ago, this planet was even just a mortal star. Just because this sun ascended, this mortal star also transformed into a fairy star. This is a fantasy in the entire three-eyed star area, among all the planets that the Poros Chamber of Commerce has known. This sun, how talented is he? Nuke muttered to himself. Lu Yi's life was too legendary for Nuke. If he hadn't seen Lu Yi with his own eyes, he wouldn't even be able to believe that there are such geniuses in the three-eyed star district. That's right, the second young miss of the Yu family accepted that young master as her own disciple when his cultivation was still weak, and she also has the discerning eye to recognize pearls. Yuan Wu said. Nuke nodded, then his eyes flickered, he showed a surprised smile, and confirmed again, listen to you, that young master preaches every few decades? That's right, young master, we've all inquired about it, it happens once every few decades. Yuan Wu also had a smile on his face. The others were equally astonished. That young master is really a good man. Such preaching is a rare opportunity for us. He actually comes here every few decades. No wonder there are so many immortals on this immortal star. Nuke and the others are all in a fairyland, so they naturally feel that Tianming has a lot of fairy aura. Nuke guessed that some of these immortals were local immortals of Tianming, and some of them probably discovered this place by chance, so they stayed here to practice. Thinking of this, Nuke raised the corner of his mouth and showed a smile, in this case, let's stay. If that young master preaches every 100 years, then I may be able to break through in 2000 years. Nuke himself couldn't believe it when he thought that he could break through the bottleneck of Xianxian and break through to the realm of Xianxian in such a short period of time. This speed is much, much faster than he originally expected. Congratulations, Master! Yuan Wu and the others were also full of smiles. As followers of Nuke, the stronger Nuke was, the higher his status, and they would naturally benefit accordingly. If the young master can really break through to the profound immortal realm within 2000 years, the potential shown will far exceed that of the first-ranked young master Bren. The young master will definitely become the true master of the Boros Chamber of Commerce in the future. Ape Wu is full of smiles. As a guardian, he grows up with Nuke, and the harvest is naturally the greatest. Nuke couldn't hide his smile, and his eyes also flashed with anticipation. Then he thought of something, his eyes flickered for a while, and he said, by the way, I heard that the young master has some followers here? Yes, I heard that he is the descendant of the holy land of Xianzong here, and he followed that young master before he ascended. That young master is so generous to ordinary people, let alone those followers. I heard that they all got the attention of that young master and got a lot of help. Speaking of this, a look of envy flashed in Yuan Wu's eyes. The same goes for other Nuke followers. Although Nuke is amazingly talented and treats them well, but people are more popular than others. Compared with that young man, Nuke is naturally far behind. Nuke glanced at Yuan Wu and the others, and naturally understood their envy in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and said, some mortals in the area can actually become the followers of that young master, maybe this young master also has a chance. Hearing this, Yuan Wu and the others were taken aback for a moment, and looked at Nuke in astonishment. Young master, do you want to be that young master's follower? Nuke raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Yuan Wu and the others. Why not? Although my Boros Chamber of Commerce is a top force in the Three-Eyed Star region, but looking at the entire Tianluo Star region, it is difficult to be called first class, and that young master is someone that even the ancestors of the Yu family value very much. With that young master's talent, it would be my honor to be his follower. Nuke is very clear about his position. He understands his status, and his talent and cultivation are among the top among the younger generation in the Three-Eyed Star district. However, it is only limited to the Three-Eyed Star area. The entire Tianluo star field is vast and boundless, and the Three-Eyed Star area is inconspicuous in it. In other areas, there are more powerful forces and more powerful geniuses. However, Lü Yi even paid so much attention to the peerless immortals at the level of immortals. Just preaching can cause fluctuations in the Dao, which is far beyond what he can compare. In addition, through understanding, Nuke also understands that Lü Yi's temper is gentle, he cares so much for the mortals on his mother planet, and is willing to preach to the world. How can he be worse for his followers? For Nuke, becoming a follower of Lü Yi may be the greatest opportunity in his life. Listening to Nuke's words, Yuan Wu and the others gradually came to their senses. They have been in the Three-Eyed Star area for a long time. In their perception, Nuke is the top talent, but as Nuke said, he is only the top talent in the Three-Eyed Star area. Thinking of this, Yuan Wu and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. Since the young master has such a plan, we will naturally fully support it. If Nuke really became a follower of Lü Yi, it must be a great opportunity, and Nuke has gained something, and those who follow Nuke, it is no problem to drink some soup. That must be much better than now. How could they have a reason to refuse? In that case, let's investigate that young master's followers. Yes. After Yu Tianfeng came to Tianming, Lü Yi was completely relieved. With Yu Tianfeng around, he didn't have to worry about some strong man coming to Tianming, which would be bad for Tianming. Thus, Lü Yi could practice in peace and stability. Every day, Lü Yi is either comprehending the law, comprehending the way of formation, the way of alchemy, the way of refining weapons, or improving his cultivation. However, as his cultivation improved, Lü Yi discovered a very serious problem. Although some time ago on the Jiyu battlefield, he obtained a lot of star marrow, but after he broke through to the realm of true immortals, his cultivation speed accelerated again, and the speed of absorbing star marrow also increased rapidly. He found that these star marrows could not even support his cultivation for hundreds of years. If he does not have enough training resources, it is obviously impossible for him to improve quickly. Lü Yi thought for a while, and felt that when the time passed, he had to go to Jiyu battlefield to make a dungeon and harvest a wave of cultivation resources. After it was decided to build a stargate outside Tianming, some professionals came to Tianming and began to detect whether there were any suitable space nodes in the Tianming galaxy and nearby areas. It didn't. So Lü Yi has another job, which is to create a space node suitable for opening stargates. Regarding this point, the professionals who built the stargate were stunned when they first heard it. After all, as the refiners and formation masters who build stargates, they know best what kind of power is needed to create a space node. A real fairy wants to build a space node? They even thought they were dreaming. But even Yu Tianfeng and the second miss of the Yu family didn't object, so naturally they didn't say much, just watched quietly. In fact, to create a space node, the means needed are only advanced space laws. By combing and changing the distribution of space lines in an area through the laws of space, a space node will gradually be formed. After Lü Yi did it, he found that in order to achieve this, he only needed more than 80% of the law of space. Of course it was not a difficult task for Lü Yi, his space law was perfect. The only trouble is that it takes a lot of spirit energy. After all, using the law of space with all its strength consumes a lot. However, it is a big project to sort out the spatial lines, and it can only be done slowly. When Lü Yi really changed the distribution of the space lines, the eyes of the craftsman and formation master who built the stargate who followed him once almost popped out. They finally understood why Yu Tianfeng was mobilizing so many people to build a stargate in such a remote area. What kind of monster is this? A mere true immortal can actually change the distribution of space lines? After confirming that Lü Yi could really build a space node, Yu Tianfeng and Peak Master Ling Luo were completely relieved. The next time became very stable. 5 years passed quickly. In the past 5 years, there have been several groups of starry sky pirates and other strong men attracted by the tide of the avenue, and there are even a group of demons. The most powerful demon has reached the level of Jingxian, and his strength is not weak. But it is obvious that Yu Tianfeng is stronger, even if it is a demon of the Golden Fairy level. He did not go through a few rounds in his hands, and was finally suppressed and sealed by him. 5 years later, Yu Tianfeng and other talents left. Only then did Liu Yi have the opportunity to absorb the Chaos God Crystal. In the past few years, he has majored in Array Dao. The large formation depicted at this moment is stronger than before, and he directly refined an extremely powerful covering formation, covering his practice room, and began to retreat. The Chaos God Crystal is a white crystal, with a white streamer flashing inside the crystal, but upon closer inspection, this white streamer seems to contain endless brilliance. Just as Liu Yi held the Chaos Crystal, he felt a trembling aura. This kind of aura, even though Liu Yi's physical body is extremely powerful now, feels a bit unbearable. He closed his eyes and began to absorb and refine the Chaos Crystal. Wisps of Chaos Qi were absorbed into Liu Yi's body, and the Chaos Essence was incomparably mysterious, blending into every part of his body began to transform, and his spirit and fairy spirit also began to transform. Every cell of him is under the essence of chaos, flashing strands of mysterious brilliance, which seems to contain endless possibilities, and his fairy spirit is constantly condensed under the refinement of the essence of chaos. The Dao World Seed in his body is even more radiant, absorbing wisps of Chaos Qi. Around Liu Yi, vast visions emerged, the aura of the Great Way surged, and the power of chaos flowed along with it. These visions were blocked by the large formation and did not leak out. One by one, Liu Yi absorbed all 10 Chaos God Crystals. When the last Chaos God Crystal was absorbed, Liu Yi sat cross-legged, and the vast visions around him slowly disappeared. Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, strands of mysterious brilliance flickered in and out of his eyes, and then slowly dissipated. He exhaled slightly, clenched his fists, and smiled. After absorbing the Chaos God Crystal, his cultivation has not improved much, but his foundation is much stronger than before. Now, in Liu Yi's sight, the Dao patterns are obvious, and even in Liu Yi's sight, those Dao patterns can be divided into simpler parts, which are no longer as obscure as before. You must know that even if Liu Yi had realized the law to perfection before, he still had only a half knowledge of the essence of the Dao pattern. But now, it's not the same. As long as he is given time, he can thoroughly understand the essence of the Dao and point directly to the source. The power of the original source is above the law, and only the powerhouses of the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor can master it. Even the Immortal Venerable can only get a glimpse of the leopard, but cannot understand the whole picture. However, the current Liu Yi is obviously only in the realm, but he can see the mystery of it. Although it is definitely unrealistic to completely master it in a short period of time, for Liu Yi, there is no bottleneck in mastering the source. And this is just one of the changes. Liu Yi feels that the biggest change is his physical body. After being tempered by 10 Chaos God Crystals, his physical strength has directly increased to the point where even he is terrified. Even with only his physical body, he can defeat the strong in the late stage of Xian, and this is not counted as something at the level of laws such as the law of strength. Coupled with the limit of immortality, Liu Yi felt that there should be no opponents in the Xian realm, but he didn't know if he could beat Jingxian with his strength. Of course, it is definitely not possible to fight against a Jingxian peak like Yu Tianfeng. Liu Yi's goal is the early Jingxian, the kind that has just entered the Jingxian. If he beats a powerhouse of this level with his own strength, then his strength is not bad. In addition, his fairy spirit has been improved again under the tempering of the essence of chaos. Even if the cultivation level has not improved, the quality has increased several times compared to before. And the Dao World Seed in his body has absorbed a little bit of Chaos Qi, and now has a little Chaos Qi, and if he wants to create his own chaos world in the future, at least he has a starting point. Thanks to the book friend 20230125193625546 for the 202 points rewarded by the boss, and thanks to the 08A boss for the 100 points. Chapter 317, 130 Years. After absorbing the Chaos God Crystal, there is also something not so good. That is, his current foundation is stronger, and his combat power is far more than before, but at the same time, more resources are needed to break through. I'm afraid he has to go to Juyu battlefield earlier. But the advantage is that the speed at which he absorbs the star marrow has also accelerated, and the speed of cultivation has actually increased a lot compared to before. After leaving the practice room, Lui resumed his peaceful daily life again. In this way, Lui usually either cultivates, comprehends, and practices various skills, or builds space nodes. Sometimes I will take a vacation for myself, and accompany Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 to travel around the mountains and rivers, and travel around the world. Sometimes I would get together with Tianlong Shenzi and others. These Taoist friends who met in the process of Lui's continuous growth are mainly Lui at this moment. Naturally, Lui will not treat them badly, and naturally he will not treat them badly pull down. Although the amount of star essence is limited now, none of these monks have ascended, and they don't need resources like star essence at all. Many of the mortal realm cultivation resources that Lui left before are useless, and they are basically allocated to them. Under Lui's training, their cultivation speed is naturally very fast. In the future, it should be able to be used as a combat force and play a role on the Juyu battlefield. Although Lui is very strong, but there are so many 9 nether demons, even he needs help. In this way, time passed, and 100 years later, Lui broke through to the 2nd floor of the true immortal. This cultivation speed is not even slower than in the heavenly immortal realm. This is the effect brought by the Chaos God Crystal. In addition to the breakthrough in cultivation, Lui has also improved greatly in other aspects. Although his understanding of the origin has not made much progress, his understanding of the Dao Dao pattern has allowed him to dabble in other laws, and he has mastered more laws than before. In addition, after 100 years of hard work, the space node has almost been completed, and it won't take long to start building the Star Gate. 30 years later, Lui completely built the space node. This speed is much faster than he originally expected, and this is also because of the effect of the increase in power after Lui devoured the Chaos God Crystal. After building the space node, Lui told his master, and his master contacted the Yu family. Not long after, Yu Tianfeng came to Tianming with the craftsman and formation master who built the Star Gate. These formation masters and crafting masters are the same group that came last time, although they saw Lui's methods last time, and understood that Lui really has the ability to create space nodes. But in just over 100 years, a suitable space node is in front of them, and they are still a little numb. This speed is too fast, right? For more than 100 years, even for a newly ascended celestial being, it is just a flick of a finger, let alone for a true immortal. Even Yu Tianfeng didn't expect Lui to be so fast. You really gave me a big surprise. He smiled all over his face. As long as the Star Gate is successfully built, it will be much more convenient for him to come to Tianming from the base, and it will save a lot of resources. Master Lui's methods are astonishing. I really admire him. If Master Lui can help build space nodes in other areas in the future, then our Tianluo starfield may be able to form a Stargate network that is convenient enough, and we will be able to go anywhere by then. Extremely convenient. The person who spoke was a white-haired old man. His cultivation was already at the peak of Xianxian, and he was also an extremely powerful craftsman. He was the leader of these craftsmen, named Yu Ming. Hearing this, before Lui opened his mouth, Yu Tianfeng frowned and said, "Yu Ming, how can years' time be wasted on such things? The Tianluo starfield is so huge, and if it wants to spread all over the star gates, How can it be? Can it be solved with a few space nodes? Even if Year spends more than 100 years building a space node each time, it will probably take at least tens of thousands of years, or even longer, to achieve the step you mentioned. For Year, for such a genius, this is putting the cart before the horse. Yu Tianfeng resolved the disagreement. In his opinion, Liu Yi's talent is so amazing that tens of thousands of years may allow him to cultivate to the golden immortal. It's not worth wasting this kind of time on this. Although it would be an excellent thing for the Tianluo starfield if it could build a star network, it would be better compared to anything else. Liu Yi's cultivation is obviously more important than this star network. Yu Ming was taken aback when he heard the words, and then realized that the young master in front of him was rumored to be an existence that even the ancestors valued very much. It can be seen from the fact that he can create space nodes in the realm of true immortals. It would be a bit of a waste if such a character spends all his time building space nodes. He hastily apologized and said, "It's an old man who is being rude, please calm down." The military master, "Please don't mind, young Master Liu Yi." Liu Yi smiled, "It's okay, Master Yu's idea is really good. If I have spare time, I can help you build some important space nodes." Hearing this, Yu Ming was overjoyed, then reacted, and glanced at Yu Tianfeng cautiously. Yu Tianfeng looked at Liu Yi helplessly. "Year, this space node is built for the safety of you and Ling Luo. Where do you need to worry about other locations? The Yu family has controlled the Tianluo starfield for hundreds of millions of years, and there has been a big chaos. Even if there is no space node, there is no problem." Liu Yi smiled and said, "Uncle Tianfeng, the Yu family has treated me so well, I have to repay it." Yu Tianfeng was tangled up when he heard the words, and asked worriedly, "Will this affect your cultivation?" "Don't worry, Uncle Tianfeng, it won't affect you." "Well, since you have the heart, then do as you say, but you must not affect your cultivation, or the ancestor may kill me." Yu Tianfeng grinned, thinking of the consequences that the ancestor knew. The scalp is a little numb. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Uncle Tianfeng, I will pay attention." Seeing that the matter had been settled, Yu Ming and the others showed pleasant smiles. "Thank you, Master Liu Yi. For array mages and weapon refiners like them, building a star gate is a good opportunity for training, and it will be of great help to them in improving their formation and refining skills. Of course, as a team to build star gates, they are also most aware that the number of star gates in the Tianluo starfield is seriously insufficient, and there will be inconvenient transportation in many areas. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, how can there be so many naturally formed space nodes? And artificially created space nodes cost too much. Now with Liu Yi, stargates will gradually appear in many important areas without stargates in the future. This is a huge good thing for the entire Tianluo starfield." Yu Tianfeng snorted coldly, glanced at Yu Ming and the others, and said, "Let's start building the stargate." "Yes." Looking at the busy formation masters and crafting masters, Liu Yi thought of something, and looked at Yu Tianfeng. "By the way, Uncle Tianfeng, I want to go to the Zhenan battlefield in a few days." Yu Tianfeng was taken aback, and looked at Liu Yi in surprise. "Go to Zhenan battlefield? Why? You also know that the Juyu demon is very interested in you. If you go to Juyu battlefield, I'm afraid it will be more dangerous than ordinary people." Liu Yi smiled, "It's nothing, it's just that I have learned a little from my practice recently, and I want to experience it." Hearing this, Yu Tianfeng expressed his understanding. For monks, experience is also a very important relief. Working behind closed doors may improve their cultivation, but some insights also come from experience. In his opinion, even Liu Yi is no exception. Yu Tianfeng nodded slightly, and thought for a while, "Then I will go with you then." The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. "You, a golden fairy, accompanied me to the Zhenan battlefield, what else can you do for training? But your safety is the most important thing." Yu Tianfeng frowned. Don't worry, Uncle Tianfeng, you still don't know my strength? I have mastered the golden fairy art of the space system, coupled with the profound law of space. There should be no Zhuyu demon who can keep me in the Zhenan battlefield. Yu Tianfeng heard the words, thought about it, and felt that what Liu Yi said was indeed true. With his cultivation strength, there are almost no natural enemies in the Zhenan battlefield where there are only Xianxian level 9 secluded demons. Thinking of this, Yu Tianfeng stopped talking. Since you have already made plans, I won't say more. If there is any situation, you must put your life first. Don't worry, Uncle Tianfeng, I know it well. After bidding farewell to Yu Tianfeng, Liu Yi returned to Lingluo Peak. Liu Yi planned to go to Zhuyu battlefield, on the one hand, to obtain training resources. After all, his training resources were almost exhausted. In addition, there is one more thing, and that is to go to Hengdi's home planet. He had already promised Hengdi to protect her people before, but because he had to absorb the Chaos God Crystal and build a space node, he couldn't leave for a while. Now that he was done with his work, Liu Yi naturally planned to fulfill his promise. He went directly to Hengdi's cave. Ever since they followed Liu Yi, everyone knew that Liu Yi had a high opinion of the Qi Hong clan, and Hong Dai and his group got the cave at Lingluo Peak. Hengdi's cave is in the Elder's area, not far from his cave. Seeing Liu Yi coming to the door, Hengdi, who was practicing in retreat, immediately left the retreat. The door of the cave opened, and the peerless beauty with pale pink skin and long red hair saw Liu Yi, and quickly knelt down on one knee. Hengdi has seen the Lord. Liu Yi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Get up, I've said it all, don't keep kneeling when you have nothing to do. Liu Yi has said this kind of thing several times, but Hengdi is very stubborn in this regard. My lord saved the lives of Hong Dai and the clansmen, and gave us such a precious practice method, how can Hong Dai disrespect the lord? Hong Dai said with a serious face. Liu Yi sighed helplessly, and glanced at Hengdi. Ever since she obtained the fire element immortal scripture given by Liu Yi, Hengdi's talent has been completely released. In just over 100 years, she has soared all the way from the Mahayana realm to breaking through to crossing the third floor of robbery. A large part of the reason for this is that Hengdi's own talent is strong. Of course, Ling Lufeng's strong fairy spirit is also an important reason, not to mention that Liu Yi would give her a little trouble from time to time. In fact, Hengdi is very talented, Liu Yi is very optimistic about her, and specially takes care of her. And Hengdi did not live up to his expectations, and her cultivation speed was comparable to that of her senior sister and the others. Forget it. On this matter, Hengdi had her own ideas, and Liu Yi didn't have much to say. He shook his head and said, "Get ready, I'll take you back to your home planet." Hearing this, Hengdi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in surprise, and looked at Liu Yi excitedly. "My lord, what you said is true. This is my promise to you before, and now it's time to fulfill it." Liu Yi smiled. "I think after so many years, you should also be a little homesick." Hengdi nodded slowly. "Well, Starwind Pirates still has some strong people staying in my home planet, imprisoning my clansmen, and I don't worry about it all the time." Liu Yi smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then you should hurry up and get ready, and leave later." "I don't need to prepare. I can go anytime," Hengdi said loudly. She is no longer worried about the clansmen who are still on the home planet. After all, the Starwind Pirates are dead. Who knows if those Starwind bandits on the home planet have received the news, and will they anger the home planet? But because the Lord didn't speak up before, she could only restrain herself and didn't say anything about it. Liu Yi glanced at Hengdi with a worried expression, and nodded. "In that case, let's go straight away." Liu Yi took Hengdi first to the cave where Lu Ningxuang and the others lived. After all, this time he was going to Zhenan battlefield. Even the strongest Zhuyu demon in the battlefield was only in the realm of Xianxian. But it was the Zhuyu battlefield after all, just in case, Liu Yi still planned to bring his senior sister and the others with him. After all, as Liu Yi broke through to the realm of Immortal Realm, the great Dao of Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra has also been greatly improved, and the power of Yin-Yang Dao Seal's secret art has also increased a lot. If there is really a problem at that time, this is a very strong hole card. When Liu Yi came to the door, Lu Ningxuang had already opened the cave. Her white clothes were like snow, her black hair was like a waterfall. Lu Ningxuang was waiting for Liu Yi. I felt that you were looking for me, so you came out. Lu Ningxuang said. After practicing the Dao Yin Yang Xian Jing, several people had a tacit understanding with each other and had inexplicable inspiration. For example, when doing double cultivation, sometimes there will be feelings. This moment is obviously also the inspiration. Liu Yi was no longer surprised by this, he smiled and said, well, I'm going to visit Hengdi's home planet and take a trip to Zhenan battlefield by the way. Lu Ningxuang glanced at the respectful Hengdi beside her, and nodded slightly, with a smile on her cold face. I have gained a lot from cultivation during this period, and I can also go to Zhenan battlefield to experience it. Then go find senior sister Ruyu and the others. The three of them went to Jian Ruyu's cave, and while they were still on the way, Jian Ruyu had already flown out. She carried the jade sword on her back, looked at Liu Yi and blinked. Pervert junior brother, are you looking for me? Or Ningxuang, are you looking for me? Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. It's been so long, why can't you change your title? I'm already a real fairy. Hey, it's impossible, it will never be changed. Jian Ruyu put his hands on his hips, quite proud. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. I'm looking for you, let's go. Where are you going? Jian Ruyu followed suspiciously. Zhenan battlefield. Jian Ruyu's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and she followed with some anticipation. Unlike Lu Ningxuang, who only practiced when necessary, Jian Ruyu was warlike. Even now, she would seek advice from Liu Yi from time to time. Although she was easily suppressed by Liu Yi every time, she still enjoyed it. Soon, Liu Yi found Donggong Minjiu and Yongzi again. Donggong Minjiu didn't respond when she heard that she was going to Zhenan battlefield, but when she heard that she was going to Hengdi's home planet, she looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression, looked at the voice transmission and said, brother, are you planning to take Hengdi away? Is it? She is too weak now, she shouldn't be able to bear it, right? Liu Yi stared at Donggong Minjiu with black lines all over his head. This guy's brain is full of yellow. Looking at Yun Xi, he looked ethereal and peaceful, as elegant and calm as a fairy of thousands of flowers. I think Sister Minjiu is right. Isn't she too weak? I guess she can only last for half a day? Yun Xi's transmission sounded. Liu Yi? His head was full of black lines, and he said faintly, Yun Xi, stay away from my junior sister, you have been spoiled by her. Wow! Where did I spoil Sister Yongzi? Brother, I'm going to be angry if you do this. You are alive. Ah! Donggong Minjiu was incapable and furious. After finding all the people, Liu Yi looked at Ling Luo Peak, thought for a while, but still didn't call master. After all, the senior sister and the others were called just to be on the safe side. The master and him hadn't dually cultivated, and there was no secret technique bonus, so it's better to let her practice here. It is much more difficult to improve the Xianxian level than the true immortal and heavenly immortal levels. So a group of people boarded the Xiang boat and disappeared in the form of a stream of light. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 318 Chaotic Starfield, Crimson Mother Planet. My lord, in my memory, it should be in this direction. I talked with Senior Yunyu and the others, and I have a general understanding of the direction of the parent star. In a dim starry sky, Hengdi looked at the surrounding stars and said with some uncertainty. Because she was captured by force, Hengdi had never left her home planet before, and she only had a general understanding of the location of her home planet. And this knowledge was gained from other slaves who were also captured. It has been more than 2 months since Luyi and the others left Tianxingxing. Because the home star of the Crimson Clan is not on the mainstream route, and there is no star gate nearby, it is necessary to constantly use the space shuttle to travel through the space, and then came to this star area. Fortunately, Xiangzhou is a top-grade fairy weapon, and its own space shuttle array is quite powerful, otherwise it would only take longer. However, after arriving in this star area, Hengdi is not quite sure about the exact location of her mother star. After being caught and imprisoned in the cage, Hengdi never left the cage, and even the primordial spirit was suppressed, so naturally it was impossible to determine the specific location. Donggong Minjiu on the side looked at such a vast star area, frowned and said, "Such a large star area is not as simple as rushing, we just need to travel through the space all the way. If we want to find them one by one, when will we find them?" Hengdi's expression was gloomy, and she lowered her head slightly. What the mistress said is that Hengdi was negligent. Lu Ningshuang frowned and looked at Luyi, "Junior brother, what should I do?" Luyi thought for a while, then smiled slightly, "It's okay, I've already thought of this before, since I brought you out, there is naturally a way." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hengdi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luyi expectantly, "My lord, what can you do?" Luyi smiled, "I have practiced the art of fate in Yu's family, and it is not difficult to find people." Hearing this, Jian Ruyu and the others were stunned. When they were in the Yu family, they also heard rumors that this secret technique was brought out from the ruins of the abyss. After all, such a secret technique, even in a family of immortals like the Yu family, is also extremely special. However, they were different from Luyi. Although they received courtesy from the Yu family, they could not let the Yu family teach them such a precious secret technique. In fact, since they are only at the level of immortals, even if they can practice this secret technique, they cannot succeed in it. The original peak master Ling Luo was already at the peak of true immortality, and he had only grasped a little bit of superficiality. Peak Lord Ling Luo's talent is even stronger than the 4 of them. The perverted junior has successfully practiced that secret technique? Then there should be no problem. But Hengdi was at a loss. Destiny. Can such an illusory thing be cultivated? Hengdi expressed that she was greatly shocked and could not understand. Luyi smiled, with a mysterious Dao pattern flashing in his eyes, and the next moment, he cast the fate spell. Soon, Luyi saw the fate lines floating on Hengdi's body, and one of the extremely thick lines was floating in the direction of the starry sky, stretching into the deep darkness. "I know the direction, let's go." Luyi smiled, controlled the Xiang boat, and shuttled towards the line of fate. Controlling the shuttle distance, Xiangzhou went through several shuttles, and soon came to a huge galaxy. This galaxy is enough for 3 red stars. These 3 stars form a stable 3-star structure, and enough dozens of planets are distributed around them. These dozens of planets are pulled by the gravitational pull of the 3 huge stars, revolving around them day after day. If there is no accident, this time will come to the end of the lives of the 3 stars. Luyi and others, as immortals, have even better visual acuity than ordinary astronomical telescopes. Even under their naked eyes, they can clearly see the whole picture of the surrounding planets. Among them, in the area where the 3 stars are closest, there is a strange red planet. Because the planet is too close to the 3 stars, the plate has almost melted into a piece of red magma. The magma fluctuates like a tide during the rotation of the planet, and the gushing magma is like a wave of fire, stirring up tens of millions of meters high. Around the planet, Luyi saw 2 huge skyships. The style of these 2 sky boats is exactly the same as the Xing Feng Thief sky boat that Luyi had seen before. Obviously, they are the Xing Feng pirates who stayed here. It's the mother planet. After seeing the Crimson Planet, Hengdi's eyes sparkled and she exclaimed excitedly. Approaching her, she put her hand on her chest and whispered words that Luyi and the others hadn't heard, which should be the dialect of their planet. However, Lui can roughly understand from Hengdi's spiritual perception, which is equivalent to words like thanking the gods. After that, Hengdi looked at Lui, her eyes were reddish, and she knelt down on one knee. My lord, Hengdi will use her life to repay your kindness. Lui smiled, get up. Go and deal with those star wind pirates first. Lu Ningshuang and the others also nodded. Lui controlled the Xiang boat and flew towards the Scarlet Planet. The star wind steals the sky above the boat. In the control room, several star wind pirate monks were lazily leaning against the wall, chatting. The control room needs to be guarded, and most of the brothers have gone to practice, and their status is relatively low, so they are naturally arranged. One of the human monks yawned and complained, when will this day be the end? I don't know when the masters will come back to pick us up. It's still early. It takes at least 200 or 300 years to go to Chaos Star here. If there is a delay, it may take longer. After they sell the goods and come back, it will take a long time, not 1,000 years. It's impossible to come back so soon. A monk of the three-eyed tribe said leisurely. Hey, I've never been to Chaos Star, so I really want to see the world. I heard that it is the junction of the three major star fields, the Skyfall Starfield, the Rakshasa Starfield, and the Jingling Starfield. It must be very lively. A monk looked longingly. It's lively. But, it's a chaotic starfield, a no-man's land, where many vicious starry sky pirates and wanted criminals wanted by the three major star fields are hiding there. If you don't have the strength, you don't even know how you died. Even if we Starwind pirates, we have to keep our tails between our legs. I don't think it's better not to go. When I went last time, several brothers disappeared. A monk who looked like an old pirate spoke earnestly. The companion on the side said. But there is everything there. I heard that Chaos Star, as long as you have money, you can get whatever you want. The newcomer was a little unconvinced. The old pirate glanced at the longing newcomer and shook his head. Young people are not afraid of death. Speaking of which, there are so many geniuses in this race, and they are a good batch of goods. If the masters sell all of them, we may have a lot of money. When the cultivation level improves, the scale of our Starwind pirates will definitely expand. Scene can also mix better. Another old man beside him said thoughtfully. The old pirate who spoke before also nodded. Old Kuya is right, this is a truth. Maybe our cultivation base can be mentioned at that time. All the monks beside him had bright eyes and looked forward to it. I hope the masters will come back soon. At this moment, there was a sudden low-pitched sound. The pattern in the control room emerged, and the incomparably mysterious pattern flashed with light, transforming into a star map in the sky. The two green dots on the star map are the positions of their Starwind pirates of the sky, and there is a red dot that is approaching at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was shocked, and their faces changed drastically. The experienced old pirate immediately shouted, "Someone is coming. Who is it? Notify the four masters, and warn anyone who comes, this is the territory of our Xing Feng pirates. If you don't want to live, you dare to rush towards us." A three-eyed pirate's eyes flashed violently. The group immediately took action. It didn't take long for a grey stone monk who was 4 meters tall and extremely strong, as if he was agglomerated from grey and white rocks. The aura of this grey stone monk is extremely powerful. He has reached the realm of Xianxian, and he is the 4th leader of the Starwind pirates. He had a calm expression. After entering the control room, he immediately looked at the star map. What happened? 4 masters, someone rushed towards us. We issued a warning, but they ignored it. The pirate on duty said immediately. The 4th master's obsidian-like eyes flashed a stern look. Have you reported the name of our Xing Feng pirates? In this area, their reputation as Starwind pirates has always been easy to use. Even the merchant ships of the top merchant guild forces in the Three-Eyed Star District have to obediently pay supplies in the face of their Starwind pirates. Of course, they Star Wind pirates are not reckless, and they always choose to avoid opponents who are stronger than themselves. It has already been reported, and they haven't stopped," said the pirate on the side. The fourth master narrowed his eyes. "The visitor is not kind. Four masters, what shall we do?" The Sidang family glanced at the red planet outside the window, and said, "This is a treasure land. Since it was discovered by our Xing Feng pirates, it is ours. If you want it, I don't agree." Speaking of this, the Sidang Jia paused for a moment, feeling carefully for a moment, and then he showed a sneer. "One true immortal, 4 heavenly immortals, and one who has not yet ascended? Who gave them the courage to even us Xing Feng pirates? Didn't you pay attention to the warning?" Originally, the pirates here were a little worried. After all, as star pirates, facing all kinds of sky boats and all kinds of monks, what they fear most is encountering extremely powerful monks. At that time, they may not even have the chance to beg for mercy. This also made them instinctively vigilant and cautious, for fear that there would be big figures they couldn't afford to mess with in the Tianzhou who ignored their warnings. Now it seems that it is a joke. This made a group of space pirates relax. "Open the hatch and let us see who is so stupid," the fourth master said with a smile. Turning into Lu Guang, he left the Tianzhou and came into the vacuum with 3 monks of the true immortal level and more than 10 monks of the heavenly level. With their eyesight, they naturally saw a crimson sky boat approaching at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long to get close to their area. The fourth master suddenly noticed something, looked at the crimson sky boat in astonishment, and said uncertainly, "There is something wrong with this sky boat." Hearing the words, a real fairy next to him hurriedly said, "Four masters, what's the matter? This Tianzhou may be a high-grade immortal artifact." The fourth master frowned, instinctively feeling that this Tianzhou contained a power that even he felt a little dangerous. This made the faces of the others change slightly. "A high-grade fairy weapon? No wonder you dare to rush over directly. If a high-grade immortal artifact is fully utilized, even a Xianxian will find it very difficult." At this moment, Xiang Zhou stopped. The Sidang family frowned and looked at the Xiang Zhou, and sneered, "So what if it's a high-grade fairy weapon? If you catch it alive, a mere true immortal can use a high-grade fairy weapon. I'm afraid it's worth a lot of money, and it may be the heir of some great power. It's not bad to catch them and ask for a ransom, just treat it as a way to make some extra money." Hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up. This is not the first time they have done this kind of thing. Catch the heirs of great powers, these heirs themselves have a lot of wealth, plus the ransom, they can make a lot of money every time. Of course, in the face of such a person, even the fourth master is much more vigilant. If it is really a powerful person, he often has a lot of cards. Even if he is in the late Xianxian period, he would not dare to be careless, lest the boat capsize in the gutter. At this moment, 6 figures flew out quickly. It was Lu Yi and the others. The 4 of Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang are all fairyland. There is no difference between the vacuum and the interior of the planet. As long as the environment is not too harsh, they can survive. And Hungdi, as a cultivator who crosses the catastrophe, although his cultivation base is not strong enough, he can also survive in a vacuum for a short period of time. She hates the Star Wind pirates very much. After all, they are the ones who locked up her home planet and treat their Scarlet clan like livestock and sell them. She wanted to witness the death of these Star Wind pirates with her own eyes. It was Hungdi's regret that she couldn't witness it in the cage last time. This time, she specifically begged Lu Yi. This small request, Lu Yi naturally satisfied her, so she took Hungdi with her. They quickly approached the Star Wind pirates who flew out. As Lu Yi and the others approached, the fourth leader glanced at them. When he saw Hongdai, the sneer on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression became stiff. Not only the 4 masters, but others as well. That person is. Isn't that the Princess of Crimson Star? Wasn't she transported to Chaos Star for sale by the boss? Why is she here? All the Star-Wind pirates were astonished and transmitted voices again and again. The expression of the fourth master gradually became gloomy, and his heart gradually became heavy when he saw the calm faces of Liu Yi and the others in the distance. He found that something was wrong. Since Princess Scarlet is here, it means that something must have happened to the head of the family, and something big has happened. Not only that, but with a lineup of just one true immortal and 4 heavenly immortals, facing him a late-stage Xian, he didn't even have a trace of nervousness, which is too outrageous. The fourth master tried his best to perceive their nervousness even a little bit, but there really wasn't any. Even the fourth master could see the scrutiny in their eyes. What this means, Si Dangjia is very clear. They weren't afraid of him, and didn't even consider him a threat at all. How can this be? Thanks to the 08A boss for the 100 points. Chapter 319, The Immortal Emperor and Number 039, S Reincarnation. Starwind Pirate's fourth leader had a cold expression, looking at Liu Yi and the others warily, and finally locked his eyes on Liu Yi. He could see that the very young human race in front of him was their principal. Who are you? Why are the goods stolen by our Xing Feng in your hands? The soul of the fourth master surged, carrying the message, and pressed towards Liu Yi and the others. He is probing. However, when his mental fluctuations approached Liu Yi and the others, they disappeared without a sound, without the slightest wave. Sidangjia's pupils constricted violently, and his body tensed up. He didn't even notice that his mental fluctuations were obliterated by something. Sure enough, something is wrong. Hearing Si Dangjia's words, the Scarlet Princess next to her changed her face and looked at Si Dangjia angrily. Donggong Minjiu yelled angrily, "What goods? You dare to capture ordinary monks as slaves, you pirates are really bastards." The Xing Feng pirates, true immortal and heavenly immortal on the side, did not have the keen perception of the fourth master, and their faces were cold when they heard this. Looking for death? How dare you speak nonsense in front of us, the fourth leader of the Xing Feng pirates? Since you have delivered it to your door, let's make our goods together. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Is it goods?" He spread his hands, and in the next moment, a terrifying force surged, and all the pirates of the Starwind pirates, including the fourth master, felt that the surrounding space seemed to change from soft water to extremely solid ice. They were imprisoned in the ice and could not move at all. The faces of the Sidangia and the others suddenly changed. Sidangia let out a roar, and the spirit of the gods shone all over his body, and the cocky brilliance flickered indefinitely, as if a giant planet was expanding, and the terrifying power escaped, shaking the frozen space around him, and he wanted to break free from the shackles. The other Starwind pirates are also struggling. However, they don't have the strength of the fourth master. Even if they explode with all their strength, they can't shake the frozen space one iota. Only the space around the Sidangia was fluctuating, as if it had been shaken apart. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, as expected of the late stage of Xian, he has some strength. Although Liu Yi didn't use fairy art, his space law has reached perfection, coupled with his own terrifying foundation. Even if you don't use fairy arts, just relying on the law, it is also an unimaginable existence. At the very least, it is an unimaginable existence compared to true immortals. However, the four masters in the late Xian period can obviously still struggle in the face of such means. Hearing Liu Yi's soft admiration, all the Starwind pirates looked horrified and stared at Liu Yi. They all understand that this is the means of the young people in front of them. But a mere human race on the second floor of the true immortal, with his own strength, imprisoned 3 true immortals and more than a dozen celestial immortals, and even a group of true immortals and heavenly immortals looked at the fourth master who was struggling crazily. The surrounding space was distorted, and the chaotic light and shadow intertwined. Even the fourth head of the family is struggling so hard. This is the late Xian period. What kind of monster is this? The fourth master was also terrified. Although he found that something was wrong, the degree of something wrong was completely unexpected to him. He could feel that the human race in front of him only used the power of the law, and didn't even use immortal skills. But even so, he used all his strength to barely break free from such a bondage. His whole body was cold, knowing that he had encountered an existence that he was not an opponent at all. And such an existence is even just a true immortal. The mere second floor of the true immortal can even suppress him so easily in the late stage of Xianxian. Even the most powerful group of Tianjiao in the Tianluo starfield probably can't do it, right? After all, the gap between each realm of Wonderland is too huge. The gap is not small even in the small realms, and above the small realms, there are also the early, middle, and late stages represented by every 3 small realms, and the gap is even wider. As for the gap in the big realm, it's not just a star, it's like cloud and mud. Even for those famous geniuses in the Tianluo starfield, it is already extremely exaggerated to be able to deal with the peak of the real immortals on the second floor of the true immortals, enough to shake the geniuses of the starfield, and facing the strong who have just entered the Xianxian level, they can rely on their own strength. Escaping is even more shocking, and it can even be said to be extremely rare in history. But the one in front of him, relying on the strength of the second level of true immortal, can suppress him so easily in the late stage of Xianxian. This. I'm afraid it's not the reincarnation of the immortal king or even the immortal emperor. Ah! The fourth master roared angrily, the light and shadow in the surrounding space shattered, and he broke free with all his strength. This brightened the eyes of the pirates of the Starwind Pirates, feeling that maybe they could still be saved. But the next moment, their expressions stiffened. The fourth master, who broke free from the shackles, took out a silver grey stone talisman without even thinking about it, turned into a streamer, and disappeared in place in an instant. The Starwind Pirates stared wide-eyed, their expressions blank. Their fourth master ran away just like that. Just abandon them like this? Liu Yi didn't expect that the fourth master would be so decisive. But Liu Yi's face was slightly strange. Escape with space runes in front of him? Didn't wake up? Liu Yi reached out and grabbed it, and Yuan Shen followed the space line that hadn't calmed down, as if separated by tens of light years, and saw the 4 masters at the end. The Sidangia was planning to return to the universe from the space. When Liu Yi thought about it, the space line circled around and set the landing point at the original location of the Sidangia. Originally, after the space rune was activated, it was similar to Space Shuttle. From one point to another point, it was a straight line. But after Liu Yi's transformation, this space travels into a circle, starting from one point, going around the outside, and finally returning to the original point. The fourth master who used the Space Stone Talisman breathed a sigh of relief between the distorted space lines. He obtained this Space Stone Talisman from a ruin. Even the other 3 masters of the Starwind Pirates didn't know about it. This is his life-saving item at the bottom of the box. As long as it is activated, it can travel to an area 50 light-years away. Even if it is an evildoer who seems to be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, even if his space law is extremely spiritual, it is impossible to reach the area 50 light-years away in an instant, right? After all, with that evildoer's cultivation base there, Space Shuttle needs to consume a lot of fairy energy. Sidangia has already made preparations. As long as he leaves the space to shuttle, he will restrain his breath and find a place to hide at random, even if he hides for tens of thousands of years. Like that kind of genius, his time is the most precious thing. Surely he wouldn't be looking for tens of thousands of years for his mere post-Xuanxian period. As long as that evildoer is gone, he can go out. When the fourth master was thinking, he obviously didn't notice that the space line seemed to have changed a bit. After all, the fourth master did not grasp the laws of space. In fact, the law of space is an extremely rare and mysterious law. In the fairyland, every monk who masters this law is a genius. The 4 masters can travel through the space entirely by relying on the Space Stone Talisman, so naturally they cannot perceive the changes in the space line. Soon, the space line reached the end, and the four masters saw the bright starlight, took a deep breath, and planned to find a hiding place as quickly as possible after leaving, lest the evildoer catch up with the space law he had mastered. A burst of light and shadow intersected, and the fourth master broke away from the space line, and then his expression froze. He saw the Star-Wind pirates with dazed expressions beside him, and also saw Lui who was smiling but not smiling. The fourth head was full of question marks, his expression extremely bewildered. Even if it is Xian Xian, even if he has experienced a lot, he still can't react for a while. How can it be? He had already activated the stone talisman, how could he stay where he was? No. The fourth master thought of a possibility, and his whole body became colder. He widened his eyes, looked at Lui in disbelief, and said hoarsely, You changed the space. I should leave. Lui chuckled and said, although it's a bit embarrassing to say that, my space law is quite strong. How is it possible? My stone talisman is a treasure left by a space-type fairy. That fairy is not far from the completion of the law of space. How can you change this kind of space shuttle? The fourth master couldn't believe it. Roar, the voice trembled a little. Hearing this, Lui glanced at the stone talisman in the hands of the fourth master, and was a little surprised. It turned out to be a treasure left by Xian Jun. It's a good thing, no wonder it can travel dozens of light years. But my space law has been completed. The fourth master. He was startled and looked at Lui in disbelief. On the second floor of the real immortal, the law of space is perfect. The face of the fourth master, made of grey and white rocks, had an extremely weird expression, and he couldn't accept this reality for a while. His eyes suddenly turned red. Looking at Lui, he roared angrily, and the celestial spirit surged wildly. The next moment, there was a cocky streamer flickering all over him, and he reached out to take pictures of Lui. A cocky sphere with a size of hundreds of kilometers condensed, like a planet, pressing towards Lui. The terrible pressure of the vastness made Lu Ningxuang and the others pale, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Hengdi's mouth. But soon, they felt the pressure disappear. Lui stood in front of several people. He clenched his fist, and a crimson light flashed above his fist. This is pure power of qi and blood. To be honest, after absorbing the chaos crystal, Lui has always wanted to try his current physical strength and how powerful the Realm King Fist would be. Now this thing is just right for him to do an experiment. The blood-red blood power turned into a ball of flames, burning in Lui's hands, which looked ordinary, not at the same level as the huge earth-yellow planet. But the terrifying coercion emanating from the fist makes people shudder. With a calm expression, Lui punched out. The next moment, the crimson fire of qi and blood surged, and the crimson fire gushed out like a star erupting. The entire starry sky was dyed crimson, and it was impossible to see other colors. All the vacuum, all the planets, and even the 3 stars not far away seemed to disappear. The crimson light swept across the earthy yellow planet. The cocky yellow planet disappeared on the spot like a smog, not even leaving fragments behind. When the crimson flame disappeared, everything returned to its original state. At the moment, the fourth master stared blankly at the direction in which the planet disappeared, as if petrified. Some Star-Wind pirate immortals behind him trembled all over. It's not that they want to tremble, and tremble instinctively, even if they are immortals, they still can't control this instinct. It was a trembling of fear. Lui's expression was calm, and his eyes swept over the 4 masters who were sluggish in place and the trembling Star-Wind pirates. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll give you 2 choices, 1, let go of your soul and be enslaved by me, 2, die. Choose." Lui's words woke up everyone, and they looked at Lui in horror. Several people looked at each other, and then a strong man at the level of a real fairy roared, "You want to enslave us? Impossible, I would rather die." Liu Yi nodded slightly, smiled lightly, and said, "I will fulfill your wish." Puff! The law of space exploded, and the real immortal level powerhouse immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared into the icy vacuum. The others were numb all at once. This is so, without any hesitation? Sidangia also recovered, his obsidian-like eyes flashed wisps of cocky yellow streamer, and then immediately knelt down in the vacuum. "My lord." The remaining 2 Starwind pirates at the level of true immortals, and more than 10 Starwind pirates at the level of heavenly immortals also quickly knelt down in the vacuum. "My lord." Liu Yi glanced over, and then thought of something. He patted his forehead, and said with a smile, "I forgot to say, Tianxian is too weak, I don't want it." Celestial Starwind Pirate? Their expressions changed drastically, and before they had time to say anything, more than a dozen Starwind Pirates at the level of Celestial Immortals immediately turned into blood mist. The 4th Master. The remaining 2 True Immortals. Dangjia's expression was stiff, and the bodies of the 2 real Immortals trembled violently. "Open your Sea of Souls." The 3 of them woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream, and hurriedly opened the Sea of Souls, fearing that they would be slow and turn them into blood mist by Liu Yi. Liu Yi used the soul controlling seal to control the 3 of them. After sensing the control state, Liu Yi nodded in satisfaction. It can be regarded as finding a companion for the previous Starwind pirates. Liu Yi looked at Tianzhou in the distance. Array patterns flickered all over the bodies of those sky boats. Obviously they found that something was wrong and wanted to leave. "Go and clean up," Liu Yi ordered. The Sidangia and the 2 real immortals got up quickly. "Yes." The 3 immortals turned into streamers and flew towards Tianzhou. Soon, the patterns around Tianzhou slowly dissipated. Liu Yi flew over with Lu Ningxuang and the others. After entering Tianzhou, there were bloodstains and corpses everywhere. The Sidangia and the 2 real immortals stood at the door respectfully, welcoming Liu Yi and the others. "My lord, it has been dealt with." Liu Yi nodded. "Are there any slaves from the Scarlet Clan in the Tianzhou? Have you arrested any slaves during this time?" Hearing this, the 3 members of the 4th family were startled, and quickly glanced at the Scarlet Red Princess, feeling very strange in their hearts. They all thought that it was the Scarlet Red Princess who climbed up to the Master, so the Master would bring her back to trouble them. But they didn't dare to complain at all. No, the badge taken away by the previous head is already all the slaves we captured." Liu Yi nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Hengdi. "Let's go, take us to your home planet." Hengdi didn't speak all the time, but when she saw Liu Yi avenging her, she was very moved and her eyes were red. In fact, if it weren't for Liu Yi, she would have become a slave, and the future is dark, let alone returning to her home planet, let alone revenge. She nodded. "It's the Lord. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 320 The Strange Crimson Star. Liu Yi and the others followed Hengdi to Chihongxing. Entering the atmosphere, Liu Yi felt an unusually high temperature. The temperature on this planet may be hundreds of degrees Celsius. For ordinary people, as long as they appear here, they may turn into coke in an instant. Of course, there was nothing special for Liu Yi and the others, whose weakest members were all cultivators. This temperature just makes them feel a little warm. Liu Yi glanced over and found that in such a high temperature, most of the area was covered by magma, and only a small part of the area still had visible land, and the land was red and lifeless. If Liu Yi hadn't known that this was Hengdi's home planet, no one would have believed that life could be born on such a planet. Although the environment of Crimson Star is very harsh, it is not too big. Under the leadership of Hengdi, they soon came to the northern hemisphere of the planet. Came to an endless magma sea area. The magma in this area follows the rotation of the planet, undulating like a tide, and the magma waves that cover the sky and the sun spew out high temperatures, and even the space is slightly distorted under such high temperatures. "My lord, our clan's land is under this Scarlet Sea." Hengdi said to Lu Yi. Wait a moment, I will contact my father. Lu Yi nodded. The red butterfly landed in the sky above the crimson magma sea. The high temperature made her pink skin much brighter. Her long red hair fluttered around. This person seemed to have turned into an elf in flames. Through these days of comprehension and cultivation, Lu Yi's fire element law has also been completed. He is keenly aware of the unusual. He was shocked to find that Hengdi's state at this moment was indistinctly integrated with the law of fire, giving him a strange feeling. This feeling. Lu Yi frowned, and then he understood what it was like. In such a state, Hengdi can vaguely connect with the source of the Dao. Yes, Hengdi seems to be able to vaguely arouse the breath of the source of fire. Lu Yi was shocked immediately. This is the power of the source. Even the patriarch of the Yu family, the powerhouse of the immortal level, can't move the origin. And the red butterfly is only in the realm of crossing the catastrophe, but can it move the origin? Although this is only a very weak point, and red butterfly itself doesn't seem to be aware of it. However, after Lu Yi absorbed the Chaos God Crystal, he also evolved. His eyes are enough to see things that others cannot see. Even if it is the Dao pattern, there is no secret in his eyes. He can naturally see the origin of the Dao, but he can't comprehend it temporarily. Under his eyes, it is natural to see that the red butterfly has vaguely touched the source of fire. Lu Yi looked at Hengdi, who seemed to have turned into a flame elf, and fell into deep thought. This is so wrong. A race, no matter how strong it is, should have limits, right? How could it be possible to hook the source of fire in the realm of crossing the catastrophe? Lu Yi also thought that almost everyone in the Scarlet Clan was born with fire spirits, and Hengdi was even more immortal. Is there something wrong with this planet, or is there something wrong with the Crimson Clan itself? Lu Yi was a little interested. He looked around, and there was a mysterious and chaotic light flashing in his eyes. In his sight, the entire planet was decomposed and reconstructed. It turned into a series of patterns, and all the substances seemed to not exist, like a cloud of mist. In his line of sight, the fire source of the entire planet was unexpectedly many. The entire planet seems to be rejecting other sources of power, and it seems that it can only accommodate the source of fire. Lu Yi was a little startled. However, he observed carefully and could not confirm why this happened. Is it a strange flame treasure land formed naturally, or is it because of something else? It was difficult for Lu Yi to confirm. However, under Lu Yi's sharper perception, his instinct told him that he could not continue to investigate this matter in depth now. Otherwise, I am afraid there will be great danger. This is the enlightenment and warning brought by Lu Yi's extremely powerful soul after absorbing the Chaos God Crystal. Lu Yi exhaled slightly, the chaotic light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he stopped thinking about it. While Lu Yi was observing the planet, Hengdi had already completed the communication. Suddenly, the magma sea surged violently, and finally separated to the two sides, revealing a passage. The bottom floor of the passage is a very gorgeous palace complex made entirely of crimson crystals. At this moment, many monks of the Crimson Clan flew out of the palaces and flew upwards. The leader is a handsome middle-aged man, his eyebrows are somewhat similar to Hengdi, his face is majestic, his aura is strong, and he has reached the realm of crossing the catastrophe. With such a primitive technique of the Chihong clan, being able to cultivate to the realm of crossing the catastrophe is in itself a generation of extremely talented people. Lu Yi looked at the middle-aged man and guessed in his heart that this man should be Hengdi's father. Red butterfly. The man flew over quickly after seeing Hengdi, with an unbelievable look on his face. It's you, are you really back? Father. Hengdi saw her father, her eyes were red and she shed tears. Even though Hengdi has a calm temperament, she is naturally terrified of being taken away as a slave. Now that she has returned to her home planet and met her father, the pressure and fear accumulated in Hengdi's heart before venting out, she can no longer control her emotions. Seeing this, the Scarlet King felt a little guilty. It's the father who is useless and can't save you. After all, Hungdi's temperament was calm, and she was emotionally broken. Only a few breaths later, she stabilized her mentality, smiled, and then said, "Father, I don't blame you, and I'm back now? Thanks to the Lord." In the previous communication, Hungdi had obviously exchanged news about Luyi with the Scarlet King. He turned his head to look at Luyi, with a gentle look on his majestic face, bowed respectfully, and performed the most serious act of the Scarlet Clan. "Li," said in a deep voice, "great strong man, as a father, thank you for saving my daughter, and as a monarch, thank you for saving our Crimson Clan." Luyi smiled, "You are welcome to the Scarlet King. Since Hungdi has followed me, she is naturally mine, and I should stand up for her." The Lord's people? The skin on Hungdi's body was slightly red, and her eyes were wandering. Seeing Hungdi's expression, Lu Ningxuang and the other four looked at each other with strange expressions. This guy must have misunderstood, right? Based on Lu Ningxuang's understanding of Luyi, his people are completely different. The Scarlet King didn't notice Hungdi's expression. He said, "Even so, I should still thank you. Come on, welcome to my Red Star, please enter the clan land." Luyi nodded, followed the Scarlet King and his party, along the separated magma sea, towards the palace complex made of scarlet crystals. As they entered the palace complex, the magma sea was slowly closed, but there was a red streamer flashing outside the palace complex, blocking the magma outside, and no magma entered inside the red palace. When a group of people entered the palace, Luyi's heart moved and he looked around. These palaces are all made of strange crimson crystals, and Luyi actually felt a faint coercion. The coercion was extremely weak. Luyi looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others beside him, seeing that they didn't respond, he understood that they probably didn't feel anything. His perception ability is the strongest, even he can only perceive a little bit, let alone other people. I just don't know if the Scarlet Clan living here can feel it. Luyi fell into deep thought, maybe he could ask Hungdi about the origin of the Scarlet Clan in the future. He always felt that the Crimson Clan was a bit unusual. The group quickly came to the center of the palace and entered the most magnificent hall. Inside the main hall, there is a red statue sitting cross-legged. The Scarlet King explained, "This is the ancestor of my Scarlet Clan, the first Crimson Clan born in the Magma Sea." Luyi nodded slightly. Then a group of people took their seats in the hall. The Scarlet King looked at Luyi and said, "Great strong man, I have already heard from her that you rescued Hungdi and taught her exercises. I would like to express my gratitude to you again." "Grateful." The Scarlet King saluted, and then he was silent for a while, as if hesitating, but soon, his expression was relieved, and he said, "The purpose of your coming here is to subdue our Scarlet Clan and follow you?" Luyi smiled and nodded frankly, "You Crimson Clan are very talented in the way of fire, I really have such an idea." The Scarlet King smiled wryly and said, "Without you this time, we might be kept in captivity by those damn robbers. Not to mention that Hungdi can't come back, our Scarlet Clan will probably be sold as goods. Facts have proved that this starry sky is not very a safe hotbed, without strength, this will happen." The fourth master and the two real immortals on the side were a little embarrassed when they heard this. "Yes, they are those damned robbers. Hungdi said that you are a very kind and magnanimous ruler, and you are also a very talented genius. It is an honor for our Scarlet Clan to follow someone like you." The Scarlet King respected Road. If before the arrival of the Star Wind Pirates, Luyi came to Scarlet Star and wanted the Scarlet Clan to follow, the Scarlet King would never be so decisive and happy. But after the Xing Feng Pirates incident, the Crimson King understood that in such a dangerous universe, without strength and background, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The reason why no one has slaughtered them is because no one has discovered them before. In the previous communication, Hungdi had already talked about Luyi's various identities and deeds. It is not a bad thing for such a person who has a distinguished status in the entire starry sky and is extremely talented and powerful to be followed by the Crimson Clan. In particular, this big man even casually gave Hong Dai a very precious cultivation method, which shows that this big man still values their Scarlet Clan very much, at least Hong Dai. That being the case, the Scarlet King naturally had no reason to hesitate. The Scarlet King was so calm and decisive, but Liu Yi didn't expect it. He thought it would take a lot of talking. Didn't expect it to be so easy. But it's good to be relaxed, and Liu Yi is also afraid of trouble. He smiled and said, "In this case, you Crimson Clan will be protected by me from now on. You can choose to stay on Crimson Star, or you can choose to leave with me and go to the planet where I am." The Scarlet King hesitated for a moment, and then said, "We are older and more family-loving, so we can stay here, but I hope the Lord can bring some young people from the Scarlet Clan and let them go out to see the world." "Of course it's no problem." Liu Yi smiled. This is equivalent to a large number of geniuses with innate fire spirit bodies, and it is definitely not a loss to bring them out. Even, as long as Liu Yi provides some precious fire-type fairy treasures, maybe a group of geniuses with fire fairy bodies can be cultivated. Liu Yi paused, and said, "We will stay here for a few days, and I will ask Hongdi to hand over the exercises she practiced to you. The exercises of your family are too primitive. With the immortal scriptures, you should also can improve quickly, especially the few of you, it shouldn't take long before you can ascend." Liu Yi glanced at the Scarlet King and the few elders of the Scarlet Clan who had been silent behind him. The cultivation bases of these people are all in the late stage of crossing the tribulation, or even at the peak. The reason why he has not been able to ascend is probably the problem of his skills. Not to mention the innate fire spirit body, even if it is an immortal body, it is even more difficult to use this kind of kung fu to ascend. Hearing this, the eyes of the Scarlet King and the old men in the back all lit up, revealing expressions of surprise. The Crimson King and several old men hurriedly stood up and saluted again. "Thank you, Lord." They just felt that following Liu Yi was the right choice. Liu Yi waved his hand, "Since you have followed me, I will naturally not treat you badly. By the way, before I leave, I will set up a large defensive formation for Crimson Star. At that time, it will be able to cover Crimson Star, and at the same time resist the attack of the strong early Jinxian. In this way, Crimson Star will be safer." The Crimson King and the others don't know what the state of the Golden Immortal is in the early stage, but the four masters and the two real immortals beside him are completely numb. "Fuck? What did I hear? Can the Lord arrange a large formation to resist the early stage of the Golden Immortal? The Lord is clearly only in the early stage of true immortality. What level of genius is this?" Si Dangjia felt more and more that Liu Yi was the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. Apart from the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, he really couldn't think of anyone who could do this. "Thank you, Lord." Although the Scarlet Red King didn't know what the strength of the Golden Immortal was at the early stage, but looking at the expressions of those robbers, he knew that he was definitely an extremely terrifying powerhouse. The Scarlet King and several elders of the Scarlet Clan were extremely grateful. Liu Yi waved his hand, "Okay, when your father and daughter meet, let's catch up on the old days." "Yes, my lord, I will arrange a place for you first," the Scarlet King said quickly. Afterwards, the Red King took Liu Yi and the others out of the palace hall, and arranged a residence for Liu Yi and the others in this palace. Then, Scarlet King left with Hongdi. The four of Lu Ningxuang went to practice, while Liu Yi began to draw a big formation. The talents of the Crimson Clan are very strong, Liu Yi attaches great importance to them, as long as they are well cultivated, they may become a powerful force in the future, so he should take care of them more. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 321 Massive 9 Ghosts. During this period of time, Liu Yi's formation realm has not fallen, and with Tianming's planetary defense formation as a reference, it only took Liu 2 weeks to complete the huge defense formation. This defensive formation is the culmination of all his perceptions of the formation, and it is enough to withstand a monk who has just entered the Golden Immortal level for a period of time. Under the Golden Immortal, there is no possibility of breaking the defense at all. After that, Liu took the palace here as the core, arranged the eyes of the formation, and completely opened up the formation. The Crimson King and the powerful members of the Crimson Clan stood high above the magma sea, looking at the dense formations in the sky and the terrifying coercion faintly passed down. Their faces were a little pale. Liu has not shown any strength, not even the slightest breath. Although they knew from Hengdi that Liu was very strong, they didn't have a specific concept. Now, they have the concept. Just facing the ray of breath of this big formation, they feel like they are as small as ants. This kind of power is beyond imagination. Meanwhile, the four masters and the two Xing Feng pirates on the side were even more shocked, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Their cultivation base is much stronger than that of the strong men of the Scarlet Clan. The strong men of the Scarlet Clan only understand that Liu is extremely strong, but they don't have the deep feeling of the three masters. As a powerful immortal in the late stage of Xianxian, the fourth master, facing such a large formation at this moment, feels like facing an indestructible mountain. As the pattern of the formation gradually disappeared, Liu smiled lightly. Okay, the layout of the formation is complete. Thank you, Lord. The Scarlet King and the others came back to their senses and said respectfully. Liu waved his hand. With the big formation here, Crimson Star shouldn't be in too much danger. I should go too. You should inform the young people who are leaving. The Red King and the others nodded repeatedly. Not long after, a dozen or so young monks of the Scarlet Clan flew out of the palace complex and came into the sky. These young monks are male and female, and their auras are all above the realm of integration. In Liu's line of sight, we can see the traces of their lives. Each of them is young, and the oldest is only over 10,000 years old. To be able to break through to the state of fusion at this age with the skills of the Chihong clan, the talent is quite good. At this moment, these young people looked a little cautious, and they all saluted Liu. I have seen the Lord. During this time, Scarlet Red King and others had already told them their plan. They naturally understand that Liu's status is extremely noble, and his own strength and talent are very strong. Following Liu's departure, they will be able to achieve better development, and in the future they will even become stronger than the history of the Scarlet Clan. For this reason, all the geniuses naturally have no reluctance. Liu saw the nervous Scarlet Clan cultivator, and smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people. Hengdi, let you take care of them. Yes, my lord. Hengdi nodded. Afterwards, Liu took out the Scarlet Sun boat, and under the curious expressions of the Scarlet Clan monks, he led everyone onto the skyboat and left the Scarlet Star. On the Scarlet Star, Hengdi arranged for the geniuses of the Scarlet Clan to rest separately. And Liu also sent the Sidangjia and the two Xing Feng robbers to the control room to stare at the surrounding environment. Lu Ningshuang and the others went back to practice separately, while Liu informed Hengdi to go to his room after arranging the geniuses of the Chihong clan. In Liu's room, Liu sat on a chair, looked at the dark space outside the window, and waited quietly. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and Liu smiled. Come in. Hengdi walked in quickly, her expression a little apprehensive. My lord, what do you want from me? For Liu to call Hengdi into the room alone, Hengdi had a little expectation in her heart. Why did the lord call herself alone? Could it be? Hengdi thought of some pictures and felt a little nervous. Sit down and talk. Liu smiled. Hengdi regained consciousness, nodded, and quickly sat down beside her. Liu said slowly, Hengdi, can you tell me about the history of your Crimson Clan? How did your clan come from? Liu was very concerned about the weak coercion he felt on the Red Star before, and planned to learn about the situation like Hungdi. Hearing this, Hungdi was taken aback, feeling a little embarrassed. The Lord came to her only to learn about the history of their Scarlet Clan? What did she think? Hungdi was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it, and quickly said, "Of course it's okay. It is recorded in ancient books that the ancestors of our Crimson Clan were born from the vast Crimson Sea. It is said that they are the descendants of the 3 suns in the sky that fell on the Crimson Sea. They were born with high wisdom and have multiplied on the Crimson Star to this day." Born from the Red Sea? Lui raised his eyebrows. Isn't that magma into essence? If it was really magma that turned into a spirit, Lui would not be too surprised. After all, the entire universe is extremely vast, and there are many alien races. Not to mention magma, there are also stone spirits. To Lui's surprise, there was little coercion in those palaces. Then those palaces were also built by your ancestors? Yes, that is the wealth they left to future generations. Hungdi nodded. My lord, is there any problem with those palaces? Hungdi was a little worried. Lui shook his head, no problem. Thoughtful in his heart, he felt that something was not quite right. After all, the Crimson Clan has gone through so many years of discipline, relying on that primitive technique, to cultivate to the Mahayana and even the realm of crossing the catastrophe, which is already at its limit. But how could it be possible that the palaces left by the monks of the Mahayana and transcending tribulation realm made him feel a little oppressive? There must be something wrong with that. Lui thought for a while, and asked, aside from your Crimson Clan, are there other powerful creatures on Crimson Star? Or before your Crimson Clan was born, were there any powerful creatures? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hungdi recalled, then shook her head. The environment of Scarlet Star is very harsh, and there are very few creatures that can survive here. Our Scarlet Clan is already the most powerful creature. And before our Crimson Clan was born, the Red Butterfly has never heard of other beings either. Lui was a little helpless. It seemed that he couldn't find anything when he asked Hungdi. He intends to record this matter, and when his cultivation base is stronger, he will go to Scarlet Star to investigate the situation carefully. This time, the faint coercion made his intuition sense the danger, so he didn't dare to investigate further. Maybe it's because his strength is not enough. When he becomes stronger, the difficulty can't be investigated. Okay, you go to rest too. Lui smiled. Ah, Lord, is there nothing else for the Lord? Hungdi was dumbfounded, just asking about history? Lui looked at Hungdi. It's okay, what's the matter? What's the problem? No. No. Then Hungdi will leave. Hungdi left Lui's room. Crimson Star is extremely far away from the Zhenan battlefield. Even along the way, Lui has been using space to shuttle, and even passed through several star gates, spending a lot of resources. It also took a full year to get close to the Zhenan battlefield. As it approached the Zhenan battlefield, the entire star region became a bit gloomy and depressing because of the Juyu battlefield. Lui, the others, and the 3 members of the Sidang family are all in the fairyland, and they all know the Juyu battlefield, but there is no reaction. As for the monks of the Scarlet Clan, who had never seen the Juyu battlefield, they felt the cold and gloomy atmosphere, and they felt unwell all over. Even Hungdi felt very uncomfortable. The geniuses of the Scarlet Clan couldn't even practice quietly, and all of them found their princess. Your Highness, where is the Lord taking us? I feel that there is a terrible aura in the direction we are going. Yet, I can't even get into meditation, I can't practice at all. Yet, I feel that if I continue to practice, I may go crazy. The breath in front of me is too gloomy, as if something is staring at me. The geniuses of the Crimson Clan were a little nervous. Hungdi didn't know Lui's destination either. She thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, I'll ask the Lord." Hungdi came to Lui's room and knocked on the door again. "Come in." Hungdi entered the room, and after seeing Lui, Her face was worried. "My lord, we have felt an extremely strange and terrifying aura. My clansmen seem unable to cultivate, so I am a little worried." Lui immediately understood that it was probably the 9 nether battlefield's influence on them. Although the 9 nether battlefield was tightly sealed, no 9 nether Qi escaped. But even if there is no aura to escape, just the existence of the 9 nether battlefield itself makes the entire star area very different, and the evil breath overflows the entire star area. It's nothing to the monks in the fairyland, but it still has a great impact on the monks in the combined state. Lui thought for a while, and said, "The place I'm going to next is very dangerous, especially for monks who have not yet reached the fairyland. I will put you on a nearby life planet later, and let Gubo the Three stay here to protect you, and when we come back, we will take you away together." Gubai is the name of the 4th master of the Starwind Pirates. Suingxian's late-stage cultivation base can be regarded as extremely strong in this area. After all, the most powerful 9 nether demons in the Zhenan battlefield are only at the Xianxian level. As long as they don't cause trouble, there must be no problem. Hearing this, Hengdi's expression changed, and she looked nervously at Lui. My lord will not want us, right?" Lui smiled. "How is it possible? Don't think too much." Hengdi breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Can't Hengdi go with you too?" "You can't go, your cultivation base is too low." Hengdi felt a little disappointed when she heard the words, and at the same time secretly made up her mind that she must work hard to cultivate and ascend quickly, so that she should be able to help the Lord. "Okay then. Let's wait for the Lord to come back." Lui nodded. In the area close to the Zhenan battlefield, there are several life planets. After all, the Zhenan battlefield is the Juyu battlefield, and a large number of immortals came back here, no matter because of duty or experience, and over time, they formed a gathering place. Lui randomly found a planet and flew there. After the planet landed, Lui arranged for Hongdai and the others to live there, and asked Gubai and the others to stay and protect them. Afterwards, Lui took Lu Ningxuang and the others to leave on the Xiang boat. This place is very close to the Zhenan battlefield, and in just 2 days, Xiang's Hu came to the densely packed metal planet. It's the second time, it hasn't been long. Donggong Minjiao looked at the metal planet outside the window and muttered. "Hey, ordinary immortals come once every 10,000 years. It's not because of obligation. I'm afraid no one will come. It's not like us who come once every few hundred years." Jianruya laughed happily. Lu Ningxuang smiled. "Ordinary immortals are very dangerous when facing the 9 nether demons. After all, there is not a small difference in strength between us and them." "That's true, especially senior brother. With the strength of senior brother now, there shouldn't be too much danger on the Zhenan battlefield, right?" Donggong Minjiao laughed. A few people chatted and laughed, and soon came to a huge metal planet. "The portal of Zhenan battlefield is here. There are still astral troops stationed at the entrance and exit, and they are also the astral troops of the 6th Legion. They already knew the news that Lui and his party were coming. After seeing Lui and his party, they immediately saluted respectfully and welcomed Lui and others to enter the door. The monks queuing up for inspection looked at this scene with strange expressions. What are the identities of these people, so that the famous Star Border Army respects them so much? If it wasn't for the monk Lu Gongza who was called the head of the Star Realm Army, they would have even thought that these people were direct descendants of the Yu family. Lui and the others entered the station in the Zhenan battlefield, and looked at everything they were familiar with, but they didn't look at it too much. They went to register first after familiarizing themselves with the road, and then left the station. After all, they came here to practice. Of course, for Lu Ningxuang and the others, it was practice, but for Lui, it was a waste of resources in dungeons. Because the last time Lui and the others came to the Zhenan battlefield, there were weird 9 nether demons trying to open up the 9 nether passages, and finally a large number of Suingxian level 9 nether demons were killed. Lui also doesn't know if there are other Juyu demons coming in on the Zhenan battlefield. In fact, if it wasn't because it was too dangerous, he would have wanted to go to other Juyu battlefields to see the situation. But Lui is now facing Jingxian. Even if he goes all out, he is not an opponent. Coupled with the aura of Dao on his body, I am afraid that the 9 nether demons will attach great importance to him. Just in case, he still came to Zhenan battlefield. Even if there is no 9 nether demons at the Xianxian level, the other 9 nether demons are not much different. Anyway, he only needs to obtain cultivation resources such as star essence through missions. The 5 of Lui moved all the way to the depths of the Zhenan battlefield. In the area closer to the garrison, all the Juyu demons they encountered were at the level of heavenly immortals, and they were killed by Lui casually. Of course, he did not forget to release the task. And as it went deeper, there were more and more 9 nether demons at the level of true immortals. The 4 of Lu Ningshuang found Juyu demon, who had just entered the true immortal, and started a battle. Lu Ningshuang and the others are not far from the true immortals, and they need the stimulation of a big battle to break through the bottleneck and break through the big realm. Facing the 9 Serenity evil demons who have just entered the true immortal, there is a big gap in the realm. Even if a few people are talented, their foundations are not weak all the time, and it is a bit difficult to fight. Lui has been paying attention to them to prevent them from accidents. However, if there was no fatal danger, Lui would not choose to intervene, even if they were covered with bruises. After all, this is also an experience for them. All the way, gradually, Lui found that something was wrong. Not only Lui, but also Lu Ningshuang and the others found it strange. What's going on? There were so many 9 nether demons before, why are they gone all of a sudden? Jianruyu held the long sword in his hand and looked around. The other 3 also looked puzzled. At this moment, Lui's face changed slightly, and he looked in all directions with a serious expression. He felt a large number of breaths approaching quickly, all of them were 9 nether demons, thousands of them, and even several 9 nether demons at the level of Xianxian. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 322 Huge Harvest. Lui frowned. Surrounded by so many 9 nether demons from all directions, it seemed that they were coming specifically for them. Lui thought of a possibility, his face was serious, maybe it was aimed at him? Lui, what's wrong with you? Yun Xi asked after noticing the change in Lui's expression. Lu Ningshuang and the other 3 also looked over. Lui shook his head, we are surrounded. When Lui was speaking, Lu Ningshuang and the others also felt a lot of breath approaching quickly. Their faces changed, a little unbelievable. That's a lot. How come there are so many 9 nether demons coming? Lu Ningshuang frowned, with a trace of shock on her cool and pretty face. Lui shook his head, maybe it's for me. Hearing this, Lu Ningshuang and the others were taken aback for a moment, and then they all thought of something. Is it the aura of Dao on your body? Jianruyu said, pervert junior brother, you mean, they can feel the aura of Dao on you? Are they here specifically for you? Lui nodded, I'm afraid that's the case. Last time that weird 9 nether demon noticed the Dao Qi on my body, it attached great importance to it at that time. Now it seems that it is not just a matter of attention. After all, the last time Lui appeared on the Zhenan battlefield, he was not surrounded by Juyu demons. Perhaps it was something that strange Juyu demon did, but Lui didn't know. The faces of Lu Ningshuang and the others changed, and their expressions were serious. There are so many 9 nether demons, what should we do? Their cultivation is only in the realm of immortality, even facing the 9 nether demons who have just entered the level of true immortals is very difficult, but this time, there are thousands of 9 nether demons. There are so many 9 nether demons, even if they are all at the level of heavenly immortals, they cannot resist them. Not to mention, many of them are powerful 9 nether demons at the level of true immortals, and there are even existences at the level of mysterious immortals. Liu Yi smiled slightly, "It's okay, I'm here." Although there are thousands of 9 nether demons, Liu Yi's own strength is strong enough. There are only a few 9 nether demons at the level of Xianxian, and it is difficult to pose a great threat to him. Even, it is not necessary to use the secret technique of Yin-Yang Dao Seal. Soon, one after another breath approached quickly, and a large number of 9 nether demons flew over from a dim distance. These 9 nether demons have different appearances, and most of them are very distorted, with human and animal shapes. There is a strong air of 9 secluded air circulating around them, exuding a strange aura all the time. Liu Yi let out a breath of turbid air slightly, his expression became a little colder, and he said, "You all pay attention to safety." Lu Ningxuang and the others also nodded slightly, with solemn expressions. There is an incomparably rich force of laws circulating around them. In addition to the laws they used before, there are strands of yin and yang laws circulating on their bodies. Not only that, but yin and yang patterns also appeared on their foreheads. This is one of the applications of yin and yang Dao seals of the Great Dao. Although it cannot be compared with being integrated into Liu Yi's body, the vibration of the yin and yang Dao seals between the 4 of them can increase their own strength like an army formation, and it is also a very powerful force. Whole card. The strength of the 4 of them at this moment has reached the realm of true immortals, and the strength of the 4 of them is also extraordinary. Liu Yi saw the same thing as the 4 of them, and felt relieved. With their current state, coupled with the various fairy artifacts and other whole cards that Liu Yi gave them, they can also survive the siege of these 9 nether demons for a period of time. This is a rare experience for them. In fact, Liu Yi was not too worried about the safety of the 4 of them. After all, even if they died, Liu Yi could bring them back to life with the resurrection technique. Liu Yi no longer paid attention to the 4 of them. His eyes swept around, and soon he noticed that there were 9 nether demons at the level of Xianxian approaching quickly. And there are hundreds of real immortals, and the others are all 9 nether demons at the level of heavenly immortals. Liu Yi's body surged with aura, and he rose into the air, away from Lu Ningxuang and the others. Sure enough, as Liu Yi expected, seeing Liu Yi soaring into the sky, a group of powerful Juyu demons immediately changed direction and flew towards him. The target of these 9 nether demons is him. Liu Yi was sure that these 9 nether demons were probably attracted by his Dao Qi. He has a sharp expression, and his whole body is full of aura. He took the initiative to meet a group of Juyu demons. A group of 9 nether demons circulated in black mist around them, making ear-piercing positional noises. The unknown voices were ear-piercing and sharp, overlapping, as if countless people were screaming and whispering in his ears. Even Liu Yi frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. If it's just a whisper of the 9 nether demons, it doesn't affect him, it means there are too many 9 nether demons here. However, it was just a little discomfort. For Liu Yi, it had no other effect. With a low shout, his body disappeared on the spot, and he used the air escape technique, and instantly appeared beside a 9 nether demon in the middle stage of profound immortal. The long sword in his hand flashed with an incomparably sharp kendo light, and 9 pale sword shadows rushed to the sky with endless killing intent, and slashed at the 9 nether demon. The Juyu demon in the middle stage of the Xianxian reacted, he turned around, the black mist surged, and endless black arms protruded from the black mist, blocking the Juyuan killing sword. However, the 9 Yuan killing sword is the golden immortal technique activated by Liu Yi with perfect kendo principles. If it is not counted as the trump card, it has already exploded with all of Liu Yi's full strength. That terrifying sword shadow was invincible, even the wall of arms formed by the dense black mist melted under such sword intent. 9 sword shadows passed through the body of the 9 nether demon in an instant. In just an instant, the killing sword erupted, crushing the 9 nether demons and turning them into ashes. But at this moment, countless 9 nether powers surged, and jet black streamers shot towards Liu Yi. With a calm expression on his face, Liu Yi disappeared in place again, appearing beside another Juyu demon in the late Xianxian period. He wears a dark golden glove on his left hand, which is a high-grade fairy weapon, a broken glove. He clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at the 9 nether demon. The crimson chi and blood power and the law of power surged, and the Realm King fist was activated, turning into a blood-colored beam of light, instantly devouring the 9 nether demons. In this way, Lui relied on his own escaping technique to come and go without a trace, coupled with his own powerful golden fairy technique, the terrifying destructive power. Almost every time, he could kill a 9 nether demon in the profound immortal realm with one blow, and if he couldn't do it with one blow, he would take 2. In just a moment, all the Suangxian level Juyu demons were killed by Lui. And the aftermath of their battle even caused serious injuries to many true immortal level 9 secluded demons. After killing these 9 nether demons, Lui attacked the other 9 nether demons. There are too many other Juyu demons, thousands of them, even Lui, it will take a certain amount of time to clean them up. When they were fighting, the roar was endless. The sky and the ground on the Juyu battlefield are stronger than the outer space. After all, there is room for reinforcements by big figures at the level of immortals. If the Juyu demon can easily destroy this world, then the Zhenin battlefield will have no meaning. Even so, the fighting movement between Lui and thousands of 9 nether demons still caused large and small pits to appear on the ground, and a terrifying aura storm emerged in the sky. The exaggerated aftermath spread in all directions, even in extremely distant areas, it was felt. Immortals in other areas who were dealing with the 9 nether demons felt the exaggerated movement, and their eyes were wide open. Some people immediately moved away, and some strong ones were curious and flew towards this direction. It didn't take long for Lui to kill all the true fairy level 9 nether demons, and also killed most of the heavenly immortal level 9 nether demons. Even for him, the spiritual energy in his body has been consumed a lot. However, the 9 nether demons at the celestial level didn't even need Lui to use their aura to fight. Just relying on the physical body after absorbing the Chaos God Crystal, Lui was enough to smash a 9 nether demons at the celestial level with one punch. In the sky, Lui was like a god and demon. With every punch, he could crush one or even several 9 nether demons, and with every sword swing, he could kill a piece of 9 nether demons. His terrifying aura vibrates the space, like a lion entering a flock of sheep. In the sky in the distance, figures emerged one after another, all of them were immortals who had voluntarily fought on the Zhenin battlefield, and there were also strong men who came here to practice. It's okay to say that the immortals who are only voluntary to fight are considered geniuses for monks in the mortal realm, but they can only be regarded as ordinary monks in the fairyland. But which of the monks who can come here to practice is not a strong genius? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked when they saw the terrifying battle in the distance. Gyulu. Then, who is that person? Someone swallowed and asked a little dryly. The others looked at each other and shook their heads. No, I don't know. What a terrifying strength! This is too strong. Yeah, I've been here for a while. This young master is only at the 2nd level of the true immortal. Just now, even the 9 nether demons of the true immortal level couldn't stop his attack. Since I came here, he has already killed 200 or 309 nether demons from the realm of immortal realm have been killed. 200 or 300 real fairy level 9 secluded demons. Everyone was shocked. That's not killing chickens. Even if it's killing chickens, hundreds of chickens, you have to waste a lot of energy with your knife. For ordinary true immortal cultivators, even when facing a 9 nether demon of the same level, they have to be cautious, and they may not even be able to beat them. After all, the chi of 9 netherness has a weird interference, which is enough to affect the combat power of monks of the same level. Normal monks of the same level may not be able to beat the 9 nether demons. And if you are surrounded by 10 9 nether demons of the same level, you don't have to think too much, you can write a suicide note. Oh, 9 nether demons will not give you a chance to write a suicide note, and it will definitely not be too peaceful to leave. And this person in front of him, a mere 2nd level true immortal, actually killed 200 or 300 true immortal level 9 nether demons in a short period of time. Even if these true immortal level 9 secluded demons are all at the first level of true immortals, it's outrageous, okay? Everyone was silent for a while, feeling a little dry in the throat. Who is this young master? How can he be so unknown? Everyone was puzzled. After all, Liu Yi is a bit of a nerd, and he practiced at dawn on weekdays. The last time he came to the Zhenan battlefield was hundreds of years ago. Naturally, very few people knew Liu Yi. In the end, no one could guess Liu Yi's identity. However, Liu Yi's figure, at this moment, was firmly engraved in their minds, and I am afraid they will never forget it in this life. Just kidding, to deal with thousands of 9 nether demons with one's own power, and kill hundreds of 9 nether demons of the same level or even higher level, such a person, even the Yu family, probably does not have such a person. When they communicated, Liu Yi had already killed most of the 9 nether demons, but at this moment, they discovered that besides Liu Yi, there were actually other people on the battlefield. Those were 4 female monks. The cultivation base of the 4 female monks was only at the peak of the heavenly immortals, but at this moment they could compete with a dozen or so evil spirits in the real fairyland and 9 secluded realms. This left them at a loss again. 4 celestial peaks can actually fight against a dozen Juyu demons in the realm of true immortals? Damn it! Since when are there so many geniuses? Many monks find it difficult to understand, and they are somewhat skeptical about life. However, there are also people who are indifferent. Since I can be with that young master, I'm afraid it's that young master's Taoist companion or close person. With the strength of that young master, his close person is a genius and can understand. Having said that, everyone nodded slightly to express their understanding. Not long after, Liu Yi killed all the Juyu demons except the Juyu demon who was fighting with Lu Ningxuang. He exhaled slightly, and found that 1/3 of the aura in his body had been consumed. This made Liu Yi feel a little heavy. I was still a little bit short, just killing thousands of 9 nether demons consumed so much spiritual energy, this is why he deliberately used more physical power when facing the 9 nether demons at the celestial level. And these demons only have 8 profound immortals, hundreds of true immortals, and the rest are at the level of celestial immortals. With such a lineup, he can consume so much, which is still too weak. As long as it is, although his attack is very strong, but the range of attack is a little less. If there is a powerful range attack golden immortal art, the consumption should be a little less. Liu Yi thought to himself, the next time he went to Yu's house, he had to learn a golden fairy technique with a large attack range. He sighed, if Tianming's 9 nether passage is opened in the future, how many 9 nether demons can he block? It may be tens of thousands if it is exhausted. You still have to practice hard. Liu Yi secretly made a decision in his heart. And soon he was happy. After killing so many 9 nether demons in this wave, all the missions in his panel were completed, and the star marrow he obtained was as much as 1,000,000. Not only that, but there are also many rewards for improving the perception of fairy art, improving the perception of fairy scriptures, array way, alchemy way, etc. There are also many fairy level treasures, fairy scriptures, fairy arts, etc. rewards. It can be said that he has made a lot of money this time. With so many resources, it should be enough for him to cultivate to the Xianxian level. Enough for him. While checking the mission rewards, Liu Yi paid attention to Lu Ningxuang and the others. It has to be said that after using the yin-yang secret technique, the strength of the 4 people is very strong. With the cultivation base of the peak of the celestial beings, they have blocked more than a dozen 9-level demons in the early stages of true immortals. This surprised Liu Yi a little. It seems that apart from him cultivating hard, the senior sisters and the others are not relaxing either. This kind of strength is much stronger than before. However, under the siege of these Juyu demons, Lu Ningxuang and the others also suffered a lot of injuries, and their faces were slightly pale. The battle lasted for a long time before the four of Lu Ningxuang completely killed all those Zhuyu demons. The price was that all four of them were seriously injured, and their breath became very weak. Lu Yi flew over, and with a wave of his hand, the resurrection of all things began to work, and the green streamer merged into their bodies, and smiled, "Senior sister, I didn't expect that your strength has improved so much, it is already so strong." The four rolled their eyes at the same time and looked at Lu Yi speechlessly. This guy is laughing at them, right? He single-handedly killed thousands of 9 nether demons, yet he still said they were strong? All four were very upset. They made eye contact, and felt that there was still a big gap, and they had to continue to work hard. Lu Yi didn't notice the eye contact between the four, but just smiled and said, "It seems that you should be quite tired, let's go back to the station to rest first, and then come out to have a look." Lu Yi didn't intend to leave directly, he wanted to continue to go deep into the Zhenan battlefield to see how those 9 secluded demons found him. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 323, The Brightness of the 9 Nether Battlefields. Lu Yi glanced around, and he naturally noticed that there were monks nearby who were attracted by the movement. He didn't care either, and the four of them disappeared in place with Lu Ningxuang. With the disappearance of a few people, the surrounding monks became more uproar, discussing one by one, discussing who is the monk who can kill so many 9 nether demons with the cultivation base of a true immortal. With such strength, why is there no reputation in the entire Tianluo starfield? After returning to the station, Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang rested for a few days. After recovering, they continued to go deep into the Zhuyu battlefield. This time the deep distance is deeper than the previous few days. Wherever he went, all the 9 nether demons that Lu Yi encountered were all killed. On the contrary, he was not besieged by thousands of Zhuyu demons like a few days ago. However, when it got close to the ritual area when it entered the Zhenan battlefield last time, all the surrounding Zhuyu demons disappeared again. Lu Yi and the others became vigilant. Same as a few days ago, won't you be surrounded again? Lu Ningxuang frowned. Surround it, surround it. With the perverted junior brother around, those 9 nether demons can't do anything against us. Jianruya was eager to try. Although the battle in the past few days was very difficult for them, they also gained a lot. At this moment, Jianruya has already felt the bottleneck of breaking through to a true immortal. If she does it a few more times, maybe it won't take long for her to break through to the realm. Donggong Minjiao was also eager to try, but Yun Xi's expression was calm, and she looked around with ethereal eyes. Compared with Donggong Minjiao and Jianruyu, she was calmer. "Sister Ruyu, there were so many 9 nether demons besieging us a few days ago. If there are really strong ones among the 9 nether demons behind us, they will definitely be stronger this time, so we'd better be careful." Lu Ningxuang also nodded slightly, Yun Xi is right. Lu Yi listened to the chatting of the four, and led them further. Soon, they came to a barren mountain area. There are patches of black mist rising in the pitch-black mountains, and the barren mountains are covered with black rocks, and there is no life. In fact, in the Zhuyu battlefield, except for monks and Zhuyu demons, it is impossible to give birth to souls. After all, this area has been completely enveloped by the aura of the 9 serenities, and there is an incomparably evil aura everywhere. At this time, thick black mist surged in all the peak areas of the entire mountain range, like the screams of demons, like the wailing of dead spirits. The strange voice spread throughout the area, making Lu Yi feel a little confused. Such a strong 9 nether qi. He couldn't help frowning, even Lu Yi felt a little uncomfortable, let alone Lu Ningxuang and the others. Their faces were slightly pale, their brows were frowned, and the spirit of the fairy spirit was surging around them, and they had already begun to use the power of law to isolate the breath of Zhuyu. At the same time, their expressions became more dignified. This time is indeed different from the previous few days. Even Jianruyu and Donggong Minjiao, who were eager to try, frowned. At this moment, Liu Yi's face became serious. He felt that dozens of mysterious auras emerged from the black mist, and besides the mysterious auras, there were also a large number of auras of the true immortal level also quickly emerge. At present, Liu Yi has felt thousands of auras, and this is not over yet. More and more auras appear, so Liu Yi can't help but become serious. Be careful, the 9 nether demons this time are much stronger than last time. Hearing Liu Yi's reminder, the faces of Lu Ningxuang and the others changed. They all know that Liu Yi's strength is extremely powerful, and his perception ability far surpasses them. Obviously, Liu Yi has sensed something. This made the 4 of them a little nervous. How strong is it? Lu Ningxuang asked. Liu Yi grinned, with a sharp look in his eyes. I have sensed hundreds of Suingxian level auras now. The 4 of them were stunned. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Donggong Minjiahu's face was slightly stiff, and she said dryly, hundreds of 9 nether demons in the profound immortal realm. Could it be that all the profound immortal level 9 nether demons from the entire Zhenan battlefield have come? The other 3 were also dumbfounded. You know, the Zhenan battlefield is only so big, and every once in a while, the Star Realm army will come here to clean up a wave of powerful 9 nether demons. The last time it was cleaned up was only a few hundred years ago. How long has it been? To gather hundreds of Suingxian level Juyu demons is probably the limit of the entire Zhenan battlefield. They are all here for you, perverted junior brother? Jianruya was a little numb, and muttered, perverted junior brother, why are you so attracted to these monsters? Liu Yi smiled, probably popular? All 4 of them rolled their eyes. At this time, they really didn't want to hear such a cold joke. Liu Yi felt that these auras were approaching quickly, and his expression was a bit dignified, and he said, okay, let's use the secret technique. Otherwise, it's too dangerous for you to stay outside. No. Lu Ningxuang and the others also understood how strong these 9 nether demons were, and they all nodded with solemn faces. Since the yin-yang Dao seal was used, it turned into a flowing light and merged into a mysterious Dao pattern, which blended into the center of Liu Yi's eyebrows. The next moment, Liu Yi's cultivation level skyrocketed, breaking through from the 2nd floor of the True Immortal, directly reaching the 8th floor of the True Immortal. After Liu Yi broke through to the realm, he deduced the yin-yang Dao seal secret technique, and the current yin-yang Dao seal secret art is much stronger than when he was at the celestial level. Feeling the fairy spirit surging in his body and his own terrifying power, he clenched his fists, exhaled slightly, and said in a low voice, we fight side by side. Between his brows, the mysterious Dao pattern flashed with yin and yang, as if responding to Liu Yi. The next moment, Liu Yi's aura surged again, directly reaching the level of a true immortal peak. He used the Immortal Ascension technique. The Immortal Ascension technique of the extreme level is extremely powerful, and it has raised Liu Yi, who has already reached the 8th level of True Immortal, by a large margin. Liu Yi's aura surged, and the terrifying aura storm spread in all directions, and the aura of the Dao was everywhere, like a tidal wave, blowing away the surrounding black mist. And in the black mist, figures approached quickly, surrounding Liu Yi. Liu Yi glanced over. Whether it was above the sky or between the mountains, there were 9 nether demons with different shapes but the same evil feeling everywhere. Among them, there are more than 109 nether demons at the profound immortal level, and the rest are all 9 nether demons at the true immortal level. There are 3,000 or 4,000 in total. With so many profound immortals and true immortals merging together, the 9 nether chi was like a landslide and tsunami, and the surrounding black mist became thicker and denser, forming a stark contrast with the tide of the great Dao around Liu Yi. At this moment, Liu Yi's face suddenly changed slightly, and he looked to the side. In that direction, there is a humanoid 9 nether demon, with a strong 9 nether chi surging all over his body. These 9 nether chi seem to turn into tentacles, stretching their teeth and claws in all directions, extremely ferocious. Lui instinctively sensed that the aura of the 9 nether demons was a bit unusual, very similar to the 9 nether demons he met before. His face was cold. Sure enough, that guy didn't give up and came back again. This time, he probably came here just for him. The 9 nether evil demon noticed Lui's gaze, and the cold and evil eyes flashed with a look, and the evil whisper sounded, as expected of the son of Dao, I actually felt my existence. Lui's expression was cold, it really is you, after you died last time, you dare to come back? Death? The 9 nether demon laughed, piercing, and overlapping laughter spread throughout the void. If a cultivator at the level of a celestial being appeared here, just this laughter might have caused him to go off the rails in the first place. Obsessed. The 9 nether demons are too terrifying. I am immortal, how can I die? Last time I just lost a negligible wisp of power. Hearing this, Lui's face was serious, and he asked calmly, Immortal? Are you considered strong among the 9 nether demons? You came here just for me? Now that he has a chance, Lui wants to see if he can get some useful information. You must know that even the ancestors of the Yu family who are at the level of immortal venerables know very little about the land of 9 nethers. After all, some strong men once formed a team to pass through the 9 nether passage before, and never came back. One can imagine how dangerous the other end of the 9 nether passage is. It is impossible to get news from there. And this 9 nether demons can communicate, and maybe they can gain something. The figure of the 9 nether demons was making a lot of noise, as if a large number of innocent souls were screaming. He said, My identity? Hehe, you don't need to know, but I am indeed here for you. Speaking of this, he glanced at the tide of the great avenue around Lui, took a deep breath, as if a little intoxicated. What a rich aura of the avenue, it's too wasteful to leave it to ants like you, your avenue come on, I want them all. Lui's face turned cold, and he looked at the Juyu demon. He planned to ask some more questions, but the 9 nether demons didn't give Lui such a chance at all. He made a weird whisper, and the next moment, all the 9 nether demons gushed out the terrifying 9 nether chi, turned into streamers, and rushed towards Lui. Seeing that there was no way for Lui to continue communicating, he clicked his tongue, and the celestial energy surged all over his body, and the terrifying power of law circulated, and immediately attacked and killed him. Even a few days ago, Lui didn't use the Yin-Yang Dao Seal secret technique, didn't use the ascending immortal art, and just relying on his own strength, he could easily kill more than a dozen Xians, basically instant kills. Not to mention the current Lui, whose cultivation has reached the peak of a true immortal. The various laws of the perfect level plus the use of the golden fairy technique of the extreme level. The vast and bright streamer flickered and didn't move. There is the Realm King fist that burns like a fire of chi and blood, the 9 elements killing sword that is pale and full of killing intent, and the yin and yang immortal picture formed by the 2 air currents of yin and yang circulating around the body. Coupled with his use of the air escape technique, almost no one can limit his stature. Lui is like a wolf in a herd of sheep, each blow can kill one or even several 9 nether demons of Xian level. The terrifying aura storm is like a star erupting, spreading in all directions, devouring everything around it. Lui's strength was so strong that even the 9 nether demon, who had not moved, was a little stunned. After all, he also met Lui last time. At that time, Lui's strength was only at the level of a fairy, and the various laws were far from as powerful as they are now. Immortal art is naturally incomparable with the present. In a short period of time, this son of the Dao has been promoted to this level? Even as the 9 nether demon, he was quite astonished. It is worthy of being a person who is admired by Dao. He narrowed his eyes, immediately turned into a streamer, and joined the battle. He understood that with the strength shown by Lui, there was absolutely no way to kill him by relying on these 9 nether demons. Although the 9 nether demons' cultivation was only at the peak of the profound immortal, the aura he displayed was extremely powerful, perhaps even reaching the realm of the Golden Immortal. Lui immediately felt a terrible threat, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking slightly, looking vigilantly at the approaching 9 nether demons. The next moment, the 9 netherness chi surged all over the body of the 9 nether demon, with strange screams, dense noises, and whispers filled Lui's mind. Lui frowned. The next moment, the 9 nether chi seemed to appear from behind Lui, like a strange black hole, trying to swallow Lui in. Lui performed the air escape technique, his face changed slightly, and he felt the stagnation of the space. Obviously, the 9 nether demons can block space. However, Lui's space law has reached a perfect state, coupled with the extreme level of space escape. Although he blocked the space, he could not completely block it. However, even so, Lui still couldn't escape into the space immediately to avoid this weird black hole. His expression changed, and he immediately took out a round shield that was shining with blazing white light. This round shield is like the sun, releasing dazzling brilliance. Even the surrounding 9 nether chi is evaporated a little bit. Hushanling Bao. The evil voice of the 9 nether demons resounded. Amidst the overlapping noises, there was even a look of astonishment. Even the 9 nether demons never expected that a mere true immortal level immortal in the material world would actually master the Hushanling Bao. And it's also a middle grade Hushanling Bao. This. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as being favored by Dao. The 9 nether demons' deep and strange eyes were shining with brilliance, and he stared at Lui firmly. His eyes were full of calm. Being able to master the Hushanling Bao at this level. This monk at the level of a true fairy is simply the Dao itself. Lui naturally didn't know what the 9 nether demon was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This round shield is the medium-grade Hushanling Bao Eternal Light Shield rewarded by Lui's previous mission, and it is Lui's most powerful trump card. Using the Eternal Light Shield, Lui was already planning to do his best. After all, Lui himself did not expect that on the battlefield of Zhenan, he would still encounter this 9 nether demon. And his strength is so powerful. He can only use the middle-grade Hushanling Bao to do his best. If that doesn't work, then he can only slip away first. Lui didn't hesitate at all. When he took out the Eternal Light Shield, the aura in his body that had reached the peak of a true immortal was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. This is the acquired spirit treasure. The energy required to use it is naturally extremely exaggerated. Fortunately, Lui also has a top-grade Hushanling Bao, the small world bead. In this small world bead, there is a large amount of fairy energy that Lui has been storing in it, and now it is finally time to use it. Lui's face was icy cold, and he urged the Eternal Light Shield with all his strength. Immediately, the Eternal Light Shield blazed brightly, like the sun, releasing brilliant white light. Wherever it passed, the black mist dissipated, the mountains below melted, and the 9 nether demons melted like a wax figure, and finally turned into powder. The powerful and weird 9 nether demon roared repeatedly and resisted with all its strength, but even he couldn't block the terrifying power of the middle-grade Hushanling Bao. In just a moment, cracks appeared all over his body, and finally disappeared into wisps of light and mist. And, you can't escape. He let out an unwilling roar, and finally disappeared. A fiery white beam of light shot up into the sky, as if a supernova was born, and the entire Zhenan battlefield was shrouded in light. In the battlefield of Zhenan, all the monks looked at the direction where the white beam of light appeared with shocked faces, dumbfounded. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 324 Stargate Prototype. What happened over there? It's a terrible breath, this. I'm afraid it has reached the level of a golden fairy. Is some big person coming to our Zhenan battlefield? With such a huge movement, what level of Juya demon can't fight? Everyone was shocked and discussed a lot. All the starfighters in the station had solemn faces, led by the captain, and the teams flew towards the direction of the light. This movement is too great, they must understand the situation. If there is any change in the Zhenan battlefield, which will have a huge impact on the Zhenan battlefield, causing the 9 nether demons to rush out of the battlefield and enter the real universe, it will be a huge disaster for the entire universe. The light gradually dissipated, and the white beam of light in the sky also disappeared. The eternal light shield above Liu Yi's head turned into a flash of light and merged into his body. He glanced at the surroundings. The entire mountain range was flattened by that blow just now, and the ground was crystal clear like burnt glass. And all the 9 nether demons nearby have disappeared, including the powerful and weird 9 nether demons. This is the power of Zongpan Hushan Ling Bao. When Liu Yi was in Yu's house before, he learned about the situation of immortal artifacts and magic treasures. Many monks at the level of immortal kings could not obtain the Hushan Ling Bao, let alone the middle grade Hushan Ling Bao. One can imagine how precious and powerful this is. Liu Yi was sure that there was no danger, and he relaxed. He exhaled slightly, his face was pale, and his breath was a little weak. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Even if he couldn't fully display the power of the middle grade Hushan Ling Bao just now, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted that time, and even the fairy energy in the small world orb was consumed by more than half. At this time, the yin-yang Dao seal between Liu Yi's eyebrows flickered and turned into 4 beams of light that shot out, turning into the appearance of Lu Ningxuang and the others. The faces of the 4 of them were equally pale, their breathing was weak, and they were gasping for breath. They used secret techniques to fuse their own strength with Liu Yi's. As Liu Yi consumed, they naturally consumed the same. Their expressions were shocked. Donggong Minjiahu said in astonishment, "Brother, what level of magic weapon was that just now? Why is it so powerful?" As a part of the secret technique, they have naturally experienced the power of this magic weapon. Such a powerful magic weapon, even if they think about it now, their scalps are a little numb. This is the Hushan Ling Bao. Liu Yi said with a smile. Acquired spirit treasure. All 4 of them stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The 4 of Lu Ningxuang also stayed in Yu's house for a period of time, and they have seen a lot of things in the world, so they naturally understand what kind of Ling Bao Hushan exists. There are not many such treasures even in the Yu family, and all of them are in the hands of the senior members of the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi also had it. The 4 of them didn't know where Liu Yi's Hushan Ling Bao came from. But Liu Yi didn't say much, and they naturally didn't ask too much. After all, Liu Yi has always obtained too many treasures. Although Liu Yi obtained it by chance every time, there are so many coincidences. This is obviously Liu Yi's special way to obtain these treasures. Perhaps it was because of Liu Yi's relationship with Dao that he obtained so many treasures? Such a powerful magic weapon, no wonder it has such powerful power. Lu Ningxuang glanced at the surrounding environment and said softly. The other 3 also nodded. Liu Yi laughed and said, "These 9 nether demons should be high-level demons accumulated over the past few hundred years. After killing them this time, I'm afraid there won't be too many powerful 9 nether demons in a short time. Unfortunately, we still want to play a few more games." Donggong Minjiahu was a little dissatisfied. Liu Yi smiled, "Although the 9 nether demons at the level of profound immortals are probably gone, we should still be able to find those at the level of true immortals. We can stay here and continue to practice." All 4 nodded happily. During the rest of the exchange, the fairy energy in Liu Yi's body recovered a little, and he flew towards the station with Lu Ningxuang and the others. However, before flying very far, Liu Yi felt a lot of auras approaching quickly. All of them were real immortals, and they were somewhat familiar. Liu Yi frowned, and looked in the direction where the breath came from. Lu Ningxuang and the others also noticed the breath. "Is it an immortal?" Yun Xi blinked and asked. The aura of the Fairyland cultivator is completely different from that of the 9 nether demons, and they can be easily distinguished. Well, it should be the person who was attracted by the movement just now, and these auras are somewhat familiar. It should be the Star Realm Army. Liu Yi nodded. Then shall we go and have a look? Liu Yi smiled, they have already noticed our existence, so we don't need to go there. While they were talking, those auras had already flown towards them. In the sky, several teams of Star Realm troops flew towards the area where the beam of light appeared with solemn expressions. Their hearts are very dignified. After all, the Zhenan battlefield has been around for so long, and nothing like this has ever happened. The beam of light just now has the power of Jingxian level, and the passage of Zhenan battlefield can only allow the appearance of Zhuyu demon of Xianxian level. Why did the golden fairy level aura suddenly appear? They were all a little worried, for fear that there would be a change in the Zhenan battlefield, the Zhuyu passage would be widened, and a more powerful Zhuyu demon would appear on the Zhenan battlefield. The atmosphere was tense, and one of the monks of the Star Realm army said, "Captain, I heard that the military master and the others stopped a strange ritual of the 9 nether demons hundreds of years ago. That ceremony seemed to be intended to widen the 9 nether passage." The other Star Army also had a serious expression. "Yes, Captain, could it be that the ceremony at that time was not completely stopped? Now the 9 nether passage has been widened?" The other astral troops looked at each other in blank dismay, and did not speak for a while. One of the army commanders of the Star Realm frowned. What kind of person is the military leader? Since the military leader said that he is fine, it must be fine, and it should not be a problem with the last ceremony. Then what's going on? You'll know it when you see it in the past. At this moment, a Star Army suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. Oh no! Young Master Liu left the station before and went deep into the Zhenan battlefield. Hearing this, the other Star Realm troops froze at the same time, their expressions changed dramatically. Several captains looked at the speaking Star Militia at the same time, their eyes were red. One of the captains said angrily, "What did you say? Master Liu is deep in the Zhenan battlefield." "Yes, this morning, I was guarding the city gate, and I saw young Master Liu leave with my own eyes." The Star Realm army cultivator's face was also a little pale. The atmosphere was solemn, everyone looked at each other, their faces were very ugly. They knew how honorable Liu Yi's status in the Yu family was. You know, for the sake of Liu Yi, the military leader deliberately planned to build a star gate in the star system, which would cost countless resources. And this is said to be to better protect Liu Yi's safety. One can imagine how important Liu Yi is. If something happened to Liu Yi while they were on duty, then they would probably die. When everyone thought of this, their faces became even uglier. One of the army commanders of the Star Realm exhaled and said with a wry smile, "I hope young Master Liu didn't go in that direction." The others also nodded. At this moment, they suddenly felt several breaths flying over from the direction of the beam of light. This shocked everyone and became vigilant. But soon, they discovered that these auras were somewhat familiar. It seems to be the breath of young Master Liu. The star soldiers who had seen Liu Yi all had their eyes lit up and exclaimed in surprise. The others were also surprised. Go over and see if young Master Liu is okay." The group of people suddenly turned into streamers and flew towards the direction where Liu Yi's breath was. It didn't take long for the two groups to meet. Seeing that Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang were all fine, all the star forces were relieved. "Young Master Liu, it's great that you're fine," several Star Army captains said in surprise. Seeing that they were so excited, Liu Yi froze for a moment, with a strange expression on his face. "Why do you think I have something to do? I heard from Xiao Yuan that you went deep into the Zhenan battlefield before, and now there is such a huge movement. I am afraid that my subordinates may not be able to do enough for young Master Liu." Liu Yi was a little taken aback when he heard this. He smiled, "I'm fine." At this time, a Star Army commander thought of something, widened his eyes and said, "Young Master Liu, did you come from the direction where the movement happened?" The others also reacted and all looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi smiled, "Well, that's where I came from." Everyone looked at each other, and then a Star Army commander asked, young Master Lu, do you know what happened in that direction? When Lu Yi heard this, he smiled, you mean the movement just now? It's nothing, it's just that many 9 nether demons besieged me, and I used my trump card to kill those 9 nether demons. All the Star Realm soldiers were stunned when they heard the words, and their minds were full of question marks. The atmosphere was silent, and everyone looked at each other. A Star Army commander opened his mouth with a strange expression, you caused the movement just now, young Master Lu? Lu Yi nodded, yes. They are all numb. The movement just now had the power of a golden fairy, but what about young Master Lu? It's just a real fairy. With the cultivation base of the real immortal level, it caused the destructive power of the golden immortal level. What kind of ghost card is this? All the star soldiers are well informed, and now they are full of question marks, completely unable to understand. Seeing the silence of many Star Realm troops, Lu Yi smiled and said, if nothing happens, I'll go back first. Oh, please, young Master Lu. Many star soldiers came to their senses. Lu Yi nodded, and left with Lu Ningxuang and the others. Seeing the backs of Lu Yi and the 5 leaving, the monks of the Star Realm army looked at each other, and then continued to fly in the direction of the previous movement. It didn't take long for them to come to the quiet area. Seeing the crystal clear ground, the mountains that seemed to melt, and the still surging radiant aura, all the Star Realm troops fell silent. They feel a little dry in the throat. How many 9 nether demons are besieging young Master Lu, to make young Master Lu use such an exaggerated trump card? Yeah, the hardness of the mountains on the Zhenan battlefield, even Jingxian, is not so easy to break, and it turned out to be like this, which is too exaggerated. Many Star Realm army talked about it, and after investigating separately, it was confirmed that there was no 9 nether demons left. They even failed to encounter the 9 nether demons along the way. They were a little strange at first, but recalling what Lu Yi said before, that there were Jiyu demons besieging him, and after seeing the current movement, they felt relieved. With such movement, as many 9 nether demons come, as many will die, right? After returning to the station, Lu Yi and the others rested for a few days, waiting for Lu Ningxuang and the others to recover. Lu Yi took Lu Ningxuang and the others into the Zhenan battlefield again, and asked them to find the 9 nether demons at the level of true immortals to practice the battle. After several battles, Lu Ningxuang and the 4 of them had a lot of insights. Afterwards, Lu Yi took the 4 of them and left the Zhenan battlefield, went to pick up Hengdi and the others, and then went back to Tianming. By the time we got back to Tianming, some time had passed. At this moment, in the vacuum beyond dawn, there are many sky boats floating. And beside the sky boat, the Star Gate already has a rough outline. These are the teams that came here to build Star Gates. Lu Yi glanced at it, but didn't pay too much attention. After all, it takes hundreds of years to build a Star Gate, and it is still too early to make this Star Gate usable. After Lu Yi returned to Tianming, he went directly to Baiunxian Zone. Hengdi left Xiangsu with the newly arrived genius of the Scarlet Clan and asked Wu Qingfeng to arrange them. After hearing that all of these Scarlet Clans were innate fire spirit bodies, Wu Qingfeng's head teacher all drifted away. This is the innate fire spirit body. Even if there is one, it is rare in 10,000 years, but it turns out that everyone here is. As expected of our Baiun immortal sect, it is getting stronger and stronger. Wu Qingfeng happily left with the Crimson Clan. Lu Yi and the others returned to Lingluo Peak. As soon as he returned to the cave, Lu Yi originally planned to double cultivate with Lu Ningxuang, but as soon as he picked up Lu Ningxuang, the master's voice came from outside the cave, "Boy, where have you been these days?" Lu Ningxuang's cool and pretty face flushed, and she quickly struggled out of Lu Yi's arms. Although she is already an old couple, Lu Ningxuang is not shy in front of Donggong Minjiu and the others, but Lingluo Peak Lord is her master after all, so she must be embarrassed. Not only Lu Ningxuang, but Jian Ruyu and the others were also a little embarrassed. Lui scratched his head, walked out of the cave, and saw Peak Master Ling Luo standing outside the door with his arms folded. Lui laughed dryly, "Master, why are you here?" Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes, and said, "Isn't it because of you? You didn't even notify Master when you went out? The wings are stiff, right? I would have notified Master before." Lui saw that Ling Luo Peak Master had a displeased expression on his face, coughed dryly, and said, "This Master has wronged me. I just think that the Master is practicing in seclusion. I just went to the Zhenan battlefield to experience it. There is nothing wrong with it, it's a big deal. I didn't notify you." "Going to Zhenan battlefield?" Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows. After she left the customs before, she found that Lui was not there, and she was a little worried. Now that she felt that Lui was back, she naturally came over to have a look at the first time. Unexpectedly, he actually went to Zhenan battlefield to practice. Seeing that Lui was fine, Peak Master Ling Luo felt relieved. She snorted coldly, "In the future, if you have to go out for anything, you have to inform the teacher whether you are in retreat or not." Lui smiled, "Understood, thank you Master for your concern." Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes, glanced at Lu Ningxuang and the others in the cave, and the corners of his mouth twitched, "I'm going back to practice." After speaking, she disappeared in place. Before Lui had time to open the formation, Peak Master Ling Luo naturally heard the voices in the cave. "Seeing a few people now, I feel as if there are ants crawling on my body, and my whole body is uncomfortable. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, and thank you Maxim for the 100 points rewarded by the Noodle Ball boss." Chapter 325, The Key to the Realm of the Immortal King. After warming up with Lu Ningxuang and the others, Lui came to the training room and began to collect task rewards. Previously, there were quite a few missions to kill the 9 nether demons in Zhenan battlefield. The rewards for each mission included varying amounts of star essence. Lui collected them all, adding up to millions of star essence. These resources, I am afraid you have to dig a lot of galaxies to get it. Fortunately, Lui's interspatial ring King Gloon Ring is a fairy artifact, without space restrictions, otherwise it might not be able to store so many star essences. In addition to the star marrow, there are also a lot of rewards for upgrading the level of various fairy arts and fairy scriptures, rewards for improving the rules, arrays, alchemy, and other avenues. In addition, there are fairy artifacts, fairy scriptures, and some rewards for fairy arts. The Immortal Sutra is just a reference for Lui, allowing him to integrate and comprehend his own Dao Yin and Yang Immortal Sutra. But this is just the icing on the cake. After all, Lui had obtained too many fairy scriptures from Yu's family before, and there were not a few books missing. The same is true for immortal art, but killing the leader of the 9 nether demons rewarded a golden immortal art, which Lui is currently using. This golden fairy technique is called Xianyang Storm, and it is a golden fairy technique of the Dao of Fire. After practice, it can release a flame storm, like a star erupting, and its power is extremely extraordinary. Lui immediately learned the golden immortal technique. For the current Lui, what is lacking is a similar large-scale attack and kill immortal technique, and his law of fire has also been realized to the limit. As long as this Xianyang storm is cultivated to the limit, it can exert its greatest power. In addition, to Lui's surprise, killing the leader of the 9 nether demons actually rewarded 5 wisps of Dao Qi. You must know that Dao Qi is extremely precious. Lui has practiced for so many years and completed various tasks, so he will only reward this kind of thing when he breaks through the big realm. Unexpectedly, now this ordinary task will also reward Dao Qi. This was something Lui hadn't expected at all. This Dao Qi is too precious. Lui hesitated for a while, not knowing how to deal with it. After all, he must not be able to use it himself. He has absorbed the treasure of the Great Dao, an array of Qi of the Great Dao will not be of much use to him. However, for other monks, this wisp of Dao Qi is too crucial. You know, to break through to the Immortal King, the Immortal Venerable needs to understand the Dao. This ray of Dao Qi can be the key to breakthrough. Absorbing this ray of Dao Qi, for the Immortal Venerable, may be able to truly comprehend the Dao and step into the Immortal King. The Gate. It can be said that every ray of Dao Qi has the hope of creating an Immortal King. Of course, if one strand is not enough, you can add a few more strands. Lui guessed that the 5 wisps of Dao Qi should be guaranteed to be able to raise an immortal to the level of an Immortal King. If other monks knew that Lui had such precious resources in his hands, even the Immortal Venerable would probably go crazy. If it was given to the ancestor of the Yu family, then the ancestor of the Yu family might be able to break through to the Immortal King in a short time. But Lui hesitated. After all, he didn't know whether the reward of this Dao Qi was luck or what. If there is no Dao Qi reward in the future, Lui is more inclined to give the Dao Qi to the senior sisters and the others. After all, although the ancestor of the Yu family treated him very well, relatively speaking, his own Taoist companion must be more important. Lui hesitated for a long time, but in the end he chose to put away the great aura first, and make plans later. Lui collected all the various task rewards, and after counting them, he continued to practice and digest the gains. With enough resources, Lui doesn't have to continue to go out. In the following time, he has been practicing at Lingluo Peak. Every day, I am either doing dual cultivation, or comprehending various avenues and laws, or comprehending the fairy scriptures and fairy arts. In his spare time, Lui drank with his former Taoist friends, went out with Lu Ningxuang and the others, or went home to accompany his father and mother, which was considered relaxing. Of course, every few decades, Lui will still give a sermon, which is regarded as a benefit to all sentient beings in the sky. Under Lui's continuous preaching, the fairy spirit of the star became more and more intense, and the level of the star continued to increase. It took more than 70 years for Lui to break through to the 3rd level of true immortality. The 3rd level to the 4th level of true immortality can be regarded as the bottleneck from the early stage to the middle stage of true immortality, but for Lui, the bottleneck does not exist at all. After spending 120 years, Lui successfully broke through to the 4th level of the real immortal. During this period of time, Lu Ningxuang and the others had already reached the consummation of the celestial realm, and began to retreat to break through the bottleneck of the real fairy. Lui had no chance to double cultivate, and the speed of cultivation slowed down a bit. However, after 100 years of retreat, the 4 of Lu Ningxuang also broke through the bottleneck one after another and became true immortals. Although their cultivation speed is a bit slower than that of Lui, but because of Lui's cultivation of a large amount of resources, their cultivation resources are faster than those of ordinary geniuses from the Yu family. Of course, their own immortal talent also played a big role in it. After they broke through to true immortals, although their combat power was not strong for Lui, the improvement brought about by the Yin-Yang Dao Seal secret art was enough to make Lui's strongest combat power skyrocket. After the breakthrough, Donggong Minjiao was very proud and clamored to compete with Lui. In the end, Lui held her head with one hand, and she couldn't move. She was so angry that she ran back to the cave with grievances. Seeing this scene, Jian Ruyu, who was still eager to try, didn't mention the matter of sparring with Lui. Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi had no intention of competing with Lui at all. After all, they were not like Jian Ruyu and Donggong Minjiao. If you accidentally forget who you are, you can't be arrogant. Another 150 years later, Lui was practicing in seclusion. Suddenly, a breath came to the gate of Lui's cave. Lui slowly opened his eyes, a chaotic stream of light flashed in his eyes. He disappeared in place and left the cave. Outside the cave, Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong and Timan came hand in hand and landed at the gate of Lui's cave. Little Xing Xing, who was practicing, opened his eyes and glanced at the 3 of them, and Bai Yulong quickly called out, "Master Little Xing Xing, hello. When Zhang Fan and the others came to look for Liu Yi, little Xing Xing kept bullying them because he was not familiar with them, making them miserable. After all, little Xing Xing is now a real fairy, while Zhang Fan and the others are still in the mortal realm, they can play however they want. This made the three of them flustered when they saw little Xing Xing, but fortunately they got acquainted with each other later, so little Xing Xing didn't continue with them. However, when Bai Yulong saw little Xing Xing, he instinctively felt cold and greeted him very quickly. Zhang Fan and Tai Man also looked at little Xing Xing with some lingering fear, and cupped their hands and said, "Master little Xing Xing." Little Xing Xing glanced at the three of them, then quickly closed his eyes and ignored them. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly appeared, and Zhang Fan and the others were startled. Bai Yulong said helplessly, "Junior brother Liu, every time you come out, you look like a ghost, scaring me to death." Liu Yi smiled, "Actually, there are spatial fluctuations, but senior brother Bai Yulong, your perception is too weak to feel it." The corner of Bai Yulong's mouth twitched, with a look of doubt on his life. "Junior brother Liu, you are the famous Liu Immortal, a legendary master of the true immortal level, how can I perceive space fluctuations?" Liu Yi rolled his eyes, "Senior brother Bai, don't bury me, practice hard, and you will be able to perceive it when you break through to the fairyland." He glanced at the three of them. These days, Liu Yi naturally took care of them a lot. The previous Liu Yi mission rewarded a lot of various natural materials and earthly treasures, and the three of them were also promoted to the level of immortal body, and their cultivation speed was much faster than before. Now the three of them have broken through to the realm of crossing the catastrophe, and it should be only a few hundred years before the ascension. Liu Yi was very satisfied with this. He said, "Three senior brothers, what is the reason you came to see me?" Zhang Fan smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, it's like this. Brother Aotian ascended a few years ago, and now he has just consolidated his realm and left the customs. He plans to hold a ceremony of ascension to immortality. He sent an invitation card, let's celebrate it." Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, "Has he already ascended? The speed of cultivation is pretty good." Tai Man grinned, "It's not your credit, junior brother Liu Yi. Without your resources, brother Aotian might not even have reached Mahayana now, right? How is it possible to ascend now? In fact, all of them are now so powerful because of Liu Yi's help. Otherwise, it would be hard to say for Tianlong Shenzi, Tai Shenzi, and Lei Yinshenv. Their talents are strong, and they are backed by Xianzong, so their future is bright." But Zhang Fan and the others were a bit worse. The former Baiyun sect was only a small sect in the realm of transforming spirits, and their talent, Zhang Fan, was the strongest, and they were only acquired spirit bodies. With their talents and births, if there were no accidents, it would have been a stroke of luck to reach the realm of the void hole. How could they be like this now, not to mention that their talents have become immortal bodies, and their cultivation bases have already passed the tribulation. In fact, in the entire Baiyun immortal sect, there are quite a few monks in the realm of crossing the catastrophe, and even the elder Ming with the highest cultivation is close to the completion of the catastrophe, and he is not far from ascending. All of this is due to Liu Yi. Zhang Fan and the others all kept Liu Yi's kindness in their hearts. Liu Yi smiled helplessly, "I'm tired of hearing these words. Now that brother Aotian has ascended, it's time to celebrate. When is the party? Let's go there together." In fact, Liu Yi naturally understood the gratitude of Zhang Fan and others. One person ascends to heaven, and chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Since he has such resources that he can't use, he can naturally have more than enough to help those close to him. To put it bluntly, the resources for a mortal cultivator to break through to ascension are not even as much as what he consumes in a day's practice, so it's really no big deal to him. In fact, because of Tianxing's own 9 nether passage, Liu Yi himself planned to cultivate strong people to prepare for the opening of Tianming's 9 nether passage in the future. Anyway, you have to cultivate, and cultivating strangers is definitely not as good as cultivating people close to you. Zhang Fan smiled. Just 1 month later, another immortal appeared in Tianlong Holy Land. Patriarch Long Yuan and the entire Tianlong Holy Land were very surprised. We invite fellow Taoists. It is said that it will be a grand event. Hey, if you go, junior brother Liu, the dragon sacred land will have a face that day. Bai Yulong chuckled. After all, Liu Yi's status is too noble. If he goes to Tianlong Holy Land in person to participate in the ascension ceremony of Tianlong Shenzi, it will definitely be a very honorable thing for Tianlong Holy Land. Zhang Fan smiled and said, Brother Aotian also said that if you are not busy, junior brother Liu, you are welcome to come over at any time. It is also good for some of our friends to discuss the Tao and drink tea. Liu Yi thought for a while and said with a smile, I'll go again in a few days. The three of Zhang Fan nodded and didn't say much. In that case, let's go there first. Zhang Fan said with a smile. After that, the three of them bid farewell and left Ling Luo Peak. Liu Yi watched the three leave, thought for a while, and went to Lu Ningxuang's cave, senior sister. Lu Ningxuang's cave was quickly opened, and Lu Ningxuang, who was as white as snow, appeared in the cave, with a smile on her cool and pretty face. Junior brother, what's wrong? Brother Aotian just ascended, held the ascension ceremony, and invited us to attend. Are you going? Liu Yi asked. Lu Ningxuang frowned, and shook her head. I won't go. I just broke through to a real immortal these days, and I have a lot of insights, so I need to retreat. Liu Yi nodded slightly and didn't force it. Then he thought of something and said with a smile, by the way, senior sister, you have also made a breakthrough. Do you want to hold a celebration meeting? After all, Lu Ningxuang has broken through to the realm for a long time, but she didn't hear them say that there will be a celebration ceremony. The celebration was a celebration. Donggong Minjiu and Jian Ruyu strongly urged Liu Yi to cook a lot of delicious delicacies for them. In addition, Peak Lord Ling Luo, Yu Yuanwu, and some elders of Baiun Xianzong held a party together, which was more like a family banquet, without such a big ostentation. After the party was over, the four of Liu Yi had a small stove and had a different kind of celebration together. Liu Yi thought for a while, and thought it was better to ask, what if the senior sister also wanted to hold a celebration ceremony? Lu Ningxuang shook her head and said with a light smile, what's there to celebrate? As she said that, she looked at Liu Yi with a trace of resentment in her cold eyes. I've been by your side for a long time, and there is nothing to celebrate when I break through to the realm of immortal realm. Oh well. If junior brother is fine, then I will go to retreat first. Well, I'll go ask my junior sister and the others. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang bid farewell, and went to find Donggong Minjiu and the other three. However, the three of them seemed to have no plans to go, because they had just broken through to the real immortal not long ago, and Liu Yi had no choice but to retreat, and in the end he was the only one to go. Needless to say, my master naturally didn't want to go. On the contrary, because Yu Yuanwu has been with Liu Yi these days, he also got to know Tianlong Shenzi and others. The attitude towards them is not bad, but they have a little friendship after going back and forth with each other. Hearing that he was going to participate in the ascension ceremony, Yu Yuanwu had been suffocating for so long, so he quickly said that he wanted to go together. So, in the end, only Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu went to the ascension ceremony together. Thank you for being faster, the 100 points rewarded by the boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.